Hello and welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in to the YouTube live stream on this iffy Monday evening. I hope that you have had a great start to your Monday if you happen to be watching live. And if you happen to be one of the thousands of people who actually tune into the stream once it's over, VOD watchers, whatever day it is, whatever time it is, hope you're doing well. Now, if you've never been here before, which as I've said in previous streams, I would only expect a minority of y'all to have never been here before. I feel like we have a pretty strong returning base. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, get them from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history. Why? It's because Trump is literally the worst president of your life. And it seems like he's doing something new every day now to cement that fact further. Now, one thing that I do want to red flag is that we'll have a lot of trolls joining that live stream today. We may even go minutes and minutes and minutes without a Trump supporter to debate because of how hard it is to defend the Trump presidency. Sure, there's still millions of Trump supporters out there, but there's only a very small sliver of them that think they have an argument to back up what they believe in. And then out of them, there's an even smaller sliver of people that have the confidence to join the live stream and debate me. So it may take a while to get a Trump supporter up here, even though we have, already 8.2 thousand people tuned in over on TikTok, which is where we get the guests up through. But before we hop into the debates, I want to go over the breaking news. The breaking news of today is that the mass exodus over the Epstein files has started. People are getting fired, and we will only expect to see more. First and foremost, a man by the name of Peter Attia, a health and wellness influencer, was found to be talking to Epstein via email in the files and talking about some pretty explicit shit, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And he was actually just hired on over at CBS to become one of their contributors. But after this news broke, excuse me, after this news broke from his involvement in the files, CBS actually rescinded Peter's job offer. So it looks like we're maybe getting some accountability over the Epstein files. And we also have a man by the name of Peter Mendelsohn, or better known as Lord Mendelsohn, because he is a very rich and very powerful British politician who is not only a part of the Labour Party, one of its leaders, but also in the House of Lords out there in the UK. He was forced to resign from the Labour Party because of his now public communications with Epstein years back, and now he might even be getting completely removed from the House of Lords. And now the British authorities have officially launched an investigation into Mr. Lord Mendelsohn to see if he did anything criminal in association/ties with Epstein. And we're seeing names like this pop up all around the world. There was a leader of some government, some prime minister that had to step down. I forget his name and where he was at. And I just simply wish that we could see this here at home in America. Okay, well, why aren't we rushing to automatically impeach Trump for the moral security of the nation? Okay, not just because of, the involvement he has in the Epstein files with everything he allegedly did, ranging from testing the quote-unquote tightness of children so then he could auction them off at Mar-a-Lago, to many other things, but everything else that he continues to do, like most notably today, telling Republicans to nationalize local elections for the midterms. All very terrible bullshit. But at this point in time, we are going to go ahead and hop into those debates. I do have to blow my nose at sneeze, kind of set it on, and I'm a little bit sneeze shy on camera. So we're going to get that first Trump supporter up here. Then you're actually going to momentarily see my screen go black if you're watching over on YouTube. And just know that the connection's fine. I'm just simply turning the camera off to blow my nose. But let's go ahead and get that very first guest up in here of the day. If you're watching on TikTok and you want to debate me, hop inside of that queue. You just have to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you are not an American, you're banned. If you're not an adult, 18 plus, you're banned. And if you are not MAGA and ready and willing to debate me on why you're MAGA, you're banned. Let's go ahead and get that very first guest of the day loaded up into that live stream right now. I would expect for quite a few Trump supporters to already be in that queue. Why? Because we got a very nice raid from our friend Parker, who's already been on live for 6 or 7 hours doing these debates. So only up inside of that queue of your MAGA first guest, Richard Williams, is joining up. I have a feeling that Richard Williams is a troll. I guess we'll have to see.
Hello,
Hi.
Dave.
Hi.
Dave? You want some Doritos?
It is a troll. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Follow our rules. Don't be a troll, please. All right, here we go. Moving on to the next guest, we got T80 Commander loading up into the box. Man, I really need to blow my nose, so hopefully we can get a Trump supporter up here soon. Age?
Yo, age? Oh, I'm old enough, but...
No, you're obviously like 4, so moving on to the next guest. Yeah, kids, children, leave the queue. I understand that, this is later live for us. We're live at 5 p.m. out here in Colorado, so you're off school. But, just skedaddle, hit that road, leave the queue, go, I don't know, do something with the Legos, build Legos or some shit. Okay? I mean, but even those are like age rated for like 9 and up, right? So these are all like 6 and 8-year-olds. Welcome in, Orlando. Do you support Trump?
Nah.
All right, and then Orlando, you're banned because we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. How long until they learn? Folks, follow the rules. You know what the rules are. We've gone over them many times. You have to be at least 18, meaning that you're an adult. You have to be an American, and you have to be MAGA. Moving on to our next guest right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jack?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
2007, Dean.
What month?
June 16.
Okay, Jack, how do you still support Trump as president after all of the grisly bullshit we've seen him do and we've learned about him? Rather it be the release of the most recent release of the EPSTEIN files, or what courts have found him guilty of over the course of modern American history, ranging from rape to 34 felonies, or his attack on the destruction and demise of a country, regardless if it's attempting to nullify the Constitution or, tell Republicans to nationalize local elections. How the hell do you still support him?
I have one request, okay? Can you debate my older brother?
So I'm not debating Neo.
Why? No, not me.
Okay, yeah, I'll debate your older brother.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm terribly sorry, Dean. My name's Andrew. I don't know why Jack did this. We watch a YouTube video all the time. We actually do not support Trump in any other way, shape, or form.
No worries. You guys have a good rest of your day. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Only Jesus Saves loading up into the box. Well, shout out to his brother. Don't know what that was all about, though. Dario, thank you for the motorcycle. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Jesus Saves. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Are you driving?
No, I'm in my car, but I'm not driving. I'm at work.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't believe you. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We are still looking for that first Trump supporter of the night, guys. Please don't lie like that. If you're going to be in that queue, make sure it's because you're MAGA. Make sure it's because you're here to debate us. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Everyone just do give us a moment while we're trying to get that first guest loaded in. Once again, we'll just repeat the rules. Not like y'all are going to follow them. You have to be at least 18. You got to be an American, and you got to be a Trump supporter. If that's not you, that's good. Like, I don't want you to be a Trump supporter. But just don't join the guest requests, okay? The guest requests are strictly and specifically only for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest right now, we got Dylan loading up. We got Caitlin loading up. We got like a bunch of people loading up. Dylan, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
2006. And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, it's because of mainly because of his stance on abortion.
Because of his stance on wait. So you're telling me because he got, SCOTUS to pass abortion back down to the states, which has led to some states criminalizing it. But overall, we've seen a net increase in the amount of abortions per year after a 32-year downslope. You support him. Like, you don't really care that, he's endorsing the murder of citizens on the streets of this country. You don't really care that he's threatening an invasion. Yeah, he is. He's been doing that, for the last month straight. Alex Preddy, Renee Good.
Hell no, he didn't.
So you don't think Alex Preddy was murdered?
Well, he didn't do that.
He didn't endorse Alex Preddy's murder? Sure he did. His administration called Alex Preddy a trained assassin domestic terrorist. No, and his administration said the officers who murdered Alex Preddy were acting within department regulatory policy.
May you repeat that?
Yeah, I'll repeat that. Okay. They said that Alex was a domestic terrorist, a trained assassin that was attempting to cause maximum damage, lied about what he was doing, said he approached the officers brandishing a firearm, which was untrue. And then they said that the officers who killed Alex Preddy did so in their legal capacity and were acting in accordance with DHS department guidelines. It's absolutely endorsing the murder of Alex Preddy.
So, well, what about all the other stuff? About
Well, we'll talk about all the other stuff after you concede, because I brought up, okay, so you don't really care that he's endorsing the murder of citizens in the streets of this country, and then your response was, Dean, he hasn't done that. I've now proven to you that he has, unless you want to contest any of the claims I made.
Only on that.
So you concede on that. I have a question. If Donald Trump was pro-choice or was okay with the murder of fetuses, would you still support him as president?
Hell no.
So if he's okay with the murder of fetuses, you no longer support him. But if he's okay with the murder of adult humans like you and I, you would continue to support him. So why do you think it's worse to kill a fetus than it would be to execute an adult person like you or I in like clear broad daylight with a gun to the back while you're being forced to the ground by 7 agents and being pistol whipped in the head?
Two different things.
Well, I'm asking you why you think that one is worse than the other.
One is worse.
Okay.
Because what?
So, I mean, we're already starting off with an incredibly absurd position. You're saying it's worse to kill a clump of cells than it is to execute a
Well, I
grown
thought you
adult
were
like
talking
you or
about
I.
an actual fetus.
Yeah. So why do you think it's worse to kill a zygote or a fetus than it is to execute Alex Preddy?
No. I think the murder of Alex was worse.
Okay, so but you just okay, so if you think that the murder of Alex is worse, then you shouldn't support Trump, because you said that if Trump was okay with the murder of fetuses, then you wouldn't support him as president. Okay, so therefore, because he's okay with the murder of Alex Preddy, which is worse than the murder of fetuses, you also no longer support him as president.
Fuck you!
Okay, what's this?
Fuck you!
Why are you doing this? Why are you?
You make no sense.
Okay, everything I said makes sense. I know that what I just said is making sense to you, or you wouldn't like literally be screaming into a pillow. You good, bro? Do you need like a glass of water?
Oh God, I need help. God.
What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna go to move on to the next guess. I hope that guy's okay. I mean, he starts like screaming into his pillow, saying that he needs help because what? I beat him in a debate? We're just gonna move on to the next guest and kind of disregard that a little bit. Hello, Caitlin. Do you support Trump?
Hey, I just had a correction for you from I was watching your YouTube
Are you a Trump
earlier.
supporter?
No, I've been up here before. We've talked before.
Okay. Well, I mean, I do appreciate and accept corrections. However, on stream today, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. So if you would like to email that to me, if you'd like to direct message that to me, if you'd like to drop it publicly in the Discord, feel free. But I mean, we are going to be standing by our guns and standing with our rules today on stream because we're very specifically looking to talk to and debate Trump supporters. So welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, wrong. That's my bad.
Okay, right. So, like, for the first guest of the day, like, y'all, like, for the first debate, we enforce the rules, no exceptions. There's absolutely no leeway that I'm willing to give to anybody. We just need to get, like, one debate, right? You know, like, we've been trying to get a debate for the last 15 minutes. You know, it seems like we had that one guy, but he just, like, completely lost his shit when we proved him wrong. Hello, Devin. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Devin, we love America. Feel free to hop back in that queue. Devin, how you doing today, dude?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Well, give me a moment here just to thank a couple of people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. First and foremost, holy shit, dude. Miss Jenna hit us with the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jenna, you already know it. You already know how it is. You've been supporting me like crazy. I love and appreciate the hell out of you. And thank you so very much for the $50 donation. That is a shit ton of money. It goes a long way out here in small town Grand Junction, Colorado. So just know that I genuinely appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much, Jenna. I'm trying to see 500 big old Jenna W's. That is Jenna down below in both of those live chats. Thank you so much, Jenna. Same thing goes to you, Peyton. Devin. Appreciate you for the 50 cents on PayPal. Lawton, thank you for the $1. And that's all for now. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you want to support me in the show, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Take it away, Devin. Tell us how the hell you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Dumpy Trumpy. Because we need to dump the Trump because he fucking sucks.
First of all, Dean, I want to agree with you. Alex Pretty was a murder. Okay, that was not right. He should not have been killed for doing his First Amendment speech. I can agree with you 100% right there. All right, the officers should be held accountable. Should those situations be happening? Why is it only happening in one state? Why is the riots only going crazy in one state like that?
Well, I mean, in one breath, you said that he was merely exercising his First Amendment right, and then in your second breath, you said that he was engaging in a riot. And likely the reason why we see a lot of strong protests in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and not as predominant protests in other states, although there still are many, is probably because that's where Renee Good was murdered. That's where George Floyd was murdered so many years ago. That's where Alex Pretty was murdered. I mean, Minnesotans, particularly the Minnesotans living in Minneapolis, I mean, are some of the best freedom fighters that this country has, and they've been doing it for years now. They stand up for the people, they stand in defense of true patriotic American values, and they stand in opposition to the tyranny that's being rained down on people across this country at the hand of lawless ICE.
I stand for the Second Amendment. I stand for all the amendments. The Constitution should be upheld. Do the people have the right to protest? Yes. Should they be blocking the streets? No. Should they be turning violent? No. But should they, at some point, when there is something wrong happening, stand up? Yes. All right, I will 100% give you that. But should they be in the streets interfering in the first place? No. Why is it not happening in every other state? ICE is happening. They have going across all the states in the country. There is no other riots, no other giant protests like there. I'm just saying. So
I agree that people should engage in peaceful protesting. I think that people should really push their First Amendment right to freedom of speech and, freedom to record, freedom of the press, to ensure that we have legal observers watching over the duties of ICE agents to incentivize them to act in accordance with the law. I don't really see how any of this is relevant to why you support Trump, and that's a question being asked.
I support Trump because I voted for getting the illegal people out of our country that Joe Biden let in. All right, this wouldn't be happening if Joe Biden didn't let the border wide open.
Yeah.
None of this would be happening.
When did Biden open the border?
Well, he just kind of laxed on the border and just let people come in.
Didn't do anything. So this means that it was open under Trump then, because if Biden didn't.
No.
Well, it had to be. Let me explain it. Let me explain this. I really want to try to explain this here.
Okay, I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk.
Because this is important to explain. So if you're saying that Biden opened the border by doing nothing, then this just means that Trump had open border policy under his first term that Biden just left alone. Because if Biden did nothing and Trump had left really good and certainly secure border policy, then it wouldn't have opened by Biden doing nothing. So you're either suggesting here that Trump opened up the border in his first administration, or Biden actively did something to open it under his administration.
Yes, Biden actively relaxed border positions. He said, everybody come here.
He relaxed border control. No, the only person that suggested people come here was Trump when he was screaming on Fox News, Truth Social, Newsmax, so on and so forth for 4 years straight that the border was wide on open and anybody could come right on through. That is the only president who's capable of screaming and shouting from the tops of the hills and mountains to people in South America and people across this world to come into this country. Okay, and now just about your support of ICE in general, about this agenda of deportation. I don't think anybody within their right mind should support mass deportation, not only because of all of the inhumane outcomes that we've seen in the last year, where people have been murdered in the streets of this country. We have seen parents separated from their children. We've seen parents illegally detained with their children in Texas detention centers, like Liam Ramos and his father, illegally, by the way, because his father was a legal immigrant and asylum seeker, that were then held there for weeks, leaving the 5-year-old Liam Ramos puking up food, refusing to eat, losing weight,
1
okay,
week,
just to be
Dean,
released
1
by a
week.
judge that checked the
1
lawlessness of
week.
ICE, not to mention the
1
other
week.
lawlessness that we've seen from ICE, like them refusing to comply with the law and arguing that they should be able to arrest people under typical normal circumstances without judicial warrants, okay, which is strictly unconstitutional and strictly in violation of local, state, and federal law across this country, okay, to other scenarios like the Trump administration illegally deporting people like Abrigo Garcia to Sica in El Salvador in violation of his constitutional rights, okay, where he was then beaten or tortured, or the other Venezuelan immigrants who were illegally deported to that same place in El Salvador in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights, who were then also beaten and tortured. Those are all of the inhumane outcomes of ICE plus many more. It would take me like an hour to get through it all, and that is on top, okay, of the economically destabilizing effects that mass deportation has. That is on top of how it negatively impacts our labor force or reduces our government revenue or strains our social safety nets or costs us trillions. So there's a
I
lot
talk
that's
now?
wrong here, my friend.
Can I talk now?
Yes.
Thank you. I was very I tried talking back. I let you finish your rebuttal. All right. So when Obama deported way more people and had literal kids in cages, and Joe Biden was part of the kids in cages, and the mainstream media didn't want to cover it. What do you got to say about that? I mean,
I'll happily respond to the arguments about
can I finish?
Obama
Can
and
I
his
finish?
deportations
Can I-
after you
can I
respond to
finish, please?
everything that I just listed that was relevant
I
insofar as
finish?
why you shouldn't support it today.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah.
Please, can I finish?
Yeah.
All right, more people were murdered under Obama than they have been under Trump. You're covering 2 murders, 3 murders at most.
9, actually.
Under 9? Okay, 9. Oh, 9. Okay, there were 60, 65, 64 under Obama.
Okay.
I-
Well, let me. I guess I'll
see-
respond to all this when you're done.
CNN went for a ride along with Obama. Yes, it is true. CNN went for a ride along with Obama. They glorified ICE when he was doing his deportations. When he was putting children in cages. Why did they put children in cages? I mean, everybody was outraged at that. Everybody. I mean, I was outraged at children in cages. Shouldn't you be? I mean, everybody was. So why is it okay for one president to say, hey, buy your own deportation, we'll give you money, leave the country? No, I support Trump. I 100% support Trump. He's not putting children in cages. He's doing
Are
the
you
right
done?
thing and getting all
You
these,
still have more to say?
yeah, he's getting all these
Okay,
illegals
so you're
out
just
of the
kind of
country.
whining. Okay.
No, do I think that he's doing it the right way? Yes. Do I think ICE tactics are wrong? Yes. I support getting all the illegals out of here. Do I think the tactics they are using are wrong? Yes. Do I think people should die for the First Amendment? No. All right? We can agree on that point. Everything else is just hearsay. I mean, Trump is doing a good job for our country. Everybody's 401ks are up. The stock market's doing great.
Before you completely pivot and move on to the economy, I would at least at the bare minimum, you allow me to respond to your pivot away from all the facts that I brought up insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump's mass deportation. So I'm going to go ahead and take the mic away from you now. So first and foremost, I brought up about 1,000,001 facts insofar as why you shouldn't support the mass deportation that we see to be true in America today. In response, you ignored everything that I said, and then you went, but Obama, but Obama, but Obama, but Obama. Okay? So to quickly, in synopsis, respond to everything that you claimed about Obama, you argued that there's 64 ICE murders in his 8 years. That claim is simply false, as there was only 56 deaths in ICE custody during the Obama administration. Okay, including 6 suicides and at least 1 death after an attempted self-unaliving. Okay, now for the other 57 deaths that remained under the Obama administration, the Detention Watch Network, okay, who's a pro-immigration group, okay, that focuses on humane treatment for those in custody, identified that there are 8 deaths that were in non-compliance with ICE medical standards as contributing causes, and they also identified 4 of these deaths as preventable. Okay, so for those 8 people that died under the Obama administration in 8 years because of a non-compliance to the medical standards of ICE, okay, including the 4 that were preventable, okay, we would all universally condemn that. We'd all say that that's a bad thing, okay, but that is still distinct, unique, and different from 9 people literally being murdered at the hands of ICE agents in 1 fucking month under Donald Trump's second term. But I did something really nice there by even responding to the points that you brought up after you went, but Obama, because I want you to genuinely respond to the argument that I gave you insofar as why Trump's mass deportation is bad. I do not want a pivot. I do not want a deflection. I do not want you to obfuscate. I want you to strictly respond to the argument that I gave you that Donald Trump's mass deportation is bad because of the inhumane outcomes that we've observed in this country, following 70% of deportees not having any criminal record, being sent to El Salvador and CICOT, where there's various and multiple reports from individuals and human rights watches on top of the UN of literal torture and abuse taking place. Okay, the multiplicity of deportations that have taken place in direct violation of the Constitution, like all of the undocumented immigrants deported with no due process that Trump has said can't come back and we got to get them over there, or even the people who are citizens because they were born here that Donald Trump has now attempted to unconstitutionally take their birthright citizenship away from just to then deport to that same place in El Salvador. Then I also want you to respond to the points that I brought up insofar as how it's so bad for the economy.
Okay. Can I talk now? Did you
Yes,
unmute me?
but don't pivot, don't deflect, don't obfuscate.
pivot.
Respond to those points.
Okay. The immigration raids, the way they are going, they are only going that way because people are protesting, because I don't know who's calling what calls, but they would not be going that way. Like they're not going in every other state. There's no mass protest, no agitations, no nothing like that. So why is it only happening in one state? Can you
Okay,
answer me that?
so not only did you not respond to everything that I said, in fact, you just attempted to give a response to one point that I didn't immediately bring up and rather brought up at the beginning of this live that we've already somewhat talked through. Okay, right?
Sorry,
And
I have
you're talking about Renee Good and
I have
Alex
my-
Preddy.
I have
Okay,
my
like
twin
listen,
boys here.
I understand that that's a state where people are protesting, but guess what? Okay, the burden, okay, for the murder, okay, of these citizens shouldn't fall on the citizens that were murdered because they didn't comply, because they didn't stay inside and they went outside and protested. That burden should fall on the LEOs that are supposed to be trained that engaged in the use of excessive force, leading to the murder of Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, and many others. But once again, you weren't even really responding to the points that I made there. Please now try to respond to the points that I brought up.
All right, sorry. Can you please bring your points up again? Like I said, I have my twin boys down here with me, and I'm not.
Then maybe it's
trying-
just a better idea
I'm
for you
not
to come
trying
back later
deflect.
so you could.
No. Leave me up here. I'm sorry. My twin boys are right here. If
Nah, bro,
hear
you get
them-
it. And don't apologize for
I'm
like watching your
100%
kids.
trying to
Okay,
debate
all good
you.
parents should watch
My
their
boys
kids.
just woke up. My boys just woke up. Can you please go upstairs, boys?
Nah, man, sorry, I'm kicking you out. Okay, you're gonna have to focus on those kids. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if y'all would follow the rules. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Please. We got that next guest, Maddie, loading up into the box right now. Yeah, so he was like truly like deflecting and pivoting away from all the points that I brought up before. Okay, he had to watch over his kids, so. I'm just honestly going to disconnect him, not only so he could watch on his kids, but also so we could attempt to try to find a debate that is rather more cogent. Let's try to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Hey, over on Super Chat, I appreciate you for the $10. Odin, that is Odin. Odin with the $10 says, I love you, man. Thank you for what you do. Love you too, Odin. Appreciate you so much. Then Camp, appreciate you for the $10, who says Obama didn't have mass thugs and alligator Alcatraz. Obama's handling of immigrants was bad. Trump's was worse. Two things could be true at once. I could not agree more, Camp. Welcome into Sport Trump, Mikey.
Mikey.
Oh, sorry. Whoa, I meant to bring Mikey up. Sorry, Cody. I actually am still going to now bring Mikey up. You take care. I meant to click on Mikey. All right, we got Mikey loading in now, folks. Hello, Mikey. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. I'm going to thank a couple people, then we could start our debate. Hey, Aaron!
That's
Thank
fine.
you for the $10 donation over on Venmo, who says, in Columbus, Ohio, protesting is what's happening here, especially outside the place where they take detainees. MAGA needs to watch something other than propaganda. Could not agree more, Aaron. Appreciate you for the $10. Same thing goes for you, Angelino. Angelo, appreciate you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. That is ANGELO. Angelo says, hey, Dean, my birthday was yesterday, and I just finished watching the VOD, and was so happy that you got so many MAGA losers to run. Well, Angelo, I hope that you had a great birthday yesterday. Happy late birthday to you, my friend, and thank you. Thank you so much for that $25 donation. You're pretty awesome, Angelo. Same thing goes to Elizabeth. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Elizabeth. And Allison, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Brianna, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, thank you for continuing to advocate for all people. I try my best. And then Miss Brittany, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brittany. Brittany with the $20 says, thank you for educating the uneducated. Well, I mean, we want to make more people wake up to the truth. And I think the only way to do that is to have these conversations and push for more critical thought. Appreciate you for the $20, Brittany. I want to see 200 Brittany W's. And then Amber, thank you so much for the $1. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the 50-cent Zoe. Yolana, thank you for the $7. And it looks like we're all caught up. The mic and the floor are yours. How the hell do you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Why is he the worst president in the world right now?
Well, he's the worst president of your life. For,
one reason. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I want to clarify. Just one reason.
One reason why he's the worst president of your life? Well, I feel like that's kind of like a multifaceted issue. I mean, I could try my best. One
Economically
reason,
wise.
No, listen. You said one reason. One reason why he's the worst president of your life is because he does not care about the Constitution. Also, I'm just now learning that I mispronounce Angelo's name. I'm really sorry for butchering your fucking name. But go ahead and respond to that at this point, please, Mikey.
How was Biden not unconstitutional?
Biden never intentionally and belligerently infringed on the Constitution like Trump. Biden never called for the termination of the Constitution like Trump.
So Joe Biden never transferred debt to taxpayers who didn't attend college or already paid loans?
Biden didn't do what?
He didn't transfer debt to taxpayers who didn't attend college or already paid loans.
I think that you're reading off of Google, but I think I know what you're talking about. Wait, so what you're talking about is when SCOTUS ruled that his first round of student loan forgiveness was unconstitutional, so then he found a constitutional way to do it. And I think that the SCOTUS case determined the reason why that was unconstitutional was transferring the debt to people that never attended college. So that's what I think that you're talking about. And see, yeah, this wasn't intentional nor belligerent. And in fact, I think that, this fact only really shined because after SCOTUS made that ruling, well, the checks and balances worked. Then he found a constitutional way to do it. Unlike Trump, I mean, who has been just like really honed in to the demise and destruction of this country with an intentional and belligerent attack on the Constitution, like with Executive Order number 14160, when he tried to take citizenship away from citizens in violation of their constitutional rights. That should be a red line, okay? Like when he called for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022, he said that we might need to get rid of it. That should be a red line, okay? Like all these things matter, but they don't matter to him. And how could we expect law and order to matter to a criminal? I mean, it was found criminally guilty of 34 felonies, held civilly liable for rape, held civilly liable for evaluation of his properties. Yes, they are. Held civilly liable for defrauding his university and his charity.
Okay,
not to mention that right now he's actively defying Congress and breaking federal law to protect predators with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's a whole mess. Not to mention his own involvement in the Epstein Files. These are the really big reasons. Okay, why you really shouldn't support him.
His own involvement in the Epstein Files that everybody's concerned about are all accusations. I just
how many accusations does a man need before you believe that they're guilty? Okay, when I'm seriously reading 7 of these accusations, including many, okay, that were made to the FBI under threat of perjury, meaning that if they were lying, they could have been sentenced to 8 years in jail for lying about SA, particularly, on top of the other 6 from women and girls across the last 20 years. And then when you compile that and add it to what we know to be true, certainly, like the fact that he raped E.G. and Carroll because that's what a court determined, or the fact that he sexually exploited naked women and girls by following them into their dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA because that's something he admitted to. Okay, it's I don't know. I think you're kind of crazy to say he's an innocent, good guy that's never engaged in sexual violence.
I never said he was innocent. I also
So then you accept that he's engaged in sexual violence?
I can accept what we have heard from the court and from the judges of these cases.
So then you accept that he's a rapist that was best friends with Epstein. That is accusations from like 7 women and girls.
He was not best
that he
friends
raped
from
women and
Epstein.
girls
He
with
kicked him out
Epstein.
of his club as soon as he figured out what he was doing.
That's not even true. Actually, okay, there was already public information before he kicked him out of his club that local authorities were considering pursuing charges against him for trafficking in minor. And Donald Trump has actually said the reason why he kicked Epstein out of his club is because he quote unquote poached his masseuses. And we are now learning that masseuse was a minor, 17 years old. Okay, that is crazy, very predatorial. Okay, but like, just respond to my question there. All right, do you accept that Trump is a rapist? Because you said that you would accept what the court's determined, and that is what a court has determined.
I do not believe he is a rapist.
Okay, then you don't accept what the courts have determined, so why did you lie?
Because he hasn't been convicted.
He was held
in
civil
criminal
liable,
court.
which is being found guilty in a civil court.
He wasn't convicted in criminal court.
So why don't you believe civil courts?
Because he wasn't convicted in criminal court. He never served
You're not
time.
answering my question, but he was found guilty in a civil court. Why do you not believe civil courts?
I mean, I don't know. I think that
You don't know? You don't know, so you're basically saying even though a court determined it, you're just going to reject it with no good reason whatsoever, and then just parrot the same talking point you heard on Fox News, right?
He wants another shot at the false accusations because she somehow brought their only evidence is not simple, clear evidence. So therefore, he fired his attorney. He wants a good attorney so he can actually prove his evidence that he did not do these false accusations.
Oh,
so
well,
therefore,
you're acting like he has a chance to prove he's innocent. No, I'm sorry. That chance already has been far gone. I mean, the court case.
Okay, so why is he not in jail?
2023.
Why is he not in jail for sexual assault?
Good question. I'm happy I could answer it and educate you. It's because civil courts don't determine criminal responsibility. They don't send people to jail. They determine financial responsibility, which would be forcing him to give her a shit ton of money. And the reason why she didn't pursue criminal charges is because literally she couldn't have because of the statute of limitations. If you don't know what a statute of limitations is, feel free to ask and I could tell you.
So if I go, don't anybody take this personally, but if I do have an SA case, I will not go to jail tomorrow for it.
If you have an SA case in a civil court, you will not go to jail tomorrow for it. Also, just by the way, a future recommendation for you, when you're like debating somebody and you're like asking these hypothetical questions about SA cases, don't use yourself as like the person with him. So say like hypothetically, if a man had an SA case, you know, like, do you have an SA case?
Hell no. I was just trying to
but like
use a
when you
reference.
use yourself as an example, it leaves me asking.
Okay, I meant
question in
John
my head.
Doe. If John Doe was to go do that tomorrow, sexual assault somebody, he got caught in 2027 for it. You're telling me he would not go to jail for it?
It would depend on the statute of limitations in the state.
But
now, in like Trump's scenario, okay, where he raped a woman in late 1995 or early 1996, and then that woman was not public about that fact until around 23 later, like many women are, okay, and then came out about it. Oh, you wonder why? Oh, I don't wonder why, because I know the answer is because of men like you. Rape culture, yes. Negative
Because she
impact
didn't-
for the
she didn't
victims
do
when
it
you come
until
out about
she-
it, even when you prove it inside of a court of law, okay? Like, obviously, the reason why so many women and girls don't come out about these things is because of people like you. They could prove it in a damn court against somebody who already has the character attributes of a man that would engage in these actions. You'll still disbelieve them with no reason whatsoever. Like, you couldn't even articulate the argument
Okay.
so far as why you don't believe civil courts.
In this argument,
okay?
give me a yes or no question so we
And
can
we're
talk
putting
about
all the
something.
blame on the victim instead of the perpetuator. That's why 60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities until the day they die.
Hold on. Okay. Can you give me a yes or no question? Because I want to ask you something else that's kind of off topic.
I can't give you a yes or no question, but I can ask you a open-ended question, meaning you get to answer it however you want. Here's the question. Earlier you said that you'd believe the courts. I then brought up the fact that the courts determined Trump raped E. Jean Carroll in a civil court. Okay? And then you said that you do not believe that court. Here's the question. Why do you not believe the outcome of the civil court that determined Trump raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll?
Because she had lack of evidence in court. And
How do you know this?
Because I don't know. I saw a video that Charlie Kirk made like a year and a half, 2 years ago that I listened to, researched it, found out it was true. I would have to look up on Google on what it
Charlie Kirk
was,
said it.
but I'm pretty sure the only evidence she had was a piece of paper signed by somebody. I have no idea what, but I'm pretty sure that was her only evidence, and her words that she was able to.
Absolutely not, dude. I wonder if anybody believes the things I say because I say them. I mean, the things I say are right, so I think the world would be better off, but we just need some more critical thought, you know? You shouldn't believe something to be true just because a singular man sent them.
No, I
okay?
looked it up. I backed it up.
All right, but like anyways, your claim that she didn't have any evidence is evidently false.
Do you only debate about MAGA? Do you only debate about MAGA? No, I'm not like hating or anything, but
so on these live streams, I try to convince people to stop supporting Trump as president.
Okay, I was gonna talk about. I'll honestly keep it to myself because I can't say anything public about it because something might happen to me.
What did you want to talk about?
What's your honest opinion on Israel, like both parties and everything funding Israel?
Yeah, you could say that Israel's bad, okay, without getting sniped. All right, you know that, right?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, you could say that Israel bad without dying. Okay.
I just can't burn their flag in my own country, so.
Okay, all right, and I think that that would be a violation of your First Amendment rights. All right.
But now, then why is it okay if these rioters burn American flags and they don't get arrested for it? Yeah, if they did get arrested by an ICE officer, they would say they'd be...
For the same reason, I think that you should have the legal ability to burn the Israeli flag.
So you think I should be able to burn the Israeli flag?
Yeah.
You think I should be able to burn the USA flag?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Do I burn American flag if a Democrat is in office because I tend to be more conservative?
Legally, you can do it. I just call you a little dumb.
But it's not legally. I can't do it.
Actually, yes, you can because of the let's see here, Texas v. Johnson SCOTUS court case of 1989 that ruled that burning the American flag is protected by the First Amendment as it is presumed to be symbolic speech.
Okay.
How would you feel if a Democratic president came along and then tried to take away your legal ability from burning the flag in violation of your First Amendment rights?
Honestly, I wouldn't have a problem with a Democratic president coming along.
You wouldn't have a problem with somebody violating your constitutional rights?
If a Democratic president came along and they could say, and they could do everything.
I want to answer my question. If a Democratic president came along, then banned your ability to like burn a flag, okay, even though SCOTUS has ruled the Constitution protects your ability to burn the flag, okay, meaning that
I didn't know SCOTUS ruled that.
Meaning that they'd be infringing upon your constitutional rights. It is true. Okay, would you have a problem with that?
I froze. Yo, hold on, it froze. Okay, you're back. Oh, sorry. What were you saying? Okay, hold on. So,
you're a weird motherfucker.
Do you think
you're a weird dude? You're a really weird guy, and you're just completely evading my question. By the way, the reason why he's evading.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. Just ask your question.
Yeah, I've already asked it 3 times. Okay, I have a question. A new question. One of your reposts says, "quote unquote," I hate Epstein. End quote. No, you don't. You just wasn't invited. What does that mean?
That's just a reference kind of to obviously I feel bad for everybody that was involved with the Epstein case, but I'm sure some of us can agree that some people affiliated with it that came out later were in it for the money, but they were getting taken advantage of, yes. But do you agree that some girls were inviting more and more girls and Epstein not knowing the age of?
We're going to move on to the next guest. I think that he was just trying to like victim blame the little girls that Epstein raped. We won't be doing that. Not on my live stream. Not anywhere. Let's move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Yeah, that's really gross. That's really gross, man. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to come here, Dean, and say that you are the best guy on this app, bro.
Dude.
I don't mean to waste too much time. I'm gonna hop out. I just wanted to say you are the fucking guy, bro.
Man, I appreciate you so much for your kind words, bro. You have a good rest of your evening. Yeah, we went from, I blame the 8-year-olds that Epstein raped to the, hey, man, I really like what you have to say. All right. You know what? I'm not even mad at you. I needed to hear that after that last guess, okay? Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jesus lover, are you MAGA? Hello? You got 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, and banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you want to come up here and have a debate with me about why you support Trump. I'm not going to lie, folks. I'm a little bit more low energy today than I am on a typical day of streaming because I've already been doing a whole bunch of work all day long getting my taxes figured out. So I'm going to try my best here to have some good debates. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Emily May, you have literally 5 seconds. I don't understand why people hop in the queue, accept the request to join, then just sit here and do nothing. It's really embarrassing,
Oh,
Emily.
Dean, you're so hot. I just want to grab your ass and...
Okay, well, I'd actually prefer that guest to be more like Emily and say nothing than say that, so that's pretty bad. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Please follow the rules, okay? You know what they are. You got to be at least 18. You got to be American, and you got to be MAGA. We're looking for Trump supporters to debate as always. Welcome in NKRIS. Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds. Once again, we just got another bot in the queue, apparently. Okay, and while they're gone, let's go to move on to the next guest, Max Williams. You know, it's really crazy. It's really crazy. You know, just the amount
Dean,
of bots
run
that
for
we apparently have
president,
inside of the
please.
queue. Well, you're not a bot, but you are not a Trump supporter, so we're going to go to move on, but appreciate you for the kind words, guys. Can we please do something to try to follow those rules, everyone? Let's try to do something to follow those rules, okay? Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Caden?
Dean,
Okay, what is going on with the males in the queue coming up here and moaning? I think I'd much prefer to just simply debate Trump supporters. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, hey, Sale, that is S-A-I-L. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 100 Sale. W Sale says, hello, I'm new to the channel here. I don't think we should believe or listen to what MAGA and the Trump base. They just bend the knee to their President Trump no matter what. More accountability / action. Well, welcome into the channel. We do listen to what MAGA has to say, but only to then prove it wrong. But if that's not your flow, I understand. But I appreciate you for the $10 and hope that you end up enjoying the streams. We're still trying to get a Trump supporter up here. Keep in mind, folks, that we actually have quite a lot of people watching. 8.4 thousand right now on TikTok, and we're struggling to find one out of nearly 20,000 people to debate us on why they're MAGA. Howdy, howdy, door hinge. What a name. Do you support Trump? It's another bot, dude. We have so many bots. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at this. This is nuts, everyone. Holy cow, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, Hector. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, sorry. Did I say 8.4 thousand people watching? I meant to say 18.7 thousand people watching. Hector, how old are you, my friend?
I'm 54.
Perfect, man. You're around my dad's age, so this should be a good conversation. I'm going to thank a couple people for their donations. Then the mic and the floor will be yours, and you can tell us why you're MAGA. First and foremost, over on Venmo, this just came through around 60 seconds ago. Mr. Andrew, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo, my friend. Andrew with the 20 says, what you do matters, and every small push is more pressure towards moving the needle and getting us out of this fascist hellscape. Well, I try my best, Andrew. I really hope that you're enjoying the live stream. And seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the $20 donation. Show some love to Andrew. Same thing goes for Bean. Bean, thank you so much for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, my name is Hannah. I live in North Dakota, and listening to you change the minds of Trump supporters gives me so much hope for the future of this country. You know what? I hear that from a lot of people, and I'm just happy. I'm happy that the live stream gives you hope and makes you feel a little bit better. Same thing with you, Angelo. Angelo, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Says Angelo again, like Michael Angelo. Thank you so much for clarifying. Anyways, hope you're having a good day, Dean. What did I say last time? Angelo? I'm sorry, Angelo. That's a big biff. Thank you so much for the $15. And then Alexa, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's go, Alexa. Same thing with you, Joseph. Joseph, thank you so much for the $20. Those are actually the last two on Venmo for now. Alexa with the $20 says, please let We Love America in. You roasted them last night and they got roasted by Parker a few moments ago. They get off on being put in their place. Sure, we'll bring them up next if that's what the people want. Appreciate you for the $20. Same thing to you, Joseph, with the 20, who says, Dean, you have the patience of a saint. Keep shredding the Trump supporters. You know, I've honestly learned that being patient is a necessity to host these conversations. It truly is. So I try my best. Over on PayPal, dude, we got the GOAT in the building. Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Holy cow, Kathy. That is C-A-T-H-Y. Kathy with $100 says for the GOAT. Dude, I'm teaching Kathy new lingo. Kathy's like, what, how old are you? Like 50, 60? Now I got her using words like GOAT. Man, I love this. I love Kathy so much. Please show some love to Kathy down below in that comment section. I'm trying to see 1,000 big old Kathy W's. Thank you so much for the love. And then same thing goes to Joseph and Janet. Thank you both for the $50 donations. Janet with the 50 says, I got to give it up to you again, my guy. You dump on these people and they can't even get up. I try my best, Janet. Let's get 500 Janet W's. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing goes to you, Joseph with the 50, who says, if a president is impeached, any politician that was in support of the impeachable offense should be impeached as well. You know what? I couldn't agree with you more, Joseph. We need to promote that idea more. Show some love to Joseph. Show some love to Janet. Show some love to Kathy. Show some love to all the donors. We're all caught up, so we'll hop back into that debate. But seriously, you guys, thank you. Thank you for the love. Hector, I appreciate you for your patience, man. As I said before, I started thanking some of the incredibly kind donors. The mic and the floor are yours. How the hell do you still support Trump as president?
Well, I do. One of my questions, something I wanted to say to you was, like, what's going on in Minnesota right now? I mean,
murder.
If there's criminals out there, why would you not want those criminals and different people of rapists and murderers and drunk drivers and people that cause harm to American citizens? Why would you not want them out?
You've actually made a false supposition. If there is an undocumented immigrant that's guilty of violent crime, I do either want them deported or thrown in jail. So does everyone else.
Right, but for some reason, as though they're protesting against it, but they don't know who they're protesting
against. That's not what they're protesting against. Don't be bad faith, Mr. Hector. What they're protesting against is, I don't know, the fact that they're literally murdering people in broad daylight. The fact that they're engaging in the use of excessive force, pushing people to the ground for standing and doing nothing, okay? Attempting to detain people because of the color of their skin or the accent in which they speak English in, or detaining legal immigrants like Liam Ramos's father, then holding both him and his 5-year-old son at a detention center, causing them to, go without food, and the 5-year-old sick and no longer eating. Like, it is the gross misconduct that we, the people, the true patriots of this country, are protesting.
So you think that they're not arresting people that are violent, that have committed crimes in the U.S.?
No, around 5% of their official deportations are of undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses.
But wouldn't it be much easier to get these people if the state would agree to fight with them?
Yes, it actually would be.
Know?
It would be significantly easier to identify and detain undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their records if the people were not protesting and the states were willing to cooperate with them. So then maybe we should examine why the people are protesting and many states aren't willing to cooperate with them to the fullest extent of the law. And once again, that's because of the vast misconduct and murders that we see perpetuated at the hand of ICE. So this actually means, in all reality, the reason why their efficacy at identifying and deporting undocumented immigrants who should be identified and should be deported ultimately falls back on themselves. They're the one responsible for their misconduct that is causing the protests. They're the ones responsible for the violent murders taking place in the streets of this country that are pissing people off and causing states to be unwilling to cooperate with them. Therefore, they're the ones responsible responsible for any reduced level of efficacy in the identification and detention and deportation of undocumented immigrants with those prior violent offenses.
Right, because for some reason, if they commit a violent crime or rape or anything else, all of a sudden they're let out of jail, where they have to go and find these people.
Well, actually, the only time I could really think of a rapist being let out of any form of accountability and of course that rapist would be Trump. I mean, he was held civilly liable by a court 2 years ago for raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. I mean, he wasn't sent to jail. He wasn't detained. He wasn't arrested. He wasn't deported. And in fact, you just voted him into the Oval Office. So, I mean, this whole time you've just kind of been wasting your breath, speaking as if you think that we, the people, are culpable of a grave wrongdoing for protesting the abuse of ICE, as that maybe somehow slows down their efficacy at the identification and arrest of undocumented immigrants with rape on their record. Meanwhile, you actually directly voted for a rapist to skate any accountability, and you put him into the most powerful position available to any human alive.
Well, it seems as though they're just trying to use any means possible to get this man out of office.
Oh, I forgot. You basically deny that the courts are right when it's Trump. Yeah. Such a shame. You know, it's like you think the courts are so accurate when it's about immigrants that you think that we should just empower these mass thugs to break the law, violate the Constitution, all because of the accuracy of their courts and their determinations of the prior crimes of undocumented immigrants, rather that be the undocumented immigration in the first place, or like prior violent crimes on their record. You just think it's so accurate. But then all of a sudden, when it's a court that determines Trump raped a woman, you know, it couldn't matter less. They're wrong. We should deny it. We should ignore it. That's very hypocritical. No IQ.
No, I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that people who commit crimes in the United States should be held accountable.
Then why shouldn't Trump?
I mean, I understand you're going to say, well, why shouldn't Trump get held accountable?
Right.
But at the same time, I'm saying people are breaking the laws every time, and if
like Trump, every day Trump is breaking a law, particularly the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
So once they release that and they get the Epstein file out, then what? Because I mean, this Epstein thing's been going on since 2008, where he got arrested, and they only charged him. They only charged Epstein for so much, and then they let him out of the jail. But now all of a sudden it's such a hot issue. Why didn't they do something about it back in 2008, 2009?
I'm confused on the merits of the question that you're asking me. I think that
I'm saying
I think that we should all criticize. Okay, we should all criticize the Florida Department of Justice for letting Epstein somehow walk free after being found guilty for trafficking a minor. But that just is actually bumped back to the Republican legislation of the state.
I mean,
let's not only criticize the Trump administration, okay, for their illegal handling of the Epstein files today. Let's also criticize the Republicans in Florida that somehow let this man get found guilty of trafficking a minor, then walked free, right? But I mean, obviously, I think the reason why you're attempting to just completely change the topic of conversation is because you know that you're being caught red-handed, okay, in this full-blown hypocrisy in relation to the fact that you're like, oh, we need to hold people accountable for their crimes, but when Trump is found guilty of rape, ignore it. When Trump is found guilty of 34 felonies, ignore it. When Trump is found guilty of defrauding his university, ignore it. When Trump is found guilty of intentionally concealing classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, ignore it. When Trump is found guilty of of lying about the valuation of his properties to banks, ignore it. Okay, when Trump infringes on the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160, ignore it. When Donald Trump threatens an infringement on the First Amendment by saying it's now illegal to criticize him in the media, ignore it. When Donald Trump threatens an infringement on the Second Amendment by saying that he wants to find a way to take any and all gun ownership from law-abiding trans-American citizens, ignore it. When Donald Trump threatens to terminate the 22nd Amendment by suggesting that he wants to run for a third term, ignore it. When Donald Trump infringes on the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in states like Illinois, ignore it. When Donald Trump infringes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act by not releasing all the files by the legal deadline of December 19th, ignore it. When Donald Trump infringes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act again by making illegal redactions to the file, ignore it. When Donald Trump infringes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act for a third time by not explaining his illegal redactions by the legal deadline, ignore it. Okay, like are you starting to like pick up on what I'm putting down here? Do you see the hypocrisy?
No, I hear what you're saying, but do you feel like it's wrong on all points?
Exactly. Ignore it. Yeah. Fucking hell.
No, I mean, you know, on everything, you know, like the fact that there's so much fraud going on and so much money that's being taken away where we pay taxes.
Yep, and you ignored it. Ignored it. As I said, I literally, part of my argument was saying that you'd ignore it, and look at what you're doing right now. I mean, unreal.
No, I mean, you know.
Stop ignoring it. Address it. I'm sorry. No pivot. Address it.
Well, pretty much it feels like a witch hunt. Like whatever they can find, they're trying to find a way to get this man out of office.
Okay, I
But
named
yet
like
and still,
20 different ways Trump has broke the law. Pick one of them and describe with evidence how it was a witch hunt.
yeah. Well, pretty much it feels like a witch hunt.
So then pick one of them and describe with nuance and
He
evidence
was voted
why.
by the American people. He wasn't voted by
No,
nobody else.
Hector. Pick one of the 20 accounts I gave you of Trump breaking the law and explain with great nuance precisely how it was a witch hunt.
Pretty much they're going after this man.
You're not
to
being
hurt this
specific.
man.
Pick one of the accounts of Trump breaking the law or being found guilty of breaking the law and explain to me how that suggestion is a witch hunt with nuance and evidence.
I just watched the news.
Okay, so then the news should have given you that really evidence-based, nuanced, articulated position insofar as why it was a witch hunt. Let's hear it. Unless you happen to be watching news that is fully comprised of propagandistic talking points funded by the RNC to get more Republicans to win in elections, hinging on the fact that they know their viewers will not fact-check what they say and baselessly believe it. Okay, but that's obviously not the case. You're much more intelligent than that, Hector. So what is the evidence-based argument to demonstrate that at least one of these accounts that I detailed of Donald Trump breaking the law or being found guilty of breaking the law is just a purely a witch hunt?
I see some of these women that he said that he raped, and that's not the kind of woman he goes for.
Not the kind of woman he goes for. Okay, so Eugene Carroll in her grape case was a witch hunt because you think Eugene Carroll's ugly.
Hey, that's just me.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
That's just you. Okay. Well, first and foremost, the reason why you can't suggest that if you think a woman is ugly, therefore she certainly couldn't have been raped, is because men don't seem to grape because of physical attractiveness. They seem to grape because of power dynamics. Well, no, what's my evidence, may you ask? Maybe the fact that men grape the carcasses of dead fucking animals. Not to mention, it is so totally disrespectful to say that Eugene Carroll is ugly. Okay? Go look at a picture. Go look at a picture of her from the 90s. All right? She is and was an incredibly beautiful woman. And in fact, we know that Donald Trump found Eugene Carroll very attractive because under deposition in the court of law, he was given a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, who was also a beautiful woman. And he actually confused that picture of Marla Maples to be Eugene Carroll.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw you on TikTok. I thought I'd talk, and you're real clean like Charlie Kirk. I agree with Charlie Kirk on a lot of things that he said.
I don't doubt that.
And sometimes though, like I feel though everybody should have their own opinions, or feel they want to feel without having to be down to, or we're just ordinary people, that try to just live our lives, but it's a lot of times where
I think it's okay to put people down for their opinions if it is their opinions that led to the rise of modern fascism in this country.
Well, I don't feel like I'm a fascist because of my opinions.
I'm saying that your opinions led to the rise of a modern fascist. Of course, that fascist would be Trump.
Well, I think my president is doing the right things.
Well, I know that's what you think, but I've already described to you how you think wrong with evidence. And I feel like we're now at this standstill where we're in between a rock and a hard place in our dialogue here. Because when I bring evidence to refute what you say, you don't really care. Because you don't build your beliefs with evidence. Okay? Articulated critical thought won't sway you in one direction or the other. And I think that this is something that we all experience because of our biases. But we need to do our best to place those biases aside in valuing critical thought. Like, at the bare minimum, can I at least get you to acknowledge that we should build our beliefs off of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, if you can acknowledge that we should build our beliefs off of evidence, then what is the evidence to refute all of the evidence I gave in contradiction of your beliefs?
This.
There's none.
I just have a.
Right? There's none. So if you accept that we should build our beliefs on the basis of evidence, and I mean, you're kind of admitting right now that you don't have any evidence for your beliefs nor any counter arguments against mine. What does that tell you? It tells you that you're wrong and I'm right. That's what it tells you, Hector.
So okay, but like I on a different point, like, so should those people be out in the middle of the street and protesting the way they're protesting? There's such a thing as peaceful protest. Then there's another thing that's called destructive protesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually going to go and shoot a text to Parker real quick. Yo, would you be able to cover me while I pee? Lol. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the TikTok stream. Then unfortunately, I'm going to disconnect Hector because Hector is completely ignoring the last billion points I made. Let's go and move on to the next guest right now. I see that Creed is in that comment section. Is he still here? He said in that chat, let me up, I'm pissed. But it looks like he may have left. Welcome into You Support Trump. What the hell is your name? The Patriot Factor.
Absolutely, I support Trump.
All right. Are you driving?
I am. Have earpieces in.
Well, I really want to talk to you, but you cannot be driving on TikTok Live. Is there any way I could convince you to pull over?
Sure, I'll pull over right now.
Okay. Fucking perfect. I'm gonna
pulled over. Go ahead.
You already pulled over?
I'm on the side of the road. Go ahead.
Okay, would you mind disconnecting me from any Bluetooth and just holding the phone up to your face?
Oh my goodness. Sure.
Higher quality of the audio.
Quality.
You know.
How's it going?
Oh, it somehow got worse, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Can't tell you. Strange.
I could hear your car going over the rumble strips. You lied to me. Get back in that queue. Get back in that queue when you're not driving. Okay? And don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, dude.
Yo, Dean. No, I'm pissed off at you, dude. I'm tired of this stuff. You joined Trinity's Live and crashed it again, dude. I'm tired. Dude, why would you do that?
First and foremost, can you calm the fuck down?
I am calm right now. I'm just pissed off. And then Santana joined.
I'm so pissed, dude.
Yes,
dude.
I am pissed.
Deep
I'm
breath.
freaking pissed.
Hey. Take
What?
a deep breath.
I'm pissed off at you, Dean.
Oh my god, you're always pissed, dude. Holy shit. It's honestly really
because
hard.
dude, it's because of what you did.
What did I do?
You joined Trinity's Live.
I joined
and crashed
Trinity's
it.
Live. How?
Yeah, and crashed
now,
it.
Important question. How did I join Trinity's Live?
By joining it, I don't know.
Oh, by like literally watching it, and then I said in a comment, "Hi guys," and then she said, "Oh my God, Dean's in my stream." Now I have to end it, even though the stream that she was hosting literally said, "Stop supporting Dean Withers. He sucks. Fuck him." You don't think that you don't think that I have the right to comment, quote unquote, "Hey guys," in a live that is all about me?
You're gonna try and use your words to manipulate her in her own life.
I just said, "Hey guys." No.
That might be manipulation.
Let's sit
word.
the sophistry and bullshit down for a second. I literally just said, "Hey." That's all I said.
Okay. Like what? Hey. Yeah.
Exactly. What?
You don't have the right.
Your point is just dead in the water.
You don't have the right to come in people's live streams.
I absolutely have the right to go into anybody's live stream. In fact, there is an implicit acceptance when you start a live stream that anybody could tune in, okay? I didn't have to give permission. I don't know who's in the chat right now. For fucking for Sammy Norris. Sorry, Morris. This is a random viewer. Sammy Morris. I just clicked on them from the comment section. I did not have to give explicit permission to Sammy Morris to join my live stream, okay? Because that was implicitly stated when I clicked the button to go live on a platform, knowing that anybody on that platform would join.
You knew what you were doing, and you made her cry.
I made her cry just because I said hi.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, it sounds like a her issue.
What? Wow. Wow, Dean Withers. Wow.
Wow, I know. I'm like really dropping
Wow.
truth nukes today. Wow, I'm cooking.
Wow.
I'm cooking. I know.
I think you need you need some radiation. Sea turtle radiation.
What?
You need some sea turtle radiation.
Okay, now you just sound like like a troll. Is
Because
this
like
a
you're
bit?
you're actually crazy. Like genuinely you're crazy.
Sea turtle radiation? Is this a bit? Are you doing a bit?
I told you about this last time and then you were like, "Oh my gosh, he's so crazy." Like, dude, you're actually
I mean,
crazy.
I just hear that you need sea turtle radiation.
told
It's just like
Parker
this
this.
is like obviously a
Parker
troll.
said he would watch it. Parker said he would watch it.
What is sea turtle radiation?
Oh my gosh, I explained it all to Parker.
Okay, then explain it again, fuckface.
Dude, you're gonna stop. No, you're gonna stop with a fuck face. Like you're
Also,
sounding like.
that was a fuckface with a PH. Phil.
Dude, shut
Get
the.
it?
Dude,
Like
you would not say
PH
it to me in
from
real life.
Phil to, like, you know,
Stop, dude. No, stop,
Okay.
bro. You would not say that to me in real life. I
Okay.
promise you, you wouldn't.
Well, I
Anyway.
think I don't think I would say that to you in real life because I want to
Exactly.
get within like 10 meters of you.
Because you're scared of me,
I
I
don't
know.
like to scream. No, because you probably smell bad.
I smell bad, really. I
Yes,
actually
yes,
smell
we
very
could tell
great.
you don't shower.
I don't shower.
Yes, yes, yes.
Do you want me to go get in the shower right now?
What? Well, yes, but leave the live first. Like, yeah, it's been like a month.
No,
dude.
I took a
This
shower
is an
literally
emergency.
yesterday.
Like, yes, I
Dude,
do want
shut
you to
up.
like.
No,
I
you're
do
not
want you to
funny.
go get in the
You're not
shower
funny.
right now.
You're
Like,
not
of
funny.
course, leave the live first. But like, this is a national emergency.
bro.
Go get
No,
in the
shut up.
fucking shower.
You're trying to disrespect me. Stop. I'm tired.
You
of it.
asked me a question and I gave you an honest answer.
No, because bro, you're not funny.
Dude, you said, "Do you want me to go get in the shower right now?" I said, "Yes." This is an emergency.
I literally-
At
hold on
once,
one
put the
second.
phone
Well, hold on,
down,
stop.
leave the
Shut up.
live, and get the fuck in the shower.
I smell good right now, actually.
Well,
I smell good.
it's called smell blindness, nose blindness. It's kind of you
No, I smell
marinated it for
good.
too long.
I
It's
smell
like you
good.
don't even notice
I smell
it.
good.
Is that
No,
like the top layer of Axe? Is it? Do you reapply
Axe?
every
I don't
30
use
minutes?
Axe.
Oh, so
What?
you use something Febreze?
I use
'Cause
Old
I think that
Spice.
I think
I
that
use Old
Febreze has
Spice.
like an active
Febreze? What? Dude, no, you're actually trying to disrespect me in front of 20,000 people plus whatever's on YouTube, and I'm not gonna sit here and deal with that. I will, dude.
Okay, then leave.
Non-violently, Dean.
If you're not going
Withers,
to
we're
sit
gonna
here and deal with it, then leave. No one is forcing you to be here.
We're gonna
Phil.
deplatform you December 31st, 2026. By then,
Oh,
you will be deplatformed.
Yeah, it's gonna work, Phil. You know what? Every attempt
God,
that's
dude,
ever been
we
made
have
to
a plan. I have a group chat, man. I have a group chat where we go over plans all the time.
you have a plan to deplatform me.
Yes.
Is this a threat?
No, not a threat.
How are you going to deplatform?
You're gonna
me,
do it
Phil,
yourself.
please?
No, you're gonna do it yourself.
I'm gonna do something on December 31st. It's gonna
No,
inevitably lead
Biden.
to my deplatforming.
Well, no, you're gonna do it. No, not that you're gonna do something. You're gonna personally take down your account. You know what I mean?
Okay. Whatever you say, Phil.
Dude. That's why you're so.
Oh, dude, that wasn't even intentional at
No,
times,
bro.
dude. You know, Phil,
No,
I feel
bro,
like
you
it's.
know what
I
you
feel
are.
like it's. I feel like it's been a while.
Dude,
This
actually,
one's-
stop.
Just,
Stop.
just
Stop.
reel it in. Just reel it in.
up.
Just reel it in, buddy.
I bet I catch more fish than you.
Reel it in. Reel
Probably
it
not
in,
fish.
my friend.
Stop using that term. You probably never even fished in your life, bum.
Really, very nice. Very nice. Okay.
Do not get
before
Parker
we
up here.
continue, I'm gonna thank a couple people because I meant to do this before you came up, but you joined and you were like, "I'm fucking pissed." Okay, and then you just like went right into it. But I need to thank a couple donors. I was gonna do this, but like I said, or I could even be like, "Phil, give me a second." You just went into the you know what I mean? So just give me a second. Greg, thank you so much for joining the membership team over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, Greg. Show some love to Greg. Same thing with you, Omega. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I'm trying to get everybody watching now to show some love to Omega. Down below for the 20 who says, read the new Epstein files for yourself. It's sadistic and Cheetos all over it. I've read through quite a few. They're so fucking disgusting. And then Hawkeye, thank you for the 10 membership gifts over on YouTube. Hawkeye, that is insanely kind of you. Show some love to Hawkeye down below. I'd also over on Vimeo like to thank Jacob for the $10 who says, make Phil clean again. Now that is a movement I could get behind, Mr. Jacob. Laura, thank you so much for the $25 donation over in Vimeo. Laura, that's crazy. Thank you for the love. Laura says to give Phil Phil a hard time. Well, I think he needs a hard scrubby-dubby-dub. Dude, he's going to have to pull out, like, the metal sponge to really get that grime off. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for the $25, Laura. And then Serenity, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, wait, I'm confused. Did Phil change his name to Creed? I think so, Serenity. I don't know. Yeah, he used to be Phil. You're right. Thank you for the $10. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Show some love to Nicholas. Reba and Lexi, appreciate y'all for the 5. Then Kimberly, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Hey, Dean, I just sent a request today at high school in Texas. We held an ice walkout, 10 plus miles. A Trump supporter chased us with a gun. Please text email. Okay, I'll send a message to that TikTok account, Kimberly. I'd love to learn more so we could talk about it. Thank you for letting me know. That's insane, and I'm so sorry that happened. Bethany, thank you for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Show some love to Bethany down below. Thank you so much. And then S, thank you so much for the $75 donation over on Venmo. That is insanity. Holy crap. S with the $75 says, thank you for your patience, persistence, and warrior spirit. The mom in me worries that you are so often sick, and I want you to take care of yourself. Please rest. You've earned it. So much love from S. Well, first and foremost, I'm not sick. I just look sick because I'm always like closing my eyes because of these blinding lights, but I promise I'm okay. Thank you so much for that love, S. I'm trying to see 1,000 SWs. Same thing to Angelo. Thank you for another $15. Appreciate you so much for the love, and good luck playing Dungeons and Dragons, my friend. Natasha with the $5 says, thank you for educating me. I appreciate you for that love. And then Suzanne with the $5. Appreciate you so much. And then Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, Dean, please talk about the Minnesota Department of Correction website correcting the falsehoods put out by DHS as a justification for their start in Minnesota. I emailed you the link. Oh, look at that literally right now, Hannah. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention, and thank you so much for the $20. Then Brooke with the $10 says, do you still do cameos? I think I disabled it. Should I re-enable it? Madison, appreciate you for the $10. Who says, I really enjoy watching your debates. WU Madison. Michael with the $10 says, thank you for the thing that you do. Well, thank you for the kindness, and thank you for the $10. And then same thing for you, Bria. Thank you for the $10. Heather, thank you for the $15. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. And then Damon with the $5. We are all caught up. Once again, Heather sent $15 with a message. Great life. Thank you so much for the love, Heather. You are.
By the way,
fantastic.
everybody in the chat, Dean Withers pays people to come up here and act stupid so that he can make himself look smart against fake Trump supporters.
Like
just so you guys know. Like me? No, I don't. I would not accept your money because I'm not a grifter like you. Anyway,
who do I pay?
You definitely pay. I don't know. Just you probably pay people to fill your queue, and you. Like,
is this your way of rationalizing just how truly dumb Trump supporters are?
No, there's definitely some dumb Trump supporters. I mean, it's mainly.
Then why would I
MAGA
have to pay them to come up?
Well, because they know that they're stupid.
Why would I have to pay them when they just want to join? I mean, they do join, right?
I don't know, man.
Like you joined. Like I didn't pay you to join.
I'm not
I'm
not stupid.
It seems like really stupid Trump supporters like want to come up.
I have a
on the
147
live.
IQ, so you're trying to associate me with being stupid? Yeah, sure, buddy.
147 IQ. Hey, buddy, what's the biggest word you know?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
You had like 4 mispronunciations in that.
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. You do not have a 147 IQ.
Yes, I do.
Wrong.
Oh my gosh. Dude, you know what? I've been meaning to ask him this anyway.
Well, I'm actually bringing up Parker for a very specific purpose. Maybe you've been watching for more than 10 minutes at home. You know exactly why I have Parker.
Yeah, you got to go
live
take a
right
pee.
now.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
cool.
so true. Do you just typically pee your pants?
Trinity's in here. Trinity's in here.
Okay.
You should get her up. She's pissed at you too.
No, I'm good. Parker, are you loaded in?
Yeah, I'm here. Hopefully I'm not lagging though.
Hey, man, I appreciate you so much for covering me real quick. I just really got to go pee. For everybody at home, I'm going to be passing the mic down to Parker here for a second while I go pee, and then we'll get back to the debate. See you all momentarily.
Did the sea turtle radiation work for you? You said you were going to use it.
No, it didn't work.
Did you actually watch the 8-hour video?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. I fell asleep to it.
Dude, obviously you don't have a big enough TV.
What? Why not?
Because obviously, listen, first of all, you need to watch more than just 8 hours. You need usually people need about at least 16, 24. You probably need 100
I've been watching
hours.
it every single night. I've done it. I did it. I've done at least 4 nights of it, dude. 4 nights of 8 hours.
I know.
Do the math.
Do you give me consent to scan you?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you have not watched it. I can just tell.
I have. What are you, dude? What are you talking about? Don't make me start it again, Creed.
I can tell that you have not watched it, Parker.
Creed, don't make me start everything again.
Okay, what's the name of this?
You said this was gonna undeanify me. You said this was gonna make it so that I don't.
Damn, Dean, I know you did not. Let him plug his thing. Dean, I know damn well you did not wash your hands.
He said that I was gonna undeanify myself by listening to.
I know you did not wash your hands.
Sounds.
You're
and radiation stuff.
Yeah, you're only saying this to
didn't.
attempt to get me back because I said that you haven't.
How did you?
showered in forever.
How did you pee that fast and wash?
Buddy, okay,
You don't wash
listen,
your hands.
this is going to be a
You
little
don't wash your
TMI,
hands.
but after doing these live for 2 years, you know what my friends call me? The quick pisser. All right, because I know how to piss real quick.
Okay, dude,
So
I'm cringing.
not
I'm leaving.
leaving.
Bye.
So I'm not
Bye.
leaving the viewers of the
Bye.
live
Bye.
stream gone for too long. Now my hands are washed. Thank you, and clean.
No, they
Thank
aren't.
you. Now, whenever I leave and I unplug this, I have external speakers that I connect the audio to, and I can still hear it from the bathroom. Parker, appreciate you for covering me while I was using the restroom. Thank you so much. And I heard you talking about scanning him. Okay, dude, you got to stop the troll,
Yeah.
Creed. You know, go find something else to do with your life. Just give it up.
I'm
You know
not
it's a bit.
trolling.
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
Cool.
listen.
Think what you want.
I want you. To
I don't
give it
really
up.
care, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
The only thing you seem to care about is being called Phil, right?
Stop.
Everything else is just secondary. We're going to move on to an actual
Sure, I
debate
guess.
only up inside of that cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate you also very much if you could do that for me. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. We got the next guest, Valeria, loaded up into the box right now. Actually, we got T-Music connecting to that live stream. All right, yeah, I washed my hands in the bathroom, and we just washed our hands of him. Thank you so much, the Tattoo Penguin, for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, and yes, I've considered doing a Q&A once a week. Bria, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Bria, I'll make sure to take a look at that right now. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm not gonna lie, Dean. I forgot I was in here and I pressed the button on accident, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave. See you, Dean.
Well, okay, I think that they're a Trump supporter, but I don't think they want to debate. We're going to try to find a Trump supporter that does want to debate. Only joining the queue if you're MAGA, please. Oh, this guy's name is Jameson. His profile picture is him at the gym, and it says in his bio that he's from Florida. This will be a good debate, guys. Holy cow. No, Jameson left. Come back, Jameson. Come on, dude. Come on, what are we doing, Jameson? Get back in that queue. Okay, well, we got Landon loaded up in. Hey, No Face, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat as well. Show some love to No Face down below.
Wants to go live
No
with
Face
me.
with the 10 says.
Hello?
Age?
Oh, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And do you support Trump?
I don't, but I just love you so much, Dean.
Well, I love you too, Landon, but you know the rules of the live. We're looking for MAGA. And because you broke the rules, you are permanently banned. I'm going to have my mods blow up your house. Just kidding. I can't say that. I think that might be illegal. It might be considered a terroristic threat. So for any LEO watching the live stream, I should clarify that was actually a joke that I will not be repeating. Give me some slack. Welcome in, Johnny Boy. Do you support Trump?
Oh no.
4.5. Moving on to
Nigger.
the next guest. Yeah, he's definitely a Trump supporter. Screaming the N-word. Very, very disgusting. Moving on to the next guest, we have Matthew Coyotes joining that live stream. Now, I was in the middle of attempting to read No Face's message. No Face with the $10 says, you think that the CIA is making Epstein memes to desensitize us and to make us think of him as a funny guy distracting us from his crimes and who he's connected to? That is quite the conspiracy theory, but I would say if any conspiracy theory were to be true, I think it might be that one. Welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support him.
And how old are you?
20-year-old.
And how long do you expect him to believe you for?
Excuse me.
Very obvious troll. Grace, thank you for the galaxy. So right now, guys, we are experiencing a mass exodus of MAGA. Like, seriously, y'all. We have 18.7 thousand people watching us on TikTok right now. Any and all Trump supporters are invited to join the live stream to have a debate, and we can't find one. Okay, so if you want something to cling on to, a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, this metaphorical symbol of hope for the future, it's just simply the fact that we, the people, don't truly support Trump to the degree that Trump would like you to think we do. Okay? This live stream is open to anyone and everyone. We're looking for Trump supporters to talk to. And while we have so many people in here, just a moment, we had 20,000 people concurrently on TikTok, we can't find one Trump supporter to come up here and talk to us. So it's either that there really aren't as many Trump supporters as Trump would like you to think, or there is a whole lot of Trump supporters, but they know they're stupid. They know they don't have an argument to justify what they believe in and why. Like, seriously, if you're watching this stream right now and you are genuinely an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, okay, let me know in that chat. I'm going to start inviting people up from the chat as well. Don't troll, though. Please don't troll, because we are looking for debates. It's what we're looking for. So try to follow those rules to the best of your ability. Please, 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 please. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in right now. What's up, Mallow Tech? Do you support Trump? This was one of the people spamming me in the chat. Did he get stage fright? I think Mallow's experiencing some stage fright. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They're too scared. They're too scared, dude. Moving on to the next guest right now. Let me know down below in that comment section if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Hey, Kalista, thank you so much for that, Swan. That's very kind of you. All right, we have John Maxwell loading up. Let's see if John Maxwell is MAGA. Hi, John Maxwell. How old are you? Exactly. It's just another troll. Like, even the people spamming MAGA in the chat trying to join are just trolls. I don't think there's any Trump supporters left. I think that we did our job. Okay, we've changed the minds of the masses, and there's no one left. Unless, Sherry, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, Sherry. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. So when people are watching the stream, they have the ability to support me like on Venmo and PayPal, and I like to thank them. I like to try to read off their messages when I can. Is it all right with you if I just take a moment to thank a couple people?
Oh, yes, yes. I love when you do that.
Well, that's good, Sherry. Maybe while I'm thanking a couple people, if you could try to find a little bit more of a quiet room to go into, or maybe muting that TV in the background, that'd be very nice. But sounds good. I'm just going to thank a couple people real quick, then we'll hop into that debate. Starting with Greg over on YouTube Super Chat. Greg, thank you so much for the $50 donation. That is insane, my dude. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is so much money. Greg with a 50 says, Dean, I'm here excuse me, in Ventura, California, and I watch your videos all the time. I show my kids and family these videos all the time. Keep up this fight. This tyranny needs to be jailed and shackled along with Dusty Gnome. Keep up the good fight. Christy Gnome is a part of the tyranny, Greg. I appreciate you for being a modern-day American patriot and making it known that you stand against the bullshit. I'm trying to see 500 big old Greg W's down below. Seriously, show some love to Greg. Also, show some love to Matthew for the $20 donation over on PayPal. He says, I want less film. You too, Matthew.
Awesome, isn't he? He gave you money.
I know, it's very kind. Matthew, thank you for the $20 as well. Let's get 200 Matthew W's down below in that comment section. And then Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, thank you for everything that you do. My girlfriend and I listen to you every day. Well, thank you to you too. Show some love to Anonymous and their girlfriend. Aaron, thank you so much for the 5. Kaylee, thank you for the 10, who says, I bet you've never fished in your life, Dean. Yeah, what a sentence. Thank you for the $10. Ron, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, you're working to save our democracy. You have been a patient as an angel. Thank you for putting in the hard hours. Well, Ron, I love what I do. I do my very best, and I just hope that we are changing minds. Thank you for the $10.
Sweet.
That was very sweet. And then we just have 2 more here. Oh my goodness. Ruby and Kathy. I appreciate the 2 of y'all for the $50 donations over on PayPal. Ruby with a 50 says, I'm from Scotland. I love the work you do. Love from Charlie. Okay, well, Charlie, thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 pickle Charlie W's down below. Thank you so much for the love. That is seriously so very kind of you. And then Kathy with the $50 says, here's another because you are the GOAT and you're right, I'm 58. Kathy, you're my mom's age. I bet you two would be good friends. Wait, I forgot she's a crazy Trump supporter. Thank you both for the $50. Show some love to Charlie and Kathy awesome. Down below. And we're all caught up on Super Chat. We're all caught up on PayPal. Let's quickly catch up on over on Venmo. Landon, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, sorry for joining, even though I don't support Trump. You should come to CMU and we should hang out. Well, I mean, CMU's like 3 minutes away from me. Lalani, thank you for the $20 who says, thank you for all that you do. You are part of the reason why my dad left the MAGA cult. Let's fucking go, Lalani. That is so cool. Thank you so much for the $20. And then Monique, thank you for the $10 who says you need quote unquote quick piss on a t-shirt.
Sit there on your ass with your headphones.
Oh, I get it. You're pissed about the donations? I could stop reading them and then read them later if you'd like. I don't want to, like, spike your cortisol.
Oh, yeah, you think you hurt my feelings?
Yeah, I mean, clearly.
No, I don't wear my feelings on my fucking sleeve. Come on, dude.
Well, I know you throw them out of your mouth. I mean, we just heard you say, "Oh, you're making
at you because I'm trying to talk to you."
Yeah, I really do not want to spike your cortisol. I could finish thanking them later. I do. Wait, no, I'm just gonna thank them now. Like I only have like 4 more people. I just have like 4 more people. Drew, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Drew, the 15 says, "quote unquote," do you want me to shower right now? Yes, it's a national emergency. No politics here, just comedy gold. Love it when you let Phil up for a quick bake. It's always fun to quickly cook them. Thank you for the $15, Drew. And then one more here, Abigail. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to all of your donors. If you're watching and you want to support me, even though I'm just sitting here on my ass with my headphones, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen.
There you go. There you go.
Well, guess what, Sherry? I'm all caught up. The mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how the hell you support Trump.
Why do not? Why wouldn't I?
Are you sure you want to go there?
Like, yeah, go ahead. I don't want to hear you say it.
Okay. I don't know. What do I want to pick?
Trump helped us more than any other fucking the president we've had. Oh, let's support Biden. He fucking ride a bike because he's fucking falling off it and he has Alzheimer's.
I don't think that you could legally ride a bike right now due to the fact that you're probably 13 wines down, Sherry. But you did make a claim there that I'd like to ask you.
Down?
10?
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to ask you a question. You said that Trump is doing the best for our country out of any president we've ever had. So you think that Trump is the best president in American history. Okay, what's the best thing that he's done?
No, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say he was the best president. I love Kennedy. We can't have another Kennedy, though. Right?
Dude, even drunk Trump supporters know that Kennedy was the GOAT. That's crazy. All right. Well, so what good do you think that Trump is doing?
I'm not a dude.
Okay, sorry. Ma'am, what is Trump doing that is good?
Ma'am. I'm not your mother either.
Okay,
But,
Sherry, what is Trump doing that you think is good?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Dean. You know my name. So now, I think Trump is doing the best he can for us, as he has done better for Biden. If we would have had freaking, what's her name? Kamala?
Oh,
she
Kamala.
would have we would have been like, oh my gosh, we would have been down on our knees and like asking for shit. Like,
Well, I mean,
begging
Alex
for shit.
Preddy was down on his knees when he got murdered by an ICE agent. And that happened under Trump. In fact, his administration defended it.
Oh, so you're talking about one person, though.
Oh, well, I mean, we
And
could
it
talk about, I don't know,
it
7 other
wasn't-
this month, including
Do you
Renee
think
Good,
Trump
Keith Porter,
was
and many
there?
others.
Do you think it was Trump was there and he's like, oh, you gotta get down on your knees?
Well,
Or
I don't. Well, I know Trump wasn't there, but I also know he created the environment to allow that to take place because he's incentivized his ICE agents to be lawless because he's lawless himself, and he's permissed their actions explicitly. Like he's explicitly allowed for illegal deportations. He's explicitly allowed for illegal detentions. He's explicitly allowed for illegal arrests. He's explicitly allowed for illegal home invasions. So of course that environment is going to lead to illegal extrajudicial killings.
I have a question. Okay, who had people in cages before Trump came back? Trump came back.
Yeah, I'll happily answer that question after you respond to everything I said.
You're talking fast.
I will happily answer that question after you respond to everything I just said.
What did you say?
I didn't hear.
I didn't hear you.
I will listen.
One more time. No, one more time. hear you, Dean. Ask me the question again, and then I will reply to you. Please.
Okay.
Okay. One more
Trump
time.
bad because Trump okay with murder. Trump bad because Trump and Epstein files accused of auctioning off children.
Versus due process.
Where's your due process?
What?
Trump's due process.
Where's Trump due process then? That he did that.
She got flagged for harassment and bullying.
I did.
She got banned. She got banned for harassment and bullying. What the hell did Sherry do, dude? Chat, do y'all know what she did? I mean, I don't think she was doing anything. And I mean that literally. She was just kind of babbling. If you what did she do to deserve that ban? Let's go and move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Oh my goodness. Is today Monday? It is Monday. Okay, guys, I've recognized a really strange trend. When we stream Monday nights, we always get the craziest guests. If you're a more frequent viewer of these live streams, you will actually remember us having this same conversation 7 weeks ago, last Monday evening. We always get the crazies on the Monday evenings. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually used to support Trump. Seeing the Epstein files come out actually changed my mind completely. And I honestly regret supporting a man who abused children.
Well, I appreciate you for being sane. I appreciate you for being rational. And I appreciate you for changing your mind. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, Helen. Oh, God, love to hear it. Hello, Jesse. Do you support Trump?
I do, but I don't.
How do you?
Support some of the things that he does. I'm 20.
Okay, sounds good. So you do, but you don't. You're kind of like a fence sitter. So there's actually something that I like to do when I come across guests that are self-described fence sitters, could change their mind if given enough evidence. But before we hop into that, I just want to confirm your age. What year were you born in?
I was 2005.
Sounds good. All right. So would you certainly stop supporting the Trump administration in totality if the Trump administration had called domestic terrorist patriots and then let them out of jail?
I really am on the fence on certain things that he has done.
Okay. Well, let's start there. What things has he done that you're on the fence about?
I mean, for instance, for ICE, I do believe that people that come into the country illegally, they should have consequences. I don't think that they should be shot to death, but I think that they should comply and they should be dealt with accordingly, like everybody else in America. If they want to send them back to their country, I agree with that, but I also agree that they have refugee camps and that they should have the ability to come into America under certain conditions. I don't think that, and I think that they should also be able to, if they are legal, I don't think that they should be killing people that are illegal. I think that they should give them the chance to prove that they are legal.
Oh, could you repeat that last sentence?
I don't really know if it's true or not, but I have seen videos of them shooting people that are actually legal, like ICE shooting people that are actually legal in America.
Yes.
And I think that they should be given the chance to prove that they are legal before
they're shot?
Well, not before they're shot, but before anything is done.
Due process. So you're just saying due process is important. Okay, I couldn't agree with you more. First and foremost, here's a question that I want to ask you. I don't think, I guess more so the statement/argument that I want to make. I don't think that today in America that deportation is the just punishment for undocumented entry. And there's two main reasons why I think this. The first reason why I think this is because I think that our government has incentivized and caused a lot of the undocumented entry. So we're kind of to blame, okay? And the reason why I say that is because I think that our government has made the legal means of entry very difficult to get. They take 10 to 20 years. They cost so much money. They're backlogged. They're long because they're neglected by Congress. The way that we reduce and disincentivize undocumented immigration into this country is to make the legal means of entry more attainable. Okay? We know that undocumented immigrants aren't these super violent people. We know that undocumented immigrants don't escape the legal means because they wouldn't be able to qualify through the vetting processes. We know that a vast majority of undocumented immigrants immigrate with those undocumented means because they can't immigrate with illegal means. They take too long, they're too costly, they're too expensive. And we have never really seen, okay, somebody like Donald Trump stand in front of a podium, acknowledge that, and say that he wants to reduce undocumented entry by making new, better, and faster legal means of entry into this country, because he knows if he were to create this long-term solution to the issue, then the GOP wouldn't be able to turn around and run on that issue and get votes every 2 and 4 years. So I think that we have a lot of blame for that. Now, the second big reason why I disagree with mass deportation is because I think that it's an obligation of the state to enforce laws that are for the benefit of the country and the people in it. And I think it's an obligation of the state to not enforce laws and to get rid of laws and to revise laws that serve to the detriment of the country and the people in it. And I believe that mass deportation serves to the detriment of the betterment of the American people by destroying our economy, by eroding the social and moral fabric of this nation, and through heinous human rights violations.
Would you agree that there should be more refugee camps so that people that do come in illegally would have at least a safe place to stay in America until they can get that figured out?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see why that would be an issue. But I guess it really just depends on what you mean by refugee camp. Can you please respond to what I said, though, about why I think that mass deportation is a bad thing? Because you said that you're on the fence about it. So did anything that I say get you off that fence?
I think that the mass deportation, I can agree with you on that because I feel like while they did come in illegally, a lot of them come in illegally because they don't feel safe in their own country.
Okay, but this doesn't respond to the reasons that I gave insofar as like why mass deportation is a bad thing. In fact, it may give even more reason to believe that it's a bad thing. Like, are you going to respond to the argument?
I really don't know what to say. I'll be honest with you. I really don't stay up to date on the politics. It's kind of just been like what I was raised around, and it's just I'm trying to get like a better insight on other sides.
Okay, if you're not looking for like a debate, but more so just looking for insight, then I think it'd be better for you to watch this stream compared to being on it.
Could I ask you 2 more questions? Maybe you'll answer them later, but
Sure.
or at least one more question.
Yeah.
So like for like the overtime rates and everything like that for people that are working overtime to be able to afford things, how Trump had basically, at least in the tax refund, lifted the taxes on overtime. I feel like that was a good thing that he did. Like I said, I'm not really up to date on the politics, but
Yeah.
I feel like that was a good thing that he did for the people because it gives them the opportunity to actually be able to afford more things.
Sure. Yeah, I'll respond to that, and then I am going to move on to the next guest because, like I said, it just sounds like you want to learn, and I think that this live is a great place to learn, but like as a viewer, you know what I mean? But yeah, so when we isolate for just the no tax and overtime, yeah, sure, it's a good thing. But then when we explore a little bit of nuance, it expires literally next year, and it's only up to like a $27,000 deduction per year, which is still a lot of money. And the fact that the total net impact of the big beautiful bill is very harmful to the working class, very harmful to the low class. Actually, according to the CBPP, is reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. We understand how that bill in totality is very harmful. But Jesse, I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you inevitably change your mind and you stick around to learn something new. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, guys. Please only hop in that queue if you're here to debate. And if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen right there as well on TikTok. Welcome, and do you support Trump?
No.
All right, base. We are just looking for Trump supporters, y'all, so please follow our rules. We got our next guest, Kevin, loading up into the box right now. Please do be patient. Please do be patient. We got the next guest loading up right now. Yeah, maybe we need to add another rule. Like, you can't be drunk. I don't know. What's up, Kevin? Do you support Trump? Okay, Kevin's not here. It sounds like he's taking a bath. Moving on to the next guest, Jay. Holy shit, folks. We are doing our best to find Trump supporters to debate, so please do just give us a minute. Stand by, hang out with us here for a moment. Hey, Kevin, do you support Trump? Sorry, not Kevin. Jay?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you? Because you sound like 14.
I'm not Dean, but thank you.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Okay, do you work a job?
Yes.
Okay, what's full-time employment?
Well, hold on. First, let me tell you something real quick. Why is all of your
Nope, I don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, look who's back in the queue. This will only take a moment. This will only take a moment. This will only take a moment. Just got to say something to them real quick. Sherry? Feel free to come back when you're sober, okay?
Is it me? What?
Sherry, I would love to have a debate with you. And feel free to come back when you are sober. And I'm not even saying that to try to be mean, okay? I'm really not. I'm really not trying to say that to be mean. I'm trying to say that, okay, to be real, to be productive, okay? We can't productively debate when you're gone. Hello.
I'm listening, Ellie.
Dad, you say hi. You gotta debate him, please.
What are you talking about? Dude, I'm playing a game.
Hi. Hello. It looks like your daughter Ellie joined my guest request to get me to debate you.
Yeah.
Do you want to debate?
All right. Yeah, sure. What do you want to talk about?
All right. First and foremost, well, I was about to ask you how old you are, but you have a daughter. And I assume that you're over the age of 18. I want to talk about why the hell you support Trump as president, sir.
I mean, I don't really have a reason to support him, honestly. I just didn't support Kamala. I don't know anything about either one of them. I like some of the stuff that Trump has done while he's been president. He's like taking that dictator. That guy's obviously not a good guy. Don't need him in there.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Well, so you're saying that you don't really have a reason to support Trump. So if you have no reason to support Trump, and I could give you many reasons to not support Trump, then like seemingly your mind should change. One really big reason to not support Trump is he's in the Epstein files like 7 times, including allegations of raping children, assigned under threat of perjury to the FBI.
Did they release the Epstein files? I thought the Epstein files didn't get released.
There was 3 million new Epstein files released 2 days ago. There's also other allegations of him like auctioning off children at Mar-a-Lago with Epstein and then testing the quote-unquote tightness of the children's female members with his fingers. Not to mention that he's a threat to the Constitution. He's just continually infringed on the Constitution. He said that he doesn't know if he has to hold by the Constitution. He's called for its termination. He's infringed on it with
How would I go
many
about
executive orders.
fact-checking that? I don't know. Them seem like some pretty crazy allegations. I feel like if that was true, wouldn't they have already impeached him? Or does the world just let people that do things like that just wander free?
Yeah, the
Like, I
GOP
feel like if
absolutely
they-
lets people who do things like that wander free. I mean, like if you want like a certain court conviction that can't be contested on the basis of it being a quote unquote accusation, well then we could just look at the fact that 2 years ago court determined that he raped a woman, and like 20 years ago in 2005 he publicly boasted about following women into their changing rooms to unconsensually look at them while they're naked. So I mean, like we already know that these things are true, okay? And it's like, yeah, the world just kind of lets it slide.
I don't know. How are you fact checking this? Is this like fact checked with like Chat GPT or like who's doing your fact checking? Because I feel like I feel like if he had done those things and there was proof that he did those things, I feel like he might be in prison. Like,
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that like if there was proof he had done those things, that you definitely wouldn't support him as president. In fact, you'd be like a staunch like anti-Trump advocate because like holy cow, we need these people to be in
well,
prison.
like if he's getting away with that kind of stuff, like maybe I should be president because I'm not a weirdo, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, like you'd be a better president than that. I mean, actually, that would actually logically follow. You would be a better president than Trump. Okay, so in other words, if I could prove to you like right now, okay, that Donald Trump boasted about unconsensually following women and girls into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies, you'd stop supporting him.
Yeah, correct.
All right, yeah. Here's a clip of him on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Do you want to say that those women are normally used and objectified like that? They're used to it. Like, them girls have probably been seen naked by hundreds of men. Like, they don't care about their body like that. Like, they get paid to be pretty. So I don't know if that's really him following unknowing girls into the changing room. That's kind of just, I feel like that falls in like a gray area. Like, those girls don't care to be looked at. Like, no, they're not porn stars, but they're used to having their body objectified against. You know what I mean?
No. So first and foremost, 50% of his pageant endeavors were of minors. Okay? Minors, children under 18.
That does definitely change things.
That does. Yeah, Mariah Belgado was a minor contestant at Miss Teen USA in 1997. She testified, that, Donald Trump had walked into the dressing rooms. He looked at her naked alongside 3 other teenagers, the youngest of them being 15, and said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." And then for the women at the Miss USA, like the people like over the age of 18.
That also, I feel like, is like almost hearsay, because somebody could have, paid her a lot of money to say those.
The reason why it's not hearsay is it's because it's corroborated by the admission of guilt that we just heard from Trump. Okay, and then about the women at the pageants over the age of 18. Okay, first and foremost, they're not corn stars, so they're not used to being seen naked. Okay, they're beauty pageant contestants. They're used to being seen with clothes on. So automatically your argument is invalidated. But even secondarily, even if they were corn stars, corn stars still have this thing called consent. They consent to being seen naked, under very specific predefined parameters explicitly. For corn stars, when they're at home alone and they're naked after getting out of the shower, if you were to bust their door down and look at their naked bodies, that would still be sexual exploitation due to the fact that it'd still be unconsensual. And there's a social contract that exists in women's dressing rooms that only women are allowed in. And if a man goes in, then that man is going in unconsensually. Therefore, that man goes in and then looks at their bodies. He's doing so unconsensually as well. And not to mention that, if they were just truly okay with being seen naked by anybody, then they wouldn't go into the women's only space to get naked. Or just wouldn't be a woman's only space. They wouldn't falsely promote that protection.
Yeah. So how do you, what's your outlook on ICE and everything they're doing right now?
So, sir, that is what I call a pivot. Before we talk about ICE, I want to finish out that conversation because you said if I could prove that Donald Trump was following women and girls into their dressing rooms unconsensually, look at them naked, you'd stop supporting him, and I think I've done that.
Yeah. I would say you've definitely you've done that. If what you're saying is fact, which I guess he did say that he did that, but
right. So you're no longer a Trump supporter. I've done my job.
No, you got it. You're winning, bro.
Okay, and I hope that you now internalize that because you've made the logical recognition that you shouldn't support Trump as president. I'd argue that you're likely experiencing maybe a little bit of cognitive dissonance between making that logical connection to your actual beliefs that are clouded by maybe a little bit of emotion. But it seems like you're on the path to do that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for coming up. And I hope that we truly did change your mind.
Yep. You have a good night.
Yeah, you as well. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Bully Parlor. loaded up into that box. Hey, Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents over on Venmo, who says, today was my first day at my new job. I'm so glad I got to catch you live. Oscar, that is awesome. I hope that you're enjoying your new job. For everybody watching, Oscar has been like tuning into these streams since I literally had 100 viewers. Oscar has been here for years. I literally love this guy so much. Thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents. Literally, as always, dude. Same thing to you, Arizona. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Gianna, thank you for the $5, saying, what's your opinion on RFK Jr.? He's a loony. Tess, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. I'm trying to get 200 Tess W's. Down below, Tess with the 20 says, hey, Dean, finally got my husband Jeff watching you. He loves the financial debates and laughing at the clueless maggots. Have a good night. Well, Tess, I hope that you and your husband are still watching. Huge shout out to you and Jeff, and I hope that you two have a good night as well. Patricia and Keith, appreciate y'all for the $5. And then Azrael, thank you so much for the $5 as well. We're caught up on Venmo. Let's catch up on PayPal. First and foremost, Miss Jessica, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. That is fucking insane, bro. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, with every bone in my body. I'm so grateful and undeserving of that love, Jessica. Thank you so much for the unprecedented level of kindness. Jessica with the $100 says, Dean, the way that you handle these conversations is with grace. As someone with lived experience of sexual trauma, hearing guests deny harm can be incredibly hard. You could easily yell, but you push through it because it matters. I'm so grateful for what you do. Well, Jessica, I'm sorry that you and other survivors out there have to hear, sentiments shared similar to the one by the last guest. It is so incredibly harmful, and I believe that 110%. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation, Jessica. I want to see 1,000 huge, massive Jessica W's on TikTok and YT. Same thing goes to you, Z. That is Z-E-E. Appreciate you for the $34 donation on PayPal. That is also very, very kind. Who says, talk about the Epstein files, please. We did just talk about them a little bit. Let's bring them up some more in the next convo. Thank you so much for that love, Z. Let's get 300 ZWs. Thank you. Andrew, appreciate you for the 5. And then Sierra, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. 200 Sierra W's. Thank you for the love. Sierra says, tomorrow the Haitian population in Springfield, Ohio will lose their temporary protection status. ICE will definitely be flooding, and it's so sad to see people still sporting ICE and thinking this is okay. Dude, that's a fucking massacre. I feel so bad for them, dude. Thank you for telling me that, Sierra, even though it hurts to know, I need to know it. I appreciate that. Let's get 200 Sierra W's. And, oh my God. Dude. Okay, first and foremost, Jacqueline. Thank you for the $10. Jacqueline says, keep it up, Dean. Love from Canada. Love to you. But Charlie... Oh my goodness. Charlie just sent $130 on PayPal. Oh my God, Charlie. That is CHARLIE. Thank you so much, Charlie. Charlie with a $130 says, I know my name on PayPal says Ruby, but again, I'm Charlie from Scotland. You are an inspiration to so many people globally. Dude, I love, getting to know and hearing about the people tuning in on that international stage. I feel like I get to see this more over on YouTube Super Chat because it doesn't convert the currency. So it's like, I don't always know. We have a bunch of like Canadian viewers. We have a bunch of British viewers, Scottish viewers. It's just so cool that the outreach of this stream isn't just here in America, but is fucking national. Thank you one last time for the incredibly kind donation of $130. You fucking rock. Show some love to Charlie down below. Thank you so much. And we are all caught up with the donation. Seriously, y'all. Thank you so much. If you want to support me and the stream so we could continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok. You could also find them in the pin message on YouTube and the handles at the top of the phone screen. I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message and I'll try my best to read it off on live. But we got the next Trump supporter in here. Welcome in, Boley. Do you support Trump?
Well, I would say I used to. Here recently, no, I haven't. But at the same point, I don't support the other side either.
You don't support the Democrats? Well, then I highly suggest that you come back in like a couple months because the closer that we get to midterms, we'll still be talking about Trump, but we'll also be talking about why you need to vote blue. If you don't mind me asking just one little simple short question before I move on, what made you stop supporting Trump?
Definitely whenever the Epstein files are dropping, just seeing all that.
Yeah. I love to hear that you stopped supporting Trump over that, man. But we are going to move on to the next guest just because we are looking for people that do currently support Trump. To your last point saying that you don't support the Dems, please come back as we get closer to the midterms because we'll be talking a lot more, not just about why you should be anti-Trump, even if that means that you're still Republican, and more so why you should be voting blue, okay? Because we need to save our country come midterms. We need to get progressive candidates in the Senate and the House to do something about this regime. So it's going to be very important, okay, to like actionably get people to vote blue here very, very soon. So we'll honestly probably be starting those conversations like sooner than you'll think. Moving on to the next guest, we got Tyler loading up into the box. Welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
I do. Sorry, man. Just getting off of a treadmill.
Okay, Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Cool, dude. I'm going to thank 2 super chatters on YouTube, and then the mic and the floor are yours. Jamie and Siri, thank you both for the $20 donations. Show some love to Jamie and Siri down below. Let's get 200 Jamie and 200 Siri W's. Jamie with the 20 says, been watching for a while. Thank you for everything that you do. Well, I hope that you enjoyed this stream, that you learned something new. That's what I aspire to achieve on a daily basis. Thank you for the $20. Siri, thank you so much as well. Siri says, 100% Dean, as an actual corn star, thank you for arguing against the caller's vile take. Consent matters no matter who the victim is or what their job is. Absolutely correct, bro. Completely correct. Like, I honestly, dude, like, I worry for, like, your safety. I worry for the safety of corn stars. If we just have, like, a radical mob of Americans thinking that you literally don't possess consent because you decided to be a corn star. Thank you for the $20. Tyler, as I said, mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, man, I think the 2 major things that made me support him in the previous election was his more conservative stance on abortion, and then I do think his mass immigration viewpoints are fairly solid when you think about him as a whole.
I'm so sorry. I don't think that there's a single viewpoint that he has on, well, any subject, but more specifically immigration that's solid in the slightest. Like, I don't know. It is totally hypocritical for him as a felon that is infringed on our Constitution to turn around and say, if you're guilty of a misdemeanor, we're going to send you to a torture prison in El Salvador. And that only becomes more hypocritical when you, like, understand the way in which he's getting them out of the country is illegal in many scenarios by, like, deporting people in no due process, and that he's unconstitutionally forming the foundation for these deportations by, like, for instance, attempting to illegally take birthright citizenship away from the children born on American soil to undocumented immigrants, just so he could classify them as undocumented immigrants to then be deported themselves.
Sure, I understand that, but I also think there's a lot of net negative to at least the mass amount of illegal immigration from the previous administration. I mean, a lot of the young people now that are in their 20 to early 30s are looking for homes, and don't you think that millions of people coming here illegally are potentially taking homes of people who are American citizens who could afford them if there were more availability on the market?
Well, first and foremost, undocumented immigrants actually have a positive effect on the housing market. Fun fact, because they are significantly more likely to actively contribute to the supply side of the housing market. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. Meanwhile, they're significantly less likely to actively contribute to the demand side of the housing market because only sub 1% of banks will give them a loan to buy a house, so significantly less likely to buy. And only a very small fraction of people who rent property will rent to somebody that doesn't have a social security number, which is why we see them finding a property to rent, not to buy, even if they have the money, and then they are significantly more likely to live multiple individuals under a single given household. And if you cared about the housing market, should have voted for Kamala Harris. Just one last point here. She ran on a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. You know, there's 20, 30-year-olds. And that would have incentivized significantly more people to buy, significantly more builders to build. Not to mention, Trump is now saying that he actually doesn't want to bring down the value of houses. He wants to bring up the value of houses. He says, we need to make homeowners rich again. We need to give them wealth. We need to make their asset, appreciate. So I'm just night and day, dude. You care about the housing market. Trump should never be your guy.
Well, I mean, I could argue that the cost of actually buying a home with interest rates is lower currently under Trump than it was previously under Biden. But, I mean, I think you made a good point when you said that illegal immigrants have a net positive on the housing market, but they have a net negative on the overall economy of the United States, costing more than they pay in taxes every single year, and federal and state levels across from illegal immigration. Different programs, I mean, you can look it up. It costs over $100 billion spent on illegal immigrants every single year. So I would say that net negative could potentially overpower the net positive they may have on the housing market.
Well, thank you so much for bringing this point up because, I love to advocate for the greater good. I love to advocate for truth. And I think that this is a really good way to do so because that claim that you just made is false. I don't think that there's any reliable reports that would demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are a total net fiscal drain. Often the ones that do attempt to make that demonstration, like the Heritage Foundation, will reclassify the citizen children of undocumented immigrants, most notably their expense in the education system, as undocumented immigrants. So then they inflate the total. So then they inflate the total loss. So it's like, what specifically are we spending money on undocumented immigrants here? Because in accordance with the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996, they can't qualify for any federal systems of benefit outside of EMTALA through emergency rooms. And then on the state level, they only qualify for limited, not full benefits in 10 of our 50 states. And some of these states have even now started to get rid of those benefits. Like California is now getting rid of Medi-Cal. So it's just like, I don't possibly see how they could be a total net fiscal drain, where their GDP contributions are at $1.1 through $1.9 trillion per year, according to the American Immigration Council.
Sure, I have a website pulled up right now, budget.house.gov, with a good PDF of bullet points of major costs.
Yeah, feel free to rattle them off.
Directly from this. Sure, yeah, just a bullet point. It says illegal immigrants do pay some taxes. We estimate, this is based in 2019, they paid roughly $5.9 billion in federal income tax, $16.2 billion in Social Security tax, and $3.8 billion in Medicaid taxes. However, as the net fiscal drain of $68,000 per person is cited above, indicates these taxes are not nearly enough to cover the cost of the services they receive. That's a direct quote from the bullet I'm pulling up.
Yes, I know, but I want to know what that drain is like constituted of. Like, where's this money going?
I mean, I'm not in charge of the budget.gov
well, then please,
website.
then please look at that source. Please explore your source and try to find me a source for it. Because as I already said, okay, first and foremost, the IRS would say that undocumented immigrants are paying over $100 billion per year in taxes. And then point number two, no, you weren't able to specifically give me, okay, where that money is being spent. Because per my prior suggestion, when we're looking at sources like the Heritage Foundation, these alt-right media outlets that want to convince you they're a total drain, they either just say they're a total drain and they don't describe it, which seems to be true of the source that you're giving, or they will falsely misrepresent the education expense on the citizen children of undocumented immigrants as the expense on undocumented immigrants, which is obviously bad faith and just analytically incorrect.
I would agree with you if I were using the Heritage Foundation as a source, but like I cited, I'm not using the Heritage Foundation. I'm using budget.house.gov.
So then tell me what constitutes that total drain. Where is the money going? I need to know.
I mean, I would imagine that a lot of it would be going to healthcare, as many hospitals cannot turn away people in need, especially if people are giving birth. If they do not have insurance, even if they're here legally or illegally, as someone who had a child in less than 2 years ago, I can tell you that costs tens of thousands of dollars. So if we can estimate that even 5% of these people that are here illegally are giving birth and taking advantage of that, which I feel like is a fairly small number, we're talking about millions of dollars. Like, that's not even an easy estimate. That's easy estimation. Yeah. So that could be one easy source. Another source could be I'm an electrician. I'm an electrician. I work in the trades, and I can tell you that there are a lot of people that work in the trades who are not here legally. A lot of them do receive payment with cash under the table. Those are taxes that are not being paid. I understand that when they make purchases, they're paying taxes with like state tax, it's general purchase tax, but a lot of them are not paying income tax. I don't know specifically what percent. Is difficult to really calculate that because we don't know how many people.
That's a great point to make, and that actually plays into my argument. But before I describe how that plays into my argument, let me first respond to the thing that you brought up about the cost of health insurance. So you said millions of dollars. You're actually wrong, okay? It's more likely like maybe $1 billion. And here's the reason that I say that. Okay, so every single year, Medicaid expenses out around $16 billion for uninsured individuals' use of emergency rooms in this country. Undocumented immigrants would account for around 3 to 5% of the population. I'm sure that they're overrepresented within that figure through Medicaid's expenditure. So I'd be fair maybe to assume it's like 1/10 maybe, which would be a little bit over $1 billion. Okay, right? But then when we compare that expense, a little bit over $1 billion, to the $100 billion that they pay per year in taxes, it seems like we could both now reasonably conclude that it would be insane to not suggest that they are total net contributors to this economy. Something else I want to bring up here, the last point you made, is that undocumented immigrants are more likely than citizens, okay, to work under the table and evade paying taxes. And you don't need to convince me of that, because I believe that, okay? Why do I believe that? Well, when they pay taxes, they can't reap the benefits from it, because as I already said, they can access any federal systems of benefit, limited benefits in only 10 states. They also can't file for a tax return, and it's going to be harder for them to work than citizens because they got to get a work permit first. So in other words, if we were to endorse mass amnesty, in other words, if we were to give undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, in other words, if we were to put them in a position where they could access those federal social safety nets, could work over the table without having to apply for an ITIN or a work permit, okay, could file for a tax return at the end of the year, and now they'd have more bargaining power, so they'd get more wages, meaning they pay more in taxes. They'd go from paying over $100 billion per year in state, federal and local taxes to significantly more than $100 billion per year in state, local, and federal taxes. So, in fact, the right thing to do if you care about the economy would be to offer them that pathway to residency or citizenship.
Okay, to give you just an update, because I did find a welfare cost breakdown in this quote here. It says, looking at the share of recipients in illegal immigrant household indicates that they account for about 4% of the cost of these programs. This means illegal immigrants received about $42 billion from these programs in 2021. This is only a rough estimate because we do not have detailed costs for every program by household.
Exactly.
So that is not
exactly. There you go. That's where the fatal error is made. Undocumented immigrant household, which in many scenarios includes the citizen children of undocumented immigrants. Okay, we do not need to question the fact, okay, that citizens are much more likely to get much more money through social safety nets than undocumented immigrants, because undocumented immigrants don't qualify for jack shit in 99% of scenarios, and they're actually more likely to work than citizens. Okay, so who is qualifying for those benefits? The kids. And honestly, you know what I bet? I bet if we were to do a deep dive into the source that you're providing, it's classifying the cost of like public K through 12 education for the citizen children of undocumented immigrants as a quote unquote public welfare benefit that we need to get rid of. And I don't know, dude. One last point that I'll make here. I don't want you to treat this as a pivot. Feel free to respond to this last. If you care about that net fiscal drain on our economy, then you should fucking hate Trump for draining us upwards of $5 trillion with the most expensive bill that has ever passed in the history of this country, the big beautiful bill that just destroys the low class, destroys the working class, just to give even more and more back to the ultra wealthy.
Sure. Yeah, it definitely does bring up education, but I would also make a statement just to that. If illegal immigrants were not here, then their children's citizens would not be here either, which means that money would not be spent, to be clear. And
I know, which is another reason why we should endorse amnesty, because we want that expense on the education of their children, because then that makes them more likely to be higher skilled laborers in the future, meaning that's going to actively generate an ROI for our own economy.
That's fine, Dean, but you got to understand your original statement was that they don't cost this much money, they're not a fiscal drain, and now we're saying, okay, well, they may be a fiscal drain, but it should be okay, we should give them a citizenship.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. They're not the fiscal drain because the children aren't undocumented immigrants.
But you don't know what percentage of the you're telling me children are receiving this much Medicare? Dean, how many children do you see in hospitals all the time? I'm not saying they aren't. I absolutely think they are. I'm just saying.
Wait, no, you just say Medicare. You said welfare. You said welfare. When you say welfare, as you already said, that's accounting for all public spending, including education. And by the way, we know that it possibly cannot be the case, okay, that these undocumented immigrants are getting Medicare specifically from our federal government because they legally can't. They legally cannot get Medicare from our federal government.
Medicaid.
Same thing with Medicaid. They legally can't get Medicaid from the federal government.
You may not be able to apply for Medicaid, but does Medicaid not cover the costs of these state-funded programs that the federal government reimburses?
Actually, no. In accordance with the Personal Work Orders and Responsibilities Act of 1996, the federal government can't even cover the costs of state-level programs designed to give benefits to undocumented immigrants. That's also illegal.
I would need to look more into that. I cannot speak to that because I don't know the source. What did you say it was? I'd be glad to look it up.
The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act.
I will have that in my search because I will read that. Perfect. And then what was your second thing? You said not a pivot, and then you brought up something else. I wanted to make sure I just focus on that real quick.
Yeah, like if you care about like fiscal drains, you should probably care about Donald Trump draining us $5 trillion to spend on one of the worst bills in modern American history.
Do you think that what do you think is increasing the drain on the big beautiful bill?
The cost of the bill, like what do I think? Where do I think that $5 trillion deficit is coming from?
Sure.
You have like $2 trillion worth of the tax cuts. You have like a couple $1 trillion, worth of like a billion on top of the pre-existing tax cuts under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You have even more money for like the new systems in which it would support, particularly for more like subsidies for the ultra wealthy, so on and so forth. but according to the CBO source that you've actually already given, so I know that you'll find it reliable, it's estimated to cost $4.6 trillion.
Okay, and then do you know how much of that estimated is due to people, no longer being on the healthcare system because of work requirements?
So that's
How much of that
actually
has been
not something
estimated
that's
back into
costing
the-
us.
the total cost?
That's something that's saving us money. So because he
Right.
revised the work requirements, that's saving $900 billion. So if he didn't revise the work requirements and just left Medicaid as it was, okay, then it wouldn't have cost $4.6 trillion. It would have cost $5.4 trillion. And by the way, you should not support the revision to the work requirements on Medicaid, or more so the introduction of work requirements on Medicaid.
Explain.
Well, because it's an essential social safety net. And I just think that we generally accept that essential social safety nets should not have work requirements on them.
So you think people that are able-bodied should be able to take care of, so they should be able to work, and they should be able to provide for themselves, should be able to leech off the federal government if they're able-bodied and have no problems.
I mean, if you think that leeching off the federal government is what we'd call that, then do you think that people who are able to work but don't work and, like, I don't know, use public roadways are just leeching off the federal government because they don't pay taxes to fund those public roadways?
I don't think it's near the same. I think that.
But it's still like is that still like a version of like leeching off the federal government?
I mean, yeah, I guess in a small percentage, yeah, it would be. I mean, granted, you could
Should they
make
not
the
be able to do
argument
that?
the healthcare is No, I don't have a problem with that specifically. I just think that the argument that you're stating is that the healthcare that they're getting paid for is only benefiting directly them, whereas a roadway benefits millions of people. So I think it's
Okay,
kind
so
of a bad
if
analogy.
healthcare was universal, then you'd say that there shouldn't be a work requirement on it?
No, I absolutely do think there should be a work requirement on
Okay,
universal
so then
healthcare if it were ever
that just
implemented.
disputes your last argument, because even if it was universal and it gave everybody access, you'd still say that it should only give access to taxpayers.
No, because the specific Medicare or medical services that someone is getting is not universal. They're getting healthcare for themselves that's being paid for the government, whereas a road is something they're using that's being used by millions of people. Not millions of people are using their specific healthcare.
Yeah, but the argument is,
usage of
if
healthcare.
Medicaid was universal, should it have a work requirement on it?
Absolutely, it should. Like
Perfect.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
specifically
exactly.
say this.
Because you just said the reason why there shouldn't be a work requirement on the use of public roadways, the use of firefighters, or the use of cops is because those things are universal and accessible to everybody. And that's why I still do support a work requirement on Medicaid, is because it's not universal and exclusive just to low-income Americans. But you just conceded and contradicted your own logic by arguing that if Medicaid were to be universal, you would still argue it should have a work requirement on it. Therefore, the lack of Medicaid being universal and only being accessible by low-income Americans, okay, it's not relevant to why you support a work requirement on it.
I may not be explaining it correctly, but what I'm trying to say is, since the medical care is being paid for only to benefit the one person from the federal government, okay, let's just theorize $30,000. $30,000 is being spent on one person, their health care, only them, not anybody else. Whereas a road that is being paid for by the federal government is not just benefiting one person; it is benefiting the whole.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that every time you drive on a road, okay, you damage the road, meaning that they have to spend more the next time they repair it. But like a better and more clear example in response to your counter argument would be like the cops. You know, like for instance, when you call a cop to show up to your door, okay, they're being paid hourly, and the payment that they receive, maybe for like the hour or two that they show up to your door, is money that is being spent by the government specifically on you, specifically on providing services to you. So do you think able-bodied, low-income Americans that can work, that don't work, shouldn't be able to call the cops?
No, I think they should be able to.
Even though it is an example of our government specifically spending money on them and only them for the time in which they're engaging with the LEOs. Therefore, that fact surrounding Medicaid is completely irrelevant to why you'd support the work requirement on it, else risk you contradicting yourself.
No, I support it because I think the overall cost is much lower and more understandable than it would be for Medicare.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
Medicaid.
So then you think that food stamps shouldn't have a work requirement on them because food stamps cost us around $80 billion annually. Meanwhile, local police forces across this country cost us around $150 billion annually.
Well, yeah, but I also think that you have more policemen than you have people on food stamps.
Okay, that doesn't change the fact it still yet costs less. Therefore, you shouldn't support a work requirement on it.
Well, no, I believe the work requirement is incentivization for people to get help along the way, because if you're not incentivizing people to better themselves, why would they better themselves?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it also be an incentivization to get people to go get a job if we were to put a work requirement on calling the cops?
Yeah, absolutely, it would be.
Okay, so
I just
then,
don't think
therefore,
it's
if we're
a good
not
idea.
giving that incentivization for individuals to better themselves, why would they better themselves? It looks like we now need to put a work requirement on calling the cops. Oh, wait, there's actually many other more moral incentives that we already have for people to better themselves. Therefore, we don't need this incentivization of placing a work requirement on calling the cops, like we don't need another incentivization of placing a work requirement on accessing Medicaid. And in fact, we would argue that there should not be a work requirement on calling the cops or access to Medicaid, even though it would incentivize more employment, because calling the cops and Medicaid can be necessary to you even when you are unemployed, and you should not be denied access to the cops to possibly save your life, the same way you should not be denied access to a hospital to possibly save your life.
Yeah, I think you're just intentionally misrepresenting what I'm trying to say, and you're just avoiding what I'm saying. It's the overall cost, Dean, the cost to the taxpayer. The cost to the taxpayer to send 2 police officers to someone's home for 2 hours is, I mean, we're talking like $70, maybe $100, depending on everything, all the other things. We're talking about thousands of dollars per individual when it comes to healthcare. I think
I've
that's
actually
just a
already
terrible
responded to this point.
association.
So if it's all about the cost, then you'd argue that food stamps should not have a work requirement on them, because the system of food stamps in America costs around half as much as what the system of law enforcement in America costs. Correct?
No, because
but I thought it was all about the
use
cost.
the law enforcement. People use the law enforcement. They pay taxes and they're working, Dean. That's a terrible. What are you talking about?
Actually, what are you talking about?
That's not a good
Obviously, people
correlation
call the
at all.
cops when they don't pay taxes. In fact, you accepted earlier that they should be able to. So that's not a difference.
Only people that are on food stamps are the ones that should have work requirements to pay into the program that they're using. The police officers are used by millions of tax-paying Americans every single year. That's a terrible correlation. You understand that.
I actually don't
Because
even
you
understand
cannot
the
nitpick
argument
how
that you're
many
making
people-
right now. I don't even understand the argument that you're making right now. It makes no sense. You're saying that there should be a work requirement for the people that are using food stamps. Okay, and then like millions of people are using the LEOs. Okay, therefore there should be a work requirement for the people that are using the LEOs. You're not making an argument that makes sense.
You're saying, I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. You're asking me if there should be a work requirement for calling the police, correct?
In accordance with your logic, there should either be a work requirement for
Perfect,
calling
okay.
the cops,
Oh, go ahead.
or there not be a work requirement for accessing food stamps, or there shouldn't be a work requirement for accessing Medicaid. I'm pretty sure that I've condensed all of the arguments that you've attempted to provide up until this point in time to one of those 3 conclusions, and you don't want to accept either 3.
No, you're intentionally misrepresenting the information. The overall cost
Okay,
of the
one
police
second.
department.
No, we're gonna slow down here.
See, you keep
We're gonna slow down
interrupting me,
here.
Dean. What are we doing here, bro?
This is what we're doing. Don't accuse me of intentionally misrepresenting shit. I've had a rather respectful debate with you this whole time. I've kept my cool. I've allowed you to speak. I've tried to make cogent, good rebuttals to the points in which you've been making. Okay, just because you're slipping up and starting to lose doesn't give you the right to start lashing out and arguing that I'm intentionally misrepresenting your point. Stay cool, stay calm, stay collected, and just attempt to represent your point to the best of your ability. And ultimately, when I prove it wrong, don't act if it's somehow my fault or I'm somehow the bad guy. But the mic and the floor are yours.
Perfect. So how much do you said the annual police cost is what about?
Projected to be $150 billion in 2025.
Okay, and that's used by taxpayers and non-taxpayers, correct? People who are working and not working, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The food stamps, the reason I said they should be work requirements is because they should only be used by people that are working. The issue with your argument is you're saying, well,
Yeah, but I'm asking you why. In accordance with your logic, why?
Because you're overestimating, you're telling me the cost of the police department without understanding that they're also being called to people's homes who do have jobs. So you're not taking out the cost of people who are paying these taxes. You're
Okay, so
only
you're saying
trying
that
to
there
use an
shouldn't be a
overall
work
number.
requirement on using the cops because the cops are also accessible to those that have jobs. Therefore, there shouldn't be a work requirement on Medicaid because Medicaid is also accessible to those that have jobs. Therefore, there shouldn't be a work requirement on food stamps because food stamps is also accessible to those that have jobs.
No, I'm stating there should be a work requirement for programs that are specifically used for people that need to have jobs if they're able-bodied. That's my statement.
But so then you're just like you're reaffirming the logic that justifies your position as the position in of itself. You're saying that I think that food stamps should have a work requirement because you think that food stamps should have a work requirement. You're saying that I think that Medicaid should have a work requirement because I think that Medicaid should have a work requirement. I mean, literally just listen to the last sentence that came out of your mouth. You unironically said, well, the reason why I do think that food stamps and Medicaid should have a work requirement on them, but there shouldn't be a work requirement on something like calling the cops is because I think that you should have to have a job to access those things. But those are just like, you're just saying the same thing but over again. It's circular reasoning. Okay, and
No,
keep
I
in mind
think
here, I'm
that
just
these
testing your
programs-
own
okay,
logic.
go
I'm
ahead.
testing your own logic here because your first line of defense, okay, or my first line of offense, arguing against your point that there should be a work requirement on Medicaid, was just to simply denote that Medicaid is an essential social safety net that saves lives. I think that you should be able to access the cops regardless if you work or not, because they could potentially save your life, just like Medicaid. Therefore, you shouldn't have to work in order to access Medicaid. Your second line of defense against that counter argument was to suggest the fact that, well, Dean, Medicaid costs significantly more than it costs to access the cops. So even though both of them saves lives, I still think one should have a work requirement and the other shouldn't have a work requirement, because the one that I think should have a work requirement costs a lot more. Okay, which seems reasonable until you consider the fact that you still think there should be work requirements on social safety nets that don't cost more but actually cost half as much, like food stamps, refuting that logic and ruling the cost out as irrelevant to the reason why you think any given social safety net should have a work requirement on it. And that's kind of where we're at in the debate right now. Now that, I've defeated your original position by ushering in the essential nature of Medicaid, and I've defeated your second counter argument, demonstrating that you still do think that there should be work requirements on social programs that cost less than the cops. We're just kind of like caught in a loop now, where your argument is reduced down to literally saying, I think it should have a work requirement, not because I have any compelling reason nor good motivation I can articulate to prove your counterposition wrong, Dean, but rather, I think that it should have a work requirement because I think that it should have a work requirement, which of course is just an example of circular logic.
Do you think that food stamps costs more per person on it than the cost per person that uses the police department every year?
Yes.
That's my reasoning. That is my overall usage. I'm trying to explain to you that the reason we should have work requirements is because if you do have work requirements, you're also stimulating the economy with people paying job taxes, income taxes, being able to purchase more with actual income. Then they're still able to use the same safety net programs that you're touting that you love so much, which I agree are good programs when used in the right way. Also taking care of the people who can't physically work, who are disabled, who are old, who have children that they have to take care of. So I think two things can be true at the same time, where someone...
By the way, you're getting a little bit away from your mic. You should come a little bit closer, but, go ahead.
Sure. I think people should be incentivized to work that are able-bodied because you're going to stimulate the economy more instead of them just using a system without any requirements. Would you agree that work requirements will create more income?
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
can you answer my question real quick?
Yes, of course. No, I don't think so. I think that limiting access to Medicaid is actually bad for the economy. The reason why I would argue that limiting access to Medicaid is actually bad for the economy is because when you don't have access to preventative health care, then you are significantly more likely to, A, die at a younger age, meaning you're more likely to leave the labor force sooner, okay? And B, you're more likely to experience and develop chronic illnesses that will push you out of the workforce by making you unable to work that could have been prevented if you were able to access those preventative healthcare measures, which will then also be significantly more likely to push more people out of the labor force. So that's why I think not having a work requirement on Medicaid would be better for the economy than the opposite. And then in response to your first point, you said, well, the reason why you think, okay, that food stamps should have a work requirement on it and the cops shouldn't is because the average person on food stamps costs more than the average person that's relying on the cops. Okay, all right, sounds good. So my next question to you would be, well, how much does a social safety net have to cost per capita to justify a work requirement under your view?
How much should it cost? Say it one more time. I want to make sure I thoroughly think over this.
How much would a social safety net have to cost per capita annually in order to justify a work requirement under your view?
I mean, honestly, like in a net negative total overall, I would say probably $10 to $15 billion.
Okay. Well, then I don't think that. I'm gonna repeat the question.
I mean, you're trying to set me up to say something crazy. No, I understand.
And I'm gonna define the words. Well, I don't. If you understand what you're saying, then you didn't understand what I asked because I said per capita annually, which would mean per person that accesses it annually.
How much should it cost before there should be work requirements?
Yes.
I would say a standard deductible, $1,000 to $1,500.
Okay, all right. So if the average American costs our local police forces more than $1,000 to $1,500 annually, then would you argue that there should be a work requirement on the cops?
if the average American specifically uses $1,000 to $1,500, I think there could be an argument to be made in my viewpoint. Sure.
Okay, but would you accept that argument and argue that you should have to work in order to access the cops?
No, because you're trying to say their overall budget. That doesn't mean these people are using $1,000 to $1,500 of police force or police.
Yeah,
usage
I'm saying that
every
they
year.
are
No way
using
of
it. I'm saying
determining
that the average American uses $1,000 worth of the police force's time annually. Would that justify a work requirement on calling the cops from your perspective? Would you agree with a work requirement if it were to cost that much per year per the average American?
I mean, by my standards, I'd have to, sure.
Okay, and that's the conclusion of the argument, because that's crazy.
I mean, that's fair. You can say it's crazy, but you
right, like
understand
it
that
is.
you're
Like that's like a
incentivizing
legitimate
people.
counter argument. Like the Socratic method
let me ask you
is,
this real quick.
is like literally used to drill arguments down either into contradictions or into absurdities. And I've successfully drilled your argument down with the use of the Socratic method into a fucking absurdity. Because now you're saying,
Well, you
okay,
can say it's an
if
absurdity,
under
that's
your
fine.
view, if like the average American were to spend more than $1,000 per year, okay, if they were fucking getting their home invaded and a kidnapper was holding a gun to their kid's head, that they shouldn't legally be able to call the cops to save their lives unless they have a job, if they're able-bodied.
Well, see, they have a kid, so in the work requirements, they'd be covered anyway. See, so
Okay.
there's a fallacy. In your
Okay,
logic.
so you'd add that to the work requirement.
Come
having
on,
a
that's
kid.
funny, dude.
Well, I mean,
Come on,
actually,
dude.
for Medicaid, it's having a kid that's 14
Come
or
on,
under.
dude.
So all of a sudden, the kid in the hypothetical is 15 years old.
Oh, you changed the hypothetical to fit your narrative. That's not fair.
No, actually, I revised the hypothetical predicated on what you said against it. That's not unfair.
Do
It's
you
just
believe-
logic.
That's-
So would you answer the
that's fair.
question?
Let me-
And if
Sure, yeah.
this was all true, right? If you're like a single mother of a 16-year-old child and multiple like home invaders come into your home and they put a gun to your kid's head and they're getting ready to kill them, right? That mother shouldn't be able to call the cops to show up and save both of their lives if she is able-bodied and not working. Is that your view?
I mean, I guess so. If it really
That's
gets specific
insane.
about these
No, come on. You
crazy
obviously
how many
don't believe
women-
that. Just admit that I proved you
Dean,
wrong. Just admit
Dean.
that I was able to demonstrate an absurdity that you're unwilling to hold to in your position.
Sure, it's an absurdity. You just defined it as an absurdity. So,
But
yeah,
do
it's
you
an
accept that that's absurd? Do you accept that's insane?
I can create a million absurdities to define your own logic, Dean. It's not that hard.
Fucking do it. Then fucking do it. But before you do you
Okay.
accept
Okay,
that
go.
is a very obvious, insane conclusion of your view that proves your view to be false?
I think it's an obscene absurdity to test my view. Absolutely, yes, I do think it's obscene absurdity, like you said. But
I
let me
appreciate
ask
you
this,
for
'cause you said
conceding the
do it.
debate.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So if free healthcare cost $40 trillion a year in the United States, but we only receive $15 a year in taxes, do you think we should, as the federal government, pay for it?
We wouldn't be able to pay for it. What?
Oh, okay. So an absurdity can go against your own viewpoints. This is what I'm saying, Dean.
How is
That's
that
so
an
ridiculous.
absurdity? What view is that cooking?
Because you're laying out. I want to know a statistic on how many single mothers with
One second.
16-year-old
Wait,
daughters have
one
multiple
second.
people
Let me
break in their
hop in here.
house.
I need to help you out here because you don't understand the Socratic method or how it can apply. Okay? Right? It would be a factor of my view would be to account for that absurdity by arguing, okay? Right? If our state obviously cannot afford universal health care to such an insane degree, okay, then we shouldn't have it yet. Like, if we are only making $15 in taxes annually and universal costs $40 trillion, we are going to have significantly larger issues than universal health care. And in that scenario, I wouldn't say we should have universal health care right now. So that's not an absurdity because I reject the conclusion.
Okay, but just to clarify, you're saying it's insane because clearly we're not bringing in near enough money to pay for it. So almost like if a country was, let's say, $37 trillion in debt, we wouldn't advocate for free healthcare, right? Because that would be insane because clearly we couldn't pay for it.
So now you're saying if our country is $37 trillion in debt, we want to advocate for massive new expensive things, then you shouldn't advocate for the Trump administration because in their first term, they added $8.4 trillion to the debt. And so far in their second term, they've added $5 trillion to the debt. And by the way, in accordance with multiple reports, I think they're in my friend Parker's bibliography in his bio, okay, single payer universal healthcare systems would actually cost less than what we're doing already. Now, do you mind if I just ask you a totally new question? Like, we could agree here that you've been kind of guiding the debate since the moment you joined. You started by talking about undocumented immigrants and costs. I then responded, and now we got to where we're at.
Yeah.
I just want to check something real quick. Do you think that Alex Preddy was murdered?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you support an administration that defends murder?
No, I don't. I think it was a terrible decision on the ICE agent.
Okay, but the administration has defended it.
Yeah, I think it was a bad call on the administration's part.
So you support an administration that defends murder?
You support an administration that let millions of illegal immigrants in the country, Dean. Which
I would definitely
increase the cause of murder and rape.
Even by the way, if I were to just completely accept that, which I do not accept, by the way, okay, that would still yet be better than supporting an administration that literally defends murder broad daylight on the streets of this country. Now, what is one thing Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
Real quick, I will answer that.
No. I
just want
just
to go
want to
back
make
to what
sure
you
you
said.
get an answer to this question, please.
Yeah, I think if the allegations of the Epstein files came out with factual evidence, then I would no longer support him. Absolutely.
Like if he had sexually exploited women or girls.
I mean, you're gonna play the Miss Teen USA.
Yeah, him admitting to the sexual exploitation of women or girls. So it seems like your standard is actually
where he talks about going in on. I would say that the allegations in the Epstein files are much harsher than walking in on half-naked women changing for a pageant show.
Oh, okay. So sexual exploitation is overall permissible, but grape isn't. So if he was proven to have raped somebody, you'd stop supporting him?
If he was proven under the New York law, which you're gonna say he was proven grape, but if you actually look at that, he did not meet the requirements of grape. So I would be very careful with what you're about to say. Then yeah, I would, because I've already pulled the case file. Dean,
how do you define grape?
I would say probably the same way the New York State does.
Okay, which is?
Forcibly penetrating a woman with your reproductive parts.
Nope, that's actually not true. You just cooked yourself. They updated their legal definition of grape in 2023. If now you're saying that you define grape the same way New York State does, then you actually agree that what he did to her is grape, because their newly updated definition of grape, legally speaking, would include the forceful penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers. So do you want to go ahead and revise that last claim, buddy? Because if you die on that hill, then all of a sudden you think Trump is a rapist, and obviously you'll do all the mental contortions in the book to avoid that conclusion. So redact that, okay, just like Trump is illegally redacting the files. Take it back and give me another definition.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it back the same way they changed the rules to go after him for his tax federal
you're pivoting.
case that they had.
Buddy, we can talk about that next after you define grape.
Bro, Dean.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you off. I'm not going to let you off the
let's
hook.
just be-
I'm not going to let you off the hook, buddy. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I will not do it. I will not falter in the face of adversity. Answer the question. How do you define the word rape?
Anybody that's been federally proven to enter any part of a woman and charged with it. Yes, I would say that's rape.
How many enslaved African Americans during American slavery were raped?
Oof. Lord, I don't even know. What are you talking about? I don't know.
Was it more than zero?
Probably, unfortunately.
Was it more than zero? Now, how many people were found guilty of raping enslaved African Americans during slavery in a court of law?
I would imagine some. Don't know the number. Don't have that much historical evidence.
It's zero. Again.
Okay, let's look it up.
Okay, so isn't that a little bit crazy? Because I think that you just pointed out the issue with the position in which you shared, okay? Because you're saying here that you define grape as somebody who's been found guilty specifically of grape in a court of law, okay? Then you're just saying that there's never been anybody raped, okay, and then killed, all right? Let me revise that, because you could still be charged for that if someone else found out. There's never been anybody that's been raped and never reported it. There's been zero people that have been raped, then never reported that rape to the authorities, in accordance with your view. Do you accept that?
Do you think? No.
Do you accept that? Do you
think that we
do you accept that?
No.
You don't accept that. Wait, why? Because your definition of grape was somebody that's been found guilty of grape in a court of law. Okay, so therefore, in accordance with your definition of grape, there's never been somebody who has been raped in a federal court of law. Therefore, in accordance with your definition, there's never been a single person who has been raped, then never brought it to court, due to the fact that your definition of grape necessarily implies that they're found guilty in court. Of course, if they never bring it to court, that their rapist can never be found guilty in court. Therefore, you affirm that there's never been anyone who's been raped then never brought it to court.
Why would they not bring it to court, Dean? Don't you support that? Don't you
Why
support
are you
women
asking
going
that
after
question?
terrible people?
I will happily answer that question after you respond to my last statement. Do you accept that you think 0 people have ever been raped then never brought it to court because your definition of grape necessarily includes them bringing it to court and having their rapist found guilty?
No.
Okay, why not? Why not? Why don't you accept that as a glaring issue with your view? You define grape as somebody, or you define a grapist as somebody who rapes somebody, or let me revise. You define grape as
there you go.
A really weird definition. It was incoherent.
Sure,
so I'm
yeah,
trying to find words to repeat it.
Grapist is someone who has been charged.
Yes, there you go.
With the law.
Yeah, you define grape as something that happened to somebody. Okay, that has been formally charged in a federal court of law and found guilty of it. So why would it be the case that operating under this definition, there would be more than 0 people who have been raped and then never told a soul?
Because we live in a world where you are innocent until proven guilty. To call someone a rapist without factual proof and evidence and charges is insane, Dean. I feel like
okay, so if you were raped, you wouldn't call your rapist a rapist until they are found guilty in a court of law?
You can do that, but no. I mean,
wait,
no,
but would they be a rapist? Wait, if you were raped, would you actually be a grape victim before your rapist is found guilty in court?
Yes, because you have firsthand experience and proof of it.
Oh,
not to everybody else.
Okay, so then the definition of grape can't include anything through court. So try again.
No, Dean, you can have that definition to one person, not to the world. To label someone a rapist without actually proving it. Oh, wait.
So now you're just changing grape for one person. No, what is the definition of the word grape? Because now we know that the definition of the word grape cannot include any court process whatsoever. Okay, because you said if you were grape, then you would consider yourself to be a victim of grape before there was any court process whatsoever. And by the way, we all know this, okay? The definition of grape is not a court process. It is a violent act of sexual abuse, okay? That one person does to another person.
Sure, let me revise that because I agree with you. I meant to define a rapist as someone who's been charged. That's what
okay, that's also false. Wait, so are you saying that rapists aren't rapists until they're found guilty? So you could rape somebody without being a rapist?
Without laying it out in law,
wait, 1 second. Are you agreeing that you could grape somebody? 1 second. Are you saying that you could grape somebody without being a rapist?
No, I do not think that. I'm saying
okay. Then in order to be a rapist, 1 moment, it doesn't need to go through the court of law. Because you could grape somebody without it going through the court of law. Like, dude, a rapist is just somebody who is raped. That's all. That's all a rapist is.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less. You concede.
If you called me,
no. Do you concede? No.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. You do concede. Now define grape because we still haven't. Wait. So then you do think that you could grape somebody without being a rapist?
Let me ask you. Yeah, absolutely. Let me hold on.
Wait, did you say yes? Absolutely.
No, I said let me explain. If
but is the answer to the question a yes or a no?
Right now. No, Dean. If you were to call me a rapist right now, could I sue you for lying about me? Could you do it? Could I do it?
Yeah, if I have no evidence that you're a rapist and you're not a rapist, then you could sue me for defamation.
I'm not a rapist until proven in law. That's
not what that means. What you're confusing here is a methodology in which we use to determine if somebody's a rapist, okay, and what makes somebody a rapist. Because the methodology that we use to reasonably determine if somebody is a rapist is different from what makes somebody a rapist. What makes somebody a rapist, okay, would be graping somebody.
Is Trump a rapist?
Yes. Now concede that a rapist is literally just someone who grapes somebody. No. 1 moment.
No,
1 moment.
You have absolute fact.
I will allow you to do it and say whatever you want after the spineless coward guest concedes. Concede that a rapist is literally just somebody who grapes someone.
To that person, yes.
What do you mean to that person? Wait, what?
Because you cannot listen. I'm trying to explain this, and I feel like you can't. Is someone a robber who robs a store without actually being charged for it?
Yes.
To the entire world. To the entire world, they're a thief, even though they haven't been charged.
What you're confusing is if we know that they're a robber or not. Like that's a confusion you're making.
That is called
you are
innocent
you are making an equivocation between if we know it's true they are a robber or if they are actually a robber. If it is actually true that you've robbed a store, then you are a robber. Okay? But we actually use that word a little bit differently. Like if you steal a little, I don't know, like bracelet from TJ Maxx, I'm not going to call you a robber. We use that word a little bit differently. If it is actually true that somebody has graped, then they are a grapist. You're conflating perception versus truth, okay? Something can be true regardless if anyone knows it to be true or has enough evidence to believe it is true, all right? Like if it's actually true that a man grapes, no, not to that person objectively, because this isn't a subjective truth. But we're not there yet. We're not asking the question, how would you know? Because we're just simply trying to define these words.
Okay. If someone, I'm making sure I can clarify here, and I want to understand what you're saying.
This guy's an
If
idiot.
someone grapes someone, they are a grapist to the person that they did it to and themselves, correct?
No,
Just correct.
not just a grapist to the
I
person
didn't say
they did
to
it
just
to.
them. I didn't say to just them. I didn't
Yes,
say
you
just
did.
them. I said they are to them.
They are
No, I did not.
objectively not to them, because then you are indexing the truth of the claim that they're a grapist to a specific person. Okay, but that claim that they're a grapist is not indexed to be true, predicated on any one person. That claim is indexed to be true, predicated on how we use the word rape. Okay.
Okay, so a few years back when an NFL player was charged of grape, was he a grapist?
If he actually graped somebody, yeah.
Hold on, but you don't know that yet. You're just going off of what somebody else said.
You said charge, so more likely than not.
Yeah, he was released because it was proven that it was a false case.
Okay, then he's not a
wasn't,
grapist.
but everyone said he was.
Okay, and those people were wrong. If he didn't actually grape somebody, and you call somebody a grapist, all right. If you didn't actually grape somebody, and you call somebody a grapist, then you're wrong.
How do you know he didn't?
But we're not on to that question of empiricism yet.
You can't answer the question.
The reason why I'm refusing to answer the question is because we're not there yet. It is a very simple idea of linear thought and dialogue. Before we start testing the question, how do we know if somebody's a grapist, which is a question of empiricism, okay, we first need to understand what a grapist even is, which is a question of how we use language and what that language represents. So don't try to conflate, because what you're doing is you're attempting to conflate these two topics of how do we know that somebody engaged in this action to what this action even is. So of course the reason, okay, I'm going to refuse to answer your question, how do we know that he did it? Okay, which is of course a question that I answer every single day as it relates to Trump. If you spent more than 10 minutes in the stream, you've seen me answer that question time and time and time again. We just first need to understand what it even is. So do you concede that the definition of the word grapist is somebody who has graped?
Yes.
Okay. All right, perfect. So if there is a grapist who is graped, but no one alive knows that they've graped because they killed their victims afterwards, are they still a grapist?
How would we know this? I'm asking you, how would we know?
How would we know this? Because it is assumed in the hypothetical that we have certain knowledge of it taking place. Silly goose.
Okay,
Very
so
silly goose.
In this insane,
So answer the question. If somebody has graped, but nobody knows they've graped, are they still a grapist? Come on. This is like the age-old question.
Yeah,
if a tree falls in the
your
middle of the
insane
forest, but nobody
hypothetical,
hears a
yes.
sound, did the tree still fall? It's not, dude. It's not even a nice, insane hypothetical. I'm literally trying to prove like elementary concepts. Okay, let's just stop talking about grape. Let's just go back to the all reliable. If a tree falls in the middle of the forest and nobody hears it, did that tree still fall?
We would assume so based on the prior knowledge we have.
No. We're not even talking about any like mind observing it or any mind's takeaway from
All right,
it.
general.
Basically, what I'm trying to point out here is what is true of reality, okay, is not dependent on an observer. You do not need to observe something happening in order for that thing to happen. You don't need to see a tree falling in order for it to be objectively true that the tree fell. You don't need to hear a tree falling in order for it to be objectively true that that tree fell. All that I'm attempting to demonstrate here is that our perception of reality is not identical to reality in and of itself, and things can be true, things can be factual, things can be obvious, even if no one knows it. Like for instance, do you think that there are true facts that no one knows?
Yes.
Perfect. Therefore, you just accepted that something can be the case, something can be true, even if no one knows it. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Okay.
Just like it can be true that somebody is a rapist, even if we don't know it, correct?
By that logic, sure.
Not by that logic, by the logic. By logic in of itself.
Okay, sure.
Thank you for the concession. All right, so we have now agreed that a rapist is somebody who rapes, and a rape victim is somebody who was raped. All right, and those two sentiments, those two words in the way that we define them, okay, at not one point ever are reliant upon somebody knowing that it happened. Correct.
Okay.
Awesome.
Sure.
Perfect. Holy shit. Thank you for conceding. So now,
where are we going with this?
Define the word grape.
I need to make sure I don't use any TikTok words that are bad. Penetration of a woman without her consent, orally or anywhere else.
All right. Well, you just defined what happened to E. Jean Carroll is grape, because she had her female member penetrated with Donald Trump's fingers unconsensually.
And this has been proven in a court of law undeniably.
Yeah, this was proven in a court of law. And what you mean by undeniably would be really relevant here, but I think it's been proven undeniably, yeah.
Well, hold on a second, because truth is not something that can be, I think, you think. It has to be a factual evidence. So what is it?
Well, no. So what we think is true is dependent on what we think is true, idiot.
Okay, that seems unnecessary, but all right. So you're telling me, I just want to make sure I understand, what's the evidence that you use to prove that it's 100% factually true?
Well, I don't think you're using that phrase 100% factually true, and I think that you're really going to hone in on that phrase later. So I'm just going to say now, technically nothing is 100% true. Okay, you don't have 100% true certainty that you're not just a brain in a vat with a mad scientist like connecting neuronic transfer signals to that brain to simulate a reality. Okay, we don't operate off of an evidentiary standard of 100% certainty. Criminal courts don't either, by the way. But my evidence to prove that I believe it is true that he raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt would hinge on the evidence that she suggested into that case, such as having her friends testify that this is a story that she reiterated to them over the course of history, other women testifying inside of that courtroom that similar things happened to them, like on top of the fact that she attested to the fact that she actually told a therapist to this in the 90s, and then of course we had those therapist notes deeming what she said as credible. Okay, we also have the inconsistencies within Donald Trump's own testimony in the courtroom, which indicate a lower likelihood of what he said to be true and a higher likelihood of what she said to be true. Okay, and this would include A, the fact that he said he'd never do that to her because she isn't his type, but then under deposition confused a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, who is his type, to be E. Jean Carroll, and then B, the fact that he said he'd never do this to her because he's never even met her, which E. Jean Carroll then responded to with a picture of the two together. And then 3 here, and I think that this is honestly the very most compelling piece of evidence I have, would be his character priors. Okay, first and foremost, he literally said that he likes to do what the court found him guilty of doing on the Access Hollywood tapes in 2005. He said he could just grab up to women and quote-unquote grab them by their pussy without asking first. That is exactly what he did to E. Jean Carroll. He grabbed her by her female member and put his fingers inside without asking. That's what the court determined. Not to mention his other character priors. That would be things we'd expect to see from somebody who has raped a woman. You know, like boasting about the sexual exploitation of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. That's something that we'd expect a rapist to do. Being best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl or a woman with a statement that may have new day be another wonderful secret. That's something we'd expect the rapist to do, okay? While knowing that best friend Epstein was doing very bad things. We know that because of the email that Epstein sent in 2011 saying, of course, Trump knew what I was doing with his girls. That's something we'd expect a rapist to do. Having like 30 plus credible accusations, that's something we'd expect a rapist to have, okay? And about a billion other things too, like sexualizing a 10-year-old girl or hitting on his own daughter. Those are also things that we'd expect rapists to do. So there you have it.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's easy to say, yeah, this, so he must have done this. But until you have proof of it, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to call someone that without any verifiable proof.
Fumble.
And secondly, you're talking about something that happened 30 years ago.
Huge
Can
fumble.
You're how old, team? 21?
Yeah, by the way, huge fumble you just made right there.
Go for it.
You said, Dean, you're talking about this, and this, therefore he must have done this. Oh, but you would have actual proof for it? Yeah, I gave you itemized segments of evidence. Like, I gave you itemized,
you gave
data points of proof.
You said, well, he did this, so he must have done this. That's not proof. You cannot stand up on a jury.
Somebody's character priors are absolutely some level of evidence for an action. Okay,
so if someone's being charged
think about it this way.
And they've stolen a car in the past, they're automatically guilty?
They'd be significant. Yeah, that's actually a good example. Okay, so two people, okay.
Significant? Okay, that's not the same.
So two people, okay. Two people are being suspected of stealing this car. The first person who's being suspected of stealing this car is a little old 90-year-old nun. Okay, no criminal record. Not even a parking ticket. Once she said the word fuck, and then repented and prayed to God. Now, the second person has this long-ass rap sheet where they've been stealing cars since they were 12. Okay? Obviously, because of person two's priors, they are going to be significantly more likely than person one to have stolen that car. And that's all that I'm saying, okay, with the character priors of Trump. All right? And those character priors, okay, on their own are not enough evidence to prove that he raped E. Jean Carroll. Like, if E. Jean Carroll never said that Donald Trump raped her, another form of evidence or testimony, then we couldn't reasonably conclude that he did rape her, okay, based upon his character priors alone. Okay? Yeah, that makes sense. So it is just simply a faction of the evidence. And my position would be is that this evidence in culmination proves beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt that he is guilty.
So would it also not be true to say if someone was trying to fabricate a story about a car being stolen, they would target someone who's in high power, who has a criminal or even a suggested past of stealing cars, has an issue with cars, likes luxury cars, and they know that if they do accuse this person, they would defame them, they would hurt their testimony, and they could also make quite a bit of money on it as well. Is that not also an accurate statement?
Oh, yeah, no, it's just so accurate to know that E. Jean Carroll would have known that Donald Trump fucked up and would inevitably lie and say that he never met her. She just knew that Donald Trump would have fucked up and would have testified that she wasn't his type and then confused Marla Maples to be her. Okay, she just knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited these women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. She just knew that Donald Trump was sending letters to Epstein depicting the naked body of a girl, knowing what Epstein was doing, even though that letter and that email proving that he knew what he was doing only came out last year, and this lawsuit was launched in 2019. Yeah, she just knew all of these things. You sound crazy.
I mean, everything was public information except the letter that you just stated. Literally everything was public information.
The letter was not public information.
What are you talking about? Except for the
letter wasn't public information. The email wasn't public information. And then just because something is public information doesn't mean that somebody knows it for sure. You'd be speculating that she knew it. And of course, that would be a possibility. You're now introducing, okay, a possibility. But I'd argue that the issue that you're now facing is the possibility-probability gap, where the only way that you could attempt to counter-argue against the culmination of all these facts in which definitively represent this to be likely true beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt is by engaging in baseless speculation and possibility gap jumps. So, I mean, I think that we see this all the time. I think that this is just another example of the estranged cult-like behavior of MAGA idiots.
Wow.
Is just to reject the massive preponderance of evidence and then argue in support of the man that raped a woman, sexually exploited women and girls. And by the way, you've been real quiet about the sexual exploitation. Oh yeah, no actual proof. Just him admitting to the sexual exploitation. What do you have to say about that?
I think it was
Oh, do you
immoral.
know what I'm
He
talking
did
about?
not state their age.
Oh.
He did not state they were fully naked. He said they were half naked. Or
No.
he might even said they were not
No,
wearing clothes, is what he said.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a question. When you're not wearing clothes, are you naked?
My mother is extremely religious. When she goes to the beach, she says people aren't wearing clothes. Are they naked? Dean, are they naked?
I want you to answer my question.
See, you can't because it proves you wrong. You're so stupid, bro.
No,
I'm
we just go
freaking
one
leaving.
question
God,
at a
you're
time.
an
I'm not gonna answer your question. He left. Fucking idiot. Of course, I'm not gonna answer your question when you're asking it in response to my question. Dude got mad and dude crashed out. Okay, the very moment he got proven wrong. And by the way, your religious mother probably hasn't cheated on 3 of her husbands. She probably hasn't also boasted about following people into their dressing rooms, and she probably hasn't said that she's never repented to God. So yeah, maybe if Donald Trump was a religious saint, full on, Chad, that just followed the book of God to a T and respected all. Okay, maybe if he were to say that they had no clothes on, it wouldn't actually mean no clothes on. But considering the fact that he's an ex-Playboy pervert that was best friends with a child rapist, I'm not quite sure about it. And now look at this. We just fried his ass. And now we're actually going to fry the ass of even more Trump supporters. This is great. There's maybe 4 Trump supporters inside of that comment section right now that are saying I kicked him. Like Cody Mullins and a handful of other people. Check this out. Nick Reels too. This will be fun. Hey, Trump supporters, what is the evidence that you have that I kicked him? Let's just wait for it to come into the chat. I don't know. Oh, wait, where'd Cody Mullins go? Okay, Kakar says that I kicked him. What's the evidence, though? Niche said that I kicked him. What's the evidence? Is there... Oh, wait, there's no evidence. So, like, just to clarify, Trump supporters believe in things with no evidence. Okay, so that was like... That was like a 50 for 1 package deal. Gotta love it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Cooking like 50 Trump supporters at the same time. That'd be a good YouTube title. I like that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello. King's not here. Moving on to the next guest. Damn, dude, we are cooking Trump supporters all day long, man. Cooking Trump supporters all day long, my friends. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Making them run away, too. All right, we got great MAGA man loaded up. Hey, Caleb, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, so disgusting how people will tie themselves into knots trying to justify SA and blame the victims. Oh, yeah, it's fucking so immoral. It is so terrible. I couldn't agree more. It's just fucking gross, dude. And unfortunately, we hear it all the time. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do.
Okay, how do you?
23.
Cool, man. Let me thank a couple of people that'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Samantha, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Samantha. That is so fucking kind of you. Samantha didn't even leave a message with the donation. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'm trying to see 500 big Samantha W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Samantha. Same thing to you, Full Band. Thank you so much for the $50 as well on YouTube. Appreciate you so much, Full Band. Huge shout out to Samantha and Full Band. Thank you both very much. Let's get 500 Samantha W's, 500 Full Band W's. Full Band with a 50 says, no one tries to defend SA this hard unless they're hoping to find a way to justify something they've done. It's definitely a red flag. I'll tell you that much, Full Band. Thank you so much for the 50. Show some love to Samantha and Full Band down below. Seriously, appreciate you guys so very much. And then S, thank you so much for the 20 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I left the stream for a bit, then I came back to Dean describing the concept of reality to a Trump supporter that tracks. Yeah, dude, I literally have to describe, right, like the world, like reality to Trump supporters and the big 26. It's crazy just how far they've fallen in such a short period of time. They're definitely not setting up their best today, folks. That's a fact. Echo, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Alexa, thank you for the $5 as well, who says, fuck that guy, couldn't agree more. Bethany and Bria, thank you for the $5 and the $3. Justin, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I'm a disabled trans man who is unable to work / make money. I rely on a cane to get around and will eventually need a wheelchair, at least partially. The government refuses to recognize me as disabled, so by this guy's logic, I deserve to starve and don't deserve to get medical care. Yeah, that's the biggest issue with the logic. Is just that the Social Security Administration, okay, doesn't recognize all disabilities as disabilities, which leaves people like you to starve. Thank you for the $10, Justin. Wesley, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says preventative care is much cheaper than emergency rooms, so reducing access to BCPs through work requirements will cost more in the end. That is also true, Wesley. We didn't get a chance to go over that. Thank you for the $15, Wesley. You actually sent another $15. Thank you for the $30, Wesley. Let's get 300 Wesley W's. It also says work requirements for healthcare does not affect the recipient as much as it does hospitals. Yep. Thank you for another $15. Rin, thank you for the $15, who says watching you debate somebody like Tyler's pure art. I adore what you do. Proud of you. Oh, thank you so much, Rin. Brianna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Brianna W's. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that, Brianna. Show some love to Brianna down below. Also, show some love to Lindsay for the 5 and Zoe for the 15. Thank you so much. Who says, I work for Housing Authority and over 75% of our quote-unquote workable households are working. Disabilities are not always physical/visible. Yeah, going back to my earlier comment, I think that the Social Security Handbook needs to really update their definition of like what is and what is not a disability. Then Emma and John, appreciate y'all for the $5. Rachel, thank you for the $2. Gianna, thank you for the $5. Then Katie and Bria, appreciate y'all for the $5 as well. It looks like we're all caught up. Thank you guys. I genuinely appreciate it so much. I'm going to quickly thank some people on PayPal. Danielle, thank you for the $10 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, man. Who says, hey man, thank you for teaching me the truth about Trump. Keep this next part to yourself. Okay, I will keep that on myself. And Daniel, I'm really happy that the streams help you. Let's get 100 Daniel W's. And let's also get 200 Quentin W's. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Quentin. For the dumb caller, if you have smacks and you move states, if they have a baby, are you the father? Yes, even if you never find out. Yeah, that was probably like a relevant question to ask back when he was like saying, if you don't know something to be true, then it can't actually be true. Thank you so much for the $20, Quentin. Kimberly, thank you so much for the $10. Sarah, thank you for the 5. Allison, thank you so much for the $10. And then, oh my God, dude. Let's see here. Charlie, dude, thank you. Thank you so much for another $60 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Charlie. You have been so fucking kind today. Thank you so much a billion times over. Charlie with another 60. Let's see what it says here. Give me one moment. I'm really sorry, but this is the third time on here, but you really deserve it. I love you from Charlie from Scotland. Dude, never apologize for donating. Are you kidding me? Thank you so much for the love. Never fucking apologize for donating. Show some love to Charlie down below in that chat. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the streams, you want to support what we do here, you can support me on Venmo and PayPal, found in the link tree in my bio, handle on the top of the phone screen, and the pin message over on YouTube. Appreciate y'all, and go ahead and take it away. New guest, tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so the reason I support Trump, there is quite a few things.
Oh, your mic is really muffly, my dude.
Better?
Yeah.
So the main reasons I support Trump is for immigration, for the economy. Those are my main reasons, I would say.
Okay. Are you driving? Okay, I'll take that as yes. Well, feel free to come up when you're not driving. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, folks. On the opposite of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. This guy's in the queue like all day, every day. Hello, Coldy.
You're going to talk to me? Really?
Mullins?
You're going to talk to me after you brought me up earlier and dropped me?
You're like always in the queue.
I know. I like listening to the debates. I think it's great.
Yeah, you said that I kicked that last guess?
You did. You did.
Okay, why do you believe that?
You did. I don't know, it's kind of a pattern that you've created that when, I don't know, when you get frustrated with people, it seems like you just kick them.
I know, but like what's the evidence that I kicked them?
I don't have evidence of that. You know that.
So you believe in things with...
He wouldn't have hung up on you. Ask him back up. Ask him back up. I bet he's still listening.
Well, I mean, you just said that I, like, kick people when I'm frustrated. The very last thing that you heard that guest do was voice how frustrated he was. So it would actually follow under the principle that you set forth that he left.
You know what? You know the truth.
Yes, the truth is
I'm
that
sure
he left.
you're right.
Yeah, I know
I'm
that
sure
you're
you're right.
I'm right because I am right and you're wrong, quite frankly.
Yeah. Right on.
I don't know what it is
Okay.
with Trump supporters believing in shit with no reason. Here, let me thank one person. Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Samantha, with another donation. That is so fucking kind of you. Let's get 300 Samantha W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. And you know what? Matter of fact, you said that you were just enjoying that last conversation so much, so let's continue it. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump sexually exploiting naked women and girls by following them into their dressing rooms?
I don't believe that sexual exploitation is the law states sexual exploitation. I don't think it's sexual exploitation at all.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what the law states, but I think that's how we use that word colloquially. I think colloquially we use a phrase sexual exploitation. One moment.
I think you probably know sexual exploitation.
I think that colloquially, I'm not gonna lie, I don't. It's very possible that legally speaking, that would fulfill like another law that's not sexual exploitation. But I think the way that we use that term sexual exploitation colloquially would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman or girl is in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct.
Woman. I think in this case you can only lean on woman, but anyway.
Wait, I was just trying to give like a working definition of what sexual exploitation would include.
I think it has something to do with like collecting media on them and then distributing that media or using it as blackmail. That's sexual exploitation, not what you're talking about. That's not sexually exploiting.
Okay. Oh well, women. I think that it is sexually exploiting, and I don't really like care if like the law has a hyper specific definition of what sexual exploitation is.
I think
what I care about is the way that we use the term colloquially, and I think that we, as I just said and you ignored, the way that we use that term sexual exploitation colloquially would just be somebody who is exploiting somebody sexually. And I think that exploiting somebody sexually would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman or girl is in to further unconsensual sexual conduct. Do you agree that that is an example of a man abusing a woman sexually? Exploiting a woman sexually.
I think it's creepy. I don't think it's exploitation at all.
It's not exploitive?
No, it's not exploitive. No.
What? How is it not exploitive to like take advantage of different various power dynamics, okay, to further unconsensual sexual conduct? That is like by definition exploitive. You're exploiting the power dynamics that exist, okay, to further unconsensual sexual conduct. Like, can you agree that that would be like this man like exploiting the power dynamics?
This is a tired argument.
It's actually a question that I've never asked anyone on this live stream ever before. This is a new one that is specific to you and your specifically stupid argument.
No.
Can you agree that that would be an example of a man exploiting power dynamics?
Exploiting power dynamics. Okay. So you're saying because of his position of power, he leveraged that to put himself in a position to be in a backstage environment where people were getting dressed or ready for
his position of power as the owner. That would be the first power dynamic. And then the second power dynamic would be their position of vulnerability.
How vulnerable are they? They're backstage at a Miss USA
in a dressing room that is by definition vulnerable.
I think it's
because
backstage,
you are upholding an implicit social construct that only like women or girls are allowed inside of this space. Which then allows the women and girls inside of this space to feel vulnerable enough to take their clothes off. Okay, but that is a position of vulnerability and which is exposed and taken advantage of through a necessarily exploitive nature when a man were to then barge in there and look at the people in that space. And I feel like this concept would become like very obvious if we were just to change the dressing room to a bathroom and the beauty pageant contestants to like, I don't know, like a little girl with her mom trying to pee. Okay. Yeah, so a little girl is like in a bathroom stall. Okay. And then a man runs into that space and peeks his head over the top. Cool. Like he is exploiting that little girl's position of vulnerability using the restroom. Okay. Without, her bottoms on. Okay. In the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct. So do you now agree? Bro. Dude, I'm so sorry, man. This conversation became dark the moment Donald Trump bragged about sexual exploitation. Actually, the moment he did sexually exploit. So now, after everything that I've said, Cody, do you agree, okay, that a man walking into a private woman's only space designed for them to take their clothes off or get naked, okay, would be that man exploiting their vulnerability? Feel free to unmute, crybaby.
I think it's a false comparison. I think you're being ridiculous. I think it's disgusting.
You're not answering my question. Why do I have to ask everything to you 5 times? It's kind of embarrassing, Cody. Do I need to ask it a 6? I'll ask it a 6. Make sure to pay attention to every word, buddy. All right, here we go.
I paid attention to every word, and I called you disgusting for even making that comparison. It's gross.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think all that I hear is...
it's like you're digging into a gutter to draw some sort of a comparison. It is. I think it's disingenuous.
Wow.
I think it has no parallel.
Well, we appreciate your tears.
To that story.
You're kind of annoying. All right, so I'm going to ask the question again because it seems like you're evading it. If a man, okay, were to go into a space designed for women and only women, and the reason why it's designed for women and only women is so when the women are inside of that space, they feel comfortable enough to take their clothes off and get naked. Okay, can we agree that if a man were to barge into that space and look at them when they have no clothes on, he would be exploiting that vulnerability? Yes or no?
If he were to barge into that space, I don't know. Into that space, sure. I think Donald Trump's statement said because he owns the pageant, he was allowed. Not meaning that he necessarily allowed himself, but he was allowed, as I think is how he phrased it. Meaning that somebody probably allowed him, like somebody else. I think that was his actual phrasing. Because I own the pageant, I was allowed.
Well, I mean, yeah, actually.
So
because he owns a pageant,
barging into a
he's
private
allowing
space.
Himself. Do you want me to explain that?
You mean you think he says I was allowed, as if it were like using that tense is indicative of the fact that somebody allowed him. I guarantee somebody escorted him back there. Like, I don't think this guy probably just barged in.
So what he says
he said I was allowed.
Because therefore he was inspecting it as he was the owner of the pageant. So he thinks
he
what
said
allowed
that
him,
jokingly. I don't
he
even
thinks,
like arguing this because I think it's creepy.
So he thinks that what allowed him was himself.
I don't want to argue this. It's a creepy move.
The pageant, I'm allowed to do this. Okay? Yeah. Not because the women and girls allowed me to go inside. By the way, girls can't even allow that. They're fucking minors, dude. Not because they wanted him inside, because he's the owner. Okay? And we know that my very obviously reasonable interpretation of that statement, because I'm the owner, it's allowed, okay, is therefore only exacerbated and made clear when he follows that up with that, therefore I'm inspecting it joke, because it's just further reiterating the sentiment that it's not, therefore he's just doing what is in the wishes of the women and girls, therefore he's actually doing something that's in accordance with his own wishes that he's allowing himself to do.
I just think that you're a social warrior for something that wasn't even a problem.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, exactly. And this is where you take the mask off. This is where that you take the mask off and you say that it wasn't even a problem. Guys, we seriously get grown men joining this live saying that it's not a problem.
Are you going to have a regular conversation about this?
Saying that it's not a problem for old men to go and take advantage of women and girls. It's not a problem for men to just walk right into a woman's dressing room and look at them naked. It's not a problem for a man to allow himself to go into that space to look at them when they have no clothes on. Cody, you understand that that is a problem, and the fact that you argued it is not a problem is what makes you the problem.
No, here, listen.
Yes. Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says he can't just admit it because he'd have to stop supporting Trump. Why is it so hard? I couldn't agree more, Full Band. Show someone to Full Band down below. Hawkeye, thank you for the $20. Who says this guy's comments should be grounds for police to search his computer at home. Well, I appreciate your input and thank you for the $20, Hawkeye. Please show some love to Hawkeye down below in that comment section for the $20. I appreciate both of you.
Emotional.
Oh, yeah, well, I think the only pathetic and emotional creature is you, because
I'm not
you're the one that's like,
emotional.
okay, and thinks it's not a problem for old men to creep on women
No.
and girls. Logan, thank you for the $3 who
It
says
wasn't a
hashtag fuck
problem
guys.
amongst the
Shayla, thank you for the
contestants.
$2 for the over on PayPal. Logan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. That says thank you for doing these lives every day, Dean. I try my best. Thank you for the $10, Logan. Rosemary, thank you for the 3. Then Cyrus, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you so much for the $10, Cyrus. Show some love to Cyrus. Same thing with Daniel. Thank you for the 10. Thank you so much, man. It looks like we're all caught up over on PayPal. On Venmo, Mikey, appreciate you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Mikey W's. And then, thank you for the $15 who says, I guess your last guest believes I wasn't grape since I didn't report it. Yep, that was their logic. Thank you for the $15. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Jessica W's. Jessica with the 20 says, I live in Minneapolis, right next to Preddy, and I'm so grateful someone 13 years under me is so smart. Please run for something. Maybe one day, and I hope that you're doing all right, Jessica. Please stay safe, and thank you for the 20. And then same thing to you, Peyton. Thank you so much for the $35 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peyton. Please show some love to Peyton down below in that comment section for the $35. And Peyton, if you want to help with fundraisers, we actually got one going right now for my mod Adam. It's in the link tree in my bio. Thank you for the $35. And then Hank with the $10 who says, former MAGA here, thank you for opening my eyes. Well, first and foremost, I'm really proud of you, and I'm happy that you're able to open your eyes. And I wish that this guy could do the same. Okay, next question, because you just posited it wasn't a problem with the beauty pageant contestants and that they were okay with it. They consented to it, okay? So what is the evidence that the beauty pageant contestants consented to Donald Trump walking in?
You know what really sucks is I think he was creepy for bragging about it. I'm not here to argue it. I'm just telling you that you saying that it's sexual exploitation, I feel is wrong. And when I say, hold on, I'm not debating you. When I say it's not a problem, I mean it wasn't a problem amongst the contestants.
Okay, which would mean that they consented. That's the only way it wouldn't be a problem.
No, I'm just saying the only time anybody ever complained about it was Tasha Dixon in 2016.
Do you agree? Do you agree? Do you agree that the only time it's not a problem is if they consented?
What do you?
Yeah.
Wait,
it could be unconsensual and not a problem.
Unconsensual? What are you talking about?
So do you agree? Do you agree that in order? What he said. One moment. Do you agree that in order for him going into their dressing room and looking at them while they had no clothes on, in order for that to not be a problem, the women would have had to consented, right? So then, what's your evidence that they consented?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would they have to consent to somebody being backstage at a beauty pageant? I don't get it.
Why would the women and girls in the women and girls private only spaces have to consent to a man going in and looking at the naked bodies?
I get that you're a justice warrior for this. I don't want to talk.
You don't want to talk about it because you're now realizing that you have to take your mask off and expose yourself as a creep. You want to argue that it wasn't a problem, okay, but you understand that it was unconsensual, meaning that you have to explicitly and verbally affirm in front of over 20,000 people right now, to be specific, 21,000, if we add our TikTok viewership to our YouTube viewership, that you do not think that unconsensual sexual conduct is a problem. You have to affirm that it was consensual in order for your conclusion it wasn't a problem to be true.
Hold on. I don't think it's sexual exploitation. I don't think it's what you characterize it to be.
Evasion. You're evading. Evasion, Cody. Stop evading.
No, I've said from the beginning, Dean, that it was creepy.
Also evasion.
I'm not evading.
Yes, the thing that you're evading is either conceding. No. What you're evading
2016.
What you're evading is either conceding and agreeing in order for it to not be a problem, as you put it, they would have had to consent, or you take your mask off and you have to say that sometimes unconsensual sexual conduct is not a problem.
I just think you're reaching on this one, man. I think you need to figure out some other arguments.
It's a true dichotomy. You're only calling it a reach so you can evade answering to the true dichotomy. Yes, it is true that if you think it's not a problem, this either means that they consented or you're insane.
I said it was
because
creepy.
You think
I'm saying that pageant contestants didn't think it was a problem.
Cody, can you agree? In order for it to not be a problem, they would have had to consent.
Consent to what?
Consent.
The pageant owner being backstage
to look at their in the women's only spaces to look at their bodies, right?
I think it was a side effect of him being back there. I don't think he went back there.
Oh my God! He will not answer the question. Answer the question, Cody. In order for it to not be a problem for him to go into that women's only space
I think you're
and look at their
reaching,
bodies,
man. I think
they would have had to consent. Could I just get a yes or no?
I'm sure that there's a lot of pageant.
Wait. Can I just get a yes or no?
contestants out there
Hey,
that
fuckface
appreciate
Cody,
your
can I get a yes
gesture
or no?
warriorship.
Can I get a yes or no? Why are you evading? Give me a yes or no. In order for it to
Trash,
not be a
man.
problem for him to go into their dressing rooms and look at them while they have no clothes on, they would have had to consent. Yes or no?
I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill, bud.
I'm asking a question, Cody. Stop evading. Yes or no?
And the only reason I say that is because you're
No. Cody, answer the question. Yes or no?
I think you're characterizing it wrong.
It's a question. Answer the question. Yes or no. Questions can't be true or false. They just simply request information. So is it true?
I think there can be new.
Do you think that it is true that in order for him going into their private women's only spaces, the nuance would unfold in the description of why your answer is a yes or why your answer is no, but ultimately the answer would be an affirmation of the premise that they'd have to consent in order for it to not be a problem, or the rejection of the premise that they'd have to consent in order for it to not be a problem?
I think I would have
So I'm going to ask you one last time, Cody. Do you accept or reject the premise, okay, that in order for Trump going into this private women's only space and looking at the naked bodies of the women's inside, it would only not be a problem if the women inside gave their consent? Do you affirm that or do you reject that? And don't be a little coward, typical MAGA, and run away and pivot and deflect or make egregious accusations.
I'm not going to run away.
Like I'm making a mountain out of
this.
a mole, or I'm misrepresenting it. Don't pivot. Don't deflect. Don't be a little spineless coward. I mean, you already are one, so it's not like that'd be anything new. Either affirm or reject the premise that in order for it to be, quote unquote, not a problem for Trump to walk backstage into their women's only dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies while they were undressed, they would have had to give consent. That is the only possible scenario in which it would not have been a problem for Trump to do this.
I think that I guess what I'm saying is how you're characterizing it.
You can't answer.
Yeah, it would have been a problem. Hold on.
I'm sorry. No, I muted you because you didn't answer the question. Feel free to unmute and try again, Cody.
I was saying, as you're characterizing it, as you're demonizing, that would be a problem. If your purpose was to,
without consent,
go back and leer at naked people without their consent, absolutely a problem and disgusting. Now, if a side effect of being allowed backstage was what he was being braggadocious and disgusting about, I completely agree that it's crude and disgusting, but I don't think that it's exploitation by any means.
Okay,
so
well,
yeah,
first,
the way you're characterizing it makes it creepy.
So I'm hearing you characterize like him seeing them naked as a mere unintentional side effect. So what was he in their dressing rooms for?
Have you ever been in a? Were you ever? You seem like you.
Can
were.
you just
Were you
answer
a
the
theater
question?
kid?
What was he? No, just give me a straight answer.
I'm answering that
Oh, yeah,
question
a
with
question.
some clarifying questions.
No.
Were you a theater kid?
You do not need to. You do not need to clarify on anything to answer the question. What was he in their dressing rooms for? There's no clarification required. Nothing that I think or have done in my life changes why Donald Trump was in that dressing room. So
Okay,
why do you
so
think
I'm gonna-
he's in that dressing room?
Here's my answer then. I'm going to assume you're a theater kid, and I'm going to assume that during your high school performances,
just tell us why you think Trump was
as
in
you
the
were
dressing room.
preparing to go out on stage and sing, I don't know, the lead to Brigadoon, that your director came back and said, "Good luck. I hope it all goes well out there." Or your assistant director or your vocal coach came back. Anybody who was in leadership on that production comes backstage and says, "All right, here we go, guys. Here comes the show. We're getting ready to go."
Okay,
And
so
it's
can you just answer the
backstage,
question?
man.
Why was Trump in their dressing rooms?
For that purpose.
For
here
what
we go,
purpose?
ladies. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. Showing
To thank
support.
them
I
for
don't
being
know
there?
what the heck. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I'm just
Wait,
giving you
you don't know
examples.
why he was back there?
I'm just telling you that as
Okay, so just to clarify,
the
you
owner of
don't
the
know why
pageant,
he
you
was
would
back there?
probably go backstage. I just gave you an example
Backstage?
of a director
No,
of
dressing
any
rooms.
show.
No, dressing rooms.
No, he
not
didn't
just
say
a general
dressing rooms.
backstage area.
He said backstage. What are you talking about?
He said that he walked through
He
the
said
backstage
backstage.
to get to the dressing rooms.
He didn't say that?
Yes, because he
didn't never
described
say
the
that. He
dressing
said
rooms.
he was.
That's what he
No,
described.
yeah, but he never said he was in their dressing rooms.
Oh
He
my
said he was
God! Yeah, and
backstage.
if Hitler never said that the Holocaust was a genocide, I guess it wasn't. No,
Oh
because that's what he
my
described.
goodness.
Because that's what he described. He described a place where there's no men allowed, that he had to get special justification to go in, okay, where women and girls were naked and changing. A place where no men are allowed, okay, that he had to abuse special justification given to himself, by himself, where women and girls are naked
but-
and changing inside of, would be a woman's
He-
only
he never
dressing
said-
room. If it was a general backstage area, then why were there no men around? If it was a general backstage area, then why did he have to take advantage of the fact that he was the owner to allow himself in? If it was just a general backstage area, then he wouldn't need to do that. Anybody on the crew could just kind of go into the backstage area. Lights, photos, camera, action, judges, so on and so forth. Okay? Right? So because what he described was a dressing room, and any reasonable mind would come to that conclusion, okay, and what he described would not reasonably be true of a general backstage area, we know that you are reasonably wrong. Like, for everybody that hasn't actually heard the clip, let's just go ahead and take a listen to it now. Specifically, the portion of the clip where,
Hey,
he's
before you play-
describing what he went into. No, you're either going to shut up.
The owner
Cody, I
of
appreciate
the
that.
pageant, it's your obligation
No, Cody, you're quiet and the clip's playing.
to do that.
Hey, man,
so,
before
so
you play it-
have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right. For every single person watching this stream, and I'm even trying to reach out to people in the center, independents, and on the right here. So what Donald Trump said there is that he would go into a space that men are not allowed, and inside of this space that men are not allowed, there were women and girls who were naked and changing. And in order to get inside of this space where men are not allowed, and there were naked women and girls changing and naked, he had to abuse the fact that he was the owner and allow himself in. And at the end of the clip, he said that he would get away with it, framing it as a bad thing. Is it fair for any reasonable person with a brain watching this live stream to conclude that a space where men can't go in, where women are naked and changing, that Trump had to abuse his special privilege as the owner of the pageant to allow himself in, and that he knew he was doing something wrong by being there per his last statement, and I get away with it, could only be a private woman's changing room? That's the only place that could be. And that it cannot be a general backstage area, because men are allowed in general backstage areas. So we can't explain why Trump said there's no men around. It can't be a general backstage area, or else he wouldn't be allowing himself in because he's the owner. He wouldn't need to be the owner to get into the backstage area. Crew get into the backstage area.
Real politics.
Cameras get into the backstage area. Judges get into the backstage area. Friends and family get into the backstage area. So if it was a general backstage area, we also couldn't explain a statement that he allowed himself in because he's the owner. Okay, now what about naked and changing? Well, in general backstage areas where you have men around, people coming in and out, okay, they can't be naked and changing. So how would we explain the fact that he made that statement? So do we now see, for everybody watching at home, just how absolutely insane and unreasonable Cody is,
You see how your
and how based and
viewers are
reasonable
dropping because they're
I
sick of it?
am. And by the way, folks, when I pass the mic back to Cody, he will not respond to the last argument that I gave. He will not sit here and respond to the 4 points I brought up. The women and girls inside were naked and changing, and he abused the fact that he was the owner to get in. This is a place where men weren't allowed inside, and he knew it was a bad thing for him to be there. He will not respond to those 4 points, And he'll just try to come up with some evasion technique to distract you from the fact that he can't respond and that he's cooked. And will likely try to flood the zone with more information,
Is my mic
not
on?
responding to the argument.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Yeah. So, first of all, he stopped himself from saying no clothes on. He said no clothes and then stopped because he knew he was being braggadocious. Second, he never said naked. Third, he didn't say he allowed himself in. He said he was allowed backstage. And what was your fourth one? No other men were around. I don't know. Braggadocious. I told you at the beginning of this conversation, it's disgusting. I didn't even want to have this conversation with you, but because you had this conversation with the last guy, you decided that you wanted to take me down this dark hole that you always go to when you can't win a conversation about stand.
Yeah, I just cut you off as soon as you started whining. Let's stick to the substance of the argument. So your first refutation was to say that he never said he allowed himself and he just said that he was allowed. No, the quote is that he allowed, because he was the owner of the pageant, he was allowed to go in. And because he said that phrase, because I'm the owner of the pageant, I'm allowed to go in, this indicates that he allowed himself in. Because if he was rather allowed in by the women and
That's
girls,
not what he said.
then he wouldn't say, because I'm the owner of the
I
pageant,
don't care
I'm allowed
what
to
you
go
think
in.
it indicates.
Well, yes, you should care because it is a reasonable interpretation of what he said.
It's your
Both you and me are attempting to qualify the most reasonable interpretation of what he meant when he said
And
what
my
he did.
interpretation is
One
that
second.
he's bragging
Wait,
on a
wait,
chop
1 second.
show.
Can you agree that our goal in this conversation is to attempt to identify what the most reasonable interpretation of Trump's word is?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to be breaking it down word by word.
Listen,
is that what you're asking me?
Can you agree
Do I think
that the
it's
goal
creepy?
in this conversation is to attempt to identify the most reasonable interpretation of what Trump meant when he said what he did? Can you agree? That's the goal of this conversation, is to determine the most reasonable interpretation of his words. Yes or no, Cody? Yes or no, fuckface? Go ahead and unmute. Yes or no? It's not a yes or it's not a no.
Oh,
I'm going to mute you.
Sorry,
So yes or no?
I was on mute. I guess I don't know why I keep getting muted. Is
Can
that
you
your
give
mods
me a
or
yes
you
or no?
doing that personally?
It's me. Can you give me a yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know if that was the intent of my conversation with you. I don't think that's the reason I hit the request button. But if it's your intention, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you
to
accept,
see
okay,
what his
awesome.
intention was.
Awesome. So you accept that the goal of this conversation is to attempt to identify the most reasonable interpretation of what he said. Okay, so when you say shit like, oh, Dean, I don't care, okay, when you add more words in a sentence onto the three that I pointed out to attempt to identify a more reasonable interpretation of what he meant to say than what I think he meant to say, well, then you're just like acting contrary in opposition to what the goal of the conversation is. Obviously, it is going to be relevant for us to consider the fact that right before he said he was allowed to go in, he said that because I'm the owner, I'm allowed to go in. Okay? Because that totally shifts and
I agree
reframes the
that that's what he
conversation
said.
from operating under this veil of ignorance of us not knowing, well, who the hell allowed us to go in, to now knowing who the hell allowed him to go
Probably
in
the show-
by taking
probably
an
the
inference
showrunners.
off of that statement, because I'm the owner, I'm allowed to go in.
I'm guessing that the showrunners or the people who are managing the pageant are the ones that allowed him to go in.
No.
Like,
No,
just
he allowed himself to
just
go in.
because
Check
you
this
want-
out. If the women and girls did not want him to go inside that room, would he still be
Stop
the owner?
muting me, man.
If the women
This
and girls
isn't a
did not want him to go
conversation
inside of
if
that
you
room, would he
keep
still be the
muting me.
owner? If the women and girls did not want him to go inside of that room, would he still be the owner?
If they didn't want him to go inside that room, would he still be the owner? Yeah, I think so.
Exactly, which explains why we know that it is himself who allowed himself in, because he says, because I'm the owner, I'm allowed
You don't
to
think
go
there's
in. And
directors
the fact
of
that
these
he's
things?
the owner, okay, has no bearing nor no relevance towards the wishes/desires. You left. Fuck you, Cody. Get cooked. I had my hands in the air, so not a single Trump supporter watching can spam that typical shit in the chat. Oh, you kicked him. I had my hands in the air. 2 in a row. We are sitting these grown men down like the man children, spineless idiots they are. Holy shit. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Perfection to a T we are observing today. Oh my goodness. We are causing them to run. We are causing them to hide. We are causing them to... Listen, folks, MAGA men are not lonely enough, and I continue to prove it. I continue to fucking prove just how MAGA men are not lonely enough. We are having... I'm having a very interesting experience. This phenomena of the insane, insidious MAGA men joining this live stream to argue the most baseless and indefensible points in support of literal sexual exploitation. And then when they realize that they just simply cannot get a singular point through because I'm just indefinitely proving their ass is wrong, okay? They leave and they run away like the little bitches. Let's just be honest. They're little bitches, like the little bitches they are. So I think that's great. Now, and the reason why I think that's great isn't just the satisfaction that I get out of watching these little bitches run away once I defeat them in the argument, but it's also because I think that it proves to the apolitical viewers at home that are just scrolling through their YouTube feed, scrolling through their TikTok feed. Okay, I think that it proves to the I don't know, maybe right-leaning but not as brainwashed MAGA supporters at home, that like it's a cult that is indefensible and they hold to the worst views possible. It is insidious, the lengths, okay, that these people will go to defend their predator in chief. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up in here. We're going to get him up right now. If you are watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. I actually really appreciate you guys so much for all the love. I'm very grateful for everyone who's shown up and shown out today, and I appreciate y'all so much for all the support. Including, give me a moment here, Mason. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Mason. And welcome into You Sport Trump.
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
23. You actually thought I was driving before. I went on my other account.
Okay, you're not driving? All right, perfect. Give me one moment.
No.
And then Omega, thank you so much for another $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says Donald Trump put himself backstage and he already told us why. Yeah, you are right, Omega. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Omega down below. As well as Kay. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Kay with the 20 says, that dude was fucking obnoxious. Thank you for standing on fucking business, because that was disgusting to listen to. Yeah, Kay, it was so fucking disgusting. But you know what? I'll stand on business. I'll prove him wrong. Thank you for the $20, Kay. Show some love to Kay down below. I'd also like to quickly thank Courtney for the $1 over on PayPal. Susan, thank you for the $10, who says the only way to convince this guy it's exploitation is to remove the sexual part. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, Susan. Jody, thank you for the $5, and shout out to your children. Katie, thank you for the $5, and then Brianna, thank you for the 10. I appreciate y'all so very much. Over on PayPal, Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. Sorry, for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get 200 Matthew W's. Matthew with the 20 says, I'm 100% convinced the guys who defend this would jump at the chance to do the same things and probably have illegal hard drives. Yeah, it's like, do they defend it because they want to do it themselves? I don't know. Thank you for the $20, Matthew. And also thank you for the $25, Karina. Thank you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Karina down below in that comment section. That is Corrina. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Karina. And I just read your message there, and I try not to run that argument because it's a very dangerous equivocation, because then all of a sudden it seems like T people are doing the same thing that Trump is doing, which is not true, you know? Yo. Oh my God. Santana texted me an hour ago asking if he wants to coast. I didn't see this until now. Still around? My bad, bro. Okay, let's see if Santana's still around. If so, we're going to get him up, and it'll be a fun co-host. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Chantiel, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Who said a 7-year-old child was pepper sprayed by an ICE agent at a bike ride in memory of Alex. Dude, that's fucking nuts, bro. They're insane. Man, they're actually insane. That makes me so sad. I appreciate y'all for the love. Like I said, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube. And the handle's at the top of the phone screen. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, man. Super MAGA USA. You're muted. Do you consider yourself to be Super MAGA?
Yes, I would.
Super MAGA. Wow. So it's like threatening an invasion of one of our allies didn't like, wane your spirits. Refusing to feed 16 million starving American children didn't wane your spirits. Calling domestic terrorists that try to kill cops patriots and letting them out of jail didn't wane your spirits. Passing some of the worst economic policy that we've seen in modern American history didn't wane your spirits. Okay, just being completely incoherent didn't wane your spirits. Okay, attempting to lie to you. What if I could prove to you that the administration is lying to you right to your fucking face about what they have quote unquote accomplished?
What would those lies be?
Yeah, for sure. The White House went on Twitter yesterday and published an incredibly misleading chart of the level of steel production in America. And then they said that American steel is back. And they made the chart look like it was a really massive jump from this year to last year. But the reason why it was misleading is because the y-axis was didn't start at 0 and it was very, very small. So it makes a 1% jump look like a 70% jump. So they posted a very misleading graph. Then they accompanied that with the false statement that America steel is back, even though we only produce 1% more steel this year than last year.
But can you show it to me? I just want to see this.
Sure. Let me find it. There it is. Display capture, perfect. I'm also just going to go and throw this up over on the YouTube stream. Give me a moment. Perfect. All right, so here's what they posted on Twitter. So the White House account, I don't know if you could see that. The White House account said that American steel is back. And then under that, they posted this graphic that says U.S. steel production increases. And then here's the 2024 steel production. Here's the 2025 steel production. It literally looks like a jump by a factor of 200%. But then if you actually look at the y-axis right here, actually maybe small, so I don't know if you can see it. It starts with 80.2 production units, whatever that is, of steel. And then it goes to 81.8 production units of steel. So it only represents a 1% increase, but they misrepresented that 1% increase with this crazy ass y-axis. And then they compiled that with a false statement, attempting to suggest to you that American steel production is up by a factor of 2, with a statement that American steel is back, even though in all reality, there's just kind of a 1% change, which is very nominal. Sorry, very, very marginal.
So you're saying, I thought it was going to be a trend line, what you're saying. So you're saying the y-axis, where did it start?
80.2 units of production, and then it ended at 81.2 units of production. So it represented a very small change in the amount of production in a very large distance, which made the production last year look visually half as much as what it was this year, even though the real change was only 1%.
Okay, and what was the headline, the exact title?
Quote unquote, American steel is back. Okay, they want to convince you that we've doubled production based upon that very misleading graph. Okay, and that's why they then comprised that false statement saying that American steel is back, when in all reality it really hasn't changed much. It seems like it's been here.
Yeah, but I mean, I think different people can interpret American steel as back in different ways, and it's just showing that we're making a jump still. It's still an improvement. I don't know why, even if there's any improvement from the Trump administration, you guys always just have to give it a shot in the back. And
it's a marginal typical improvement. 1% growth in a year is historically either average because we don't really change our steel production much, an expected change because it kind of varies a little bit every single year, or B following a natural trend. Okay, and that's not the way that we use the word back. The way that we use the word back is to represent that you didn't have something before, but you do have it now. All right, that's just the way that we use the word back. We may also use it to represent a big change. All All right, like in politics, if the economy is back, this doesn't mean that the economy is ever so slightly better than it was. It means it's like significantly better than it was. We never say that the economy is back if real median wages went from like $300 a week to like $300.50 a week, because it's a very marginal change. Okay? And that's exactly where that misrepresentation of the graph is coming from. They're like showing this massive like jump here, when in all reality, right? And they're showing that massive jump to justify that statement, American steel is back, when in all reality, it's just simply not too significant. So that's like an example of like the White House publishing like incredibly false and like misleading propaganda. It's like state propaganda. That's like, North Korean levels of propaganda.
I mean, I just think it's showing an improvement. Like, again, I don't see where it's like expeditious or anything. But
you don't think that that y-axis is misleading? You don't think it's misleading to show like the bar last year, like less than half the size of the bar this year, even though there's only a 1% change? Is that misleading?
Well, I think there's different magnifications of things, but like if you were to per se do that, then like they want to see that there's a change.
You went on pause. All that I'm asking you is it misleading?
I don't think it's misleading. I just think they need to see that there's a change.
Dude, even on like, listen, even on X, okay, Elon's fucking social media website that got community noted as saying the way the chart is presented shows that manufacturing nearly doubled, which is untrue and misleading. Like even on X, it's getting community flagged as misleading.
I think it's showing an improvement, and I think we're seeing an improvement in our economy as well. Just with gas prices.
Next question. Next question. Is this a misleading chart? By the way, the chart that you see on your phone screen right now, I'm going to make sure I show this over to YouTube as well. Give me one moment. Let me show it to YouTube. This is kind of funny. Give me one moment here. Perfect. The chart that you see on screen right now is technically true, okay? Because it increases in numerical values, like starting at like 80.2 to 81.8, like by like a one 1/100th of a decimal point. This chart is technically representing the same data that the White House's chart was representing. Is this chart misleading?
Again, I think it comes into the context of what it is.
Can you answer the question? Is this chart misleading?
I can only see the graph itself. I can't see the Y. Like, I can't see what those numbers are.
I know you can't see the numbers because they're so small. I'm telling you what they are. Okay? It's the same start and end number, okay, as the other chart was. It just breaks it down into significantly smaller decimal points.
But how can I believe you? Just like the fake news media, like CNN. You know, January 6th, how they edited those clips.
Why would you not? Wait 1 second.
Can you please?
Why would you not believe me? No, I'm so sorry. Why would you not believe me? You understand that like you can make a graph like this, okay? Like you absolutely can go on Canva and make a graph that starts with a number 80.2 and ends with a number 81.8. And you can break that y-axis down into 80.201, 80.202. Okay, like this is a graph that you can make. Anybody can make this. Okay, so because anybody can make this graph, okay, you should believe that it's real. So now that like I've given you, okay, undeniable reason to believe that this graph is real because anyone can make it. Can you agree that this graph is misleading? That this graph is misleading?
Again, like, I think you're paid by the media, and I can't see it. Please just let me talk. But anyways, I don't want to talk about this petty shit with you, Dean, because this is irrelevant. See, you're talking about misleading information. CNN and all the fake news, they talk about it. January 6th, pull up the video side by side of Trump's speech, an hour apart. They mixed the clips to make it seem like he was telling them to fight and rush the Capitol when that was just not the case. See, let's just talk about why I support Trump and real stuff, not this baloney.
Sure, after you just give a one-word answer. Is this graph misleading?
No, because it's a graph.
It's not misleading! It represents a 1% change! This graph represents a 1% change, and you don't think the way that it visually represents that 1% change is misleading?
Well, I have my opinion, just like you have your opinion about women going in the men's rooms. And
Oh my god, dude! Yo, we found him. We found the Trump cultist CEO boss. Okay, we found the final boss fight. Yes, this is Mr. Red Hat himself. Wait, should I just go and make the graph crazier then? Like, I could just like go make a, like, I'm sure that there's websites out there that I could go make a graph on, and I could like literally make it so much crazier than that by merely expanding the y-axis, by maybe making each change in the unit of like 0.0001%, and it would be a graph that's literally like 10 pixels wide. But it goes from the top of the screen until the bottom of the screen, where the first bar is maybe 10 pixels high, and then the second bar goes all the way to the top. And like, I guess this guy would say that's not misleading to represent a 1% change. Yo, can someone do that? Can someone watching do that? Please. If someone watching can do that and then post it in my Discord, I will give you a shout out. Desmos. DSMOS. I'm sure that they have a capability to do that. If someone can make Google Excel, if someone can make the most misleading version of that graph as possible, I'm going to put it on stream and I'll give you a shout out. You just got to like drop it in a ticket in the Discord, because anybody can send media in Discord tickets. So we can, and while someone is doing that, I mean, we have like nearly 20,000 viewers. Someone's going to make that graph. Someone's going to drop it in a Discord ticket. It's only a matter of time. While someone's working on that, I want to ask you a question. You said that I'm paid by the media. Who am I paid by?
I don't know. It just seems like you're portraying the same lies that they do, and you could even, you know, the real TPA, his YouTube videos prove that you're lying, and I just see that.
I don't know who that is. But anyways,
I think it's tax-paying American. But anyways, well, that guy proved that you were lying. I know. I saw his YouTube videos. But anyways.
Okay. I don't know who they are. Sounds like a random, but anyways, go ahead.
Well, just as I was saying, you know that video, January 6th, how CNN edited it?
No, I
know don't. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the BBC?
Or maybe it's a BBC, CNN, one of those.
You're being misleading. You're being misleading. You're so dishonest. It's so misleading.
I mean, what? Excuse me? What? So, BBC. What? Why are you laughing at me? Like,
Nothing.
I don't understand.
I could unplug the mic if you'd like, so you don't have to hear it. It's still gonna happen. You just won't have to hear it. I could facilitate that for you. That would help.
It's just like you like. Just let me talk.
I wasn't interrupting you. You got the
yeah,
mic.
just hearing that annoying laugh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am.
Or do you sincerely mean it?
Yeah.
So anyways, the BBC video of Donald Trump on January 6th talking about the talking in his speech and everything. They edited it and combined two clips an hour apart, trying to make it seem like he was telling everybody to fight and run. And
Yeah. Do you remember when Fox News had to pay $1 billion lawsuit for lying about the 2020 election?
And why were they lying?
Oh no, the horror. Yeah, Fox News had to legally reclassify as an entertainment company instead of a news agency because of one of the most expensive lawsuits America's ever seen over there. Not just misleading, but bold-faced lies about the 2020 election. And by the way, the reason why they felt emboldened, okay, just to tell $1 billion bold-faced lie, is because that's exactly what their president does every day. Trump had over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first 4 years alone. He lies every day, every single day, multiple times. So I don't really think a Trump supporter has any right to be talking about misleading statements, considering who your daddy is. I feel like that's okay. I feel like that's okay. I feel like you probably describe him as your daddy yourself.
I don't see how you can say that when in the reality you lie a lot too. You lie by omission, and the real TPA proves that. And I know you talk about him a lot. And
I don't know who that is.
I mean, I think that's a lie too. I don't believe you.
Okay.
I really don't know if I can believe anything you said. I know you said one time that Donald Trump was racist because of a renting case, and somebody proved you wrong on that, and you wouldn't acknowledge it.
I don't think I've ever been proved wrong on that.
The renting case of the 1970s.
Yeah. When Trump refused to rent to black people, yeah.
How did he refuse to rent to black people?
Well, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. He refused to rent to them.
I need a source. Give me a source. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Perfect.
I think you lie. Give me evidence.
Yes. The evidence that he refused to rent to black people is the lawsuit that the New York State Justice Department launched against him. They sent in testers, white people and black people, after they had received reports from black people that they felt like they were being racially discriminated. Many black people. And what their testers unveiled is that when a white person would go in and ask if they had any available properties, they'd say, yes, do you want to see them? Yet when a black person would go in and ask for any available properties, they say, no, we don't have any left. That's according to the testers of the official New York State Justice Department. Not to mention that they also uncovered through a sit-down conversation with the property manager that if, in the off chance they did get a housing application from a black person, that they put the letter C on it and they just throw it in a junk drawer. And how does that make you feel? Is that racist? I think that's pretty racist.
I mean, from my understanding, I never saw a source specifically that said that. I saw a source that said that it wasn't towards Donald Trump. It was somebody else in the company. He owned the company, but it wasn't him that was being racist, and it wasn't about whether they're black or white. It was about welfare.
Oh, check this out. Where's that last claim coming from?
I believe Donald Trump said that himself.
Yeah, exactly. Donald Trump said what he was doing wasn't about their race. Yeah, like your last point actually contradicts your first point.
No, it doesn't actually, because that statement is not him being racist. You just like to lie by omission and make assumptions, Dean. And that's just what taxpaying American
that statement proves that that's what he was the one doing it. Like, regardless if you think he was racist or not, it was racist. But that statement, oh, we weren't doing it to black people, we're doing it to poor people, is him admitting that it was him, pretty much. He was a part of the people doing it.
No, it really isn't. I mean, show me proof. Bring it up in front of everybody's faces. Show everybody how much of a liar you are, Dean.
Proof is what you just used the proof. You just gave me the proof. I asked
nowhere
you.
In that proof says it's racist. There's nowhere in that proof making it racist.
No. There's two separate debates going on. Right now we're not doing the debate, was it racist? We're doing the debate, was Trump connected? And the last point you made proves Trump was connected, because your source that they weren't doing it to black people, but they were rather doing it to poor people, is Trump. Do you get it?
It's still, he is the president or the majority of the company. So
Yeah. There you get it. You get it. You get it. Cooked.
I really know, because it's just completely not true at all.
Okay, well then what you said was not true, apparently, because my source is you. Man, rough day for the Trump supporters.
You like to twist? No, it's not a rough day.
Very.
It's been an awesome year since January 20th, 2025.
I know. We only had the worst job reports, ignoring recession since 2003, the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2007, the worst job since 2003, the highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic, the most given layoffs in any year since 2020, when we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression in the 1920s. Just great year. Slowing rate of growth in real median wages, slowing rate of growth in the GDP, crashing business investment. And I mean, just yesterday we had the largest crash in the value of silver and gold that we have in 20 or 30 years. So yeah, dude, it's been great. Yeah, man, if you just kind of ignore everything, it's awesome.
I'm not ignoring everything. There's a lot.
Oh, 1 second. Remember earlier when you said that I was paid?
Yes.
Well, it looks like I am. Holy shit. Joanna, thank you so very much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. That is insane, Joanna. Thank you. Holy shit, dude. Joanna with the $100 donation says, I've been absent due to needing surgery. I've kept up with your VODs though. This guy has me laughing. He can't handle your laugh. His voice has that whiny undertone that I can't handle, but here we are. You lied, Dean. Even with your court case facts, lies I hear. Wah, 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 wah. Joanna, you just did a great fucking interpretation of him. Dude, show some love to Joanna. That is such a fucking kind donation. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Show some love to Joanna down below in that comment section. We have a couple other people to thank as well. Actually, in the meantime, real quick, guys, can you thank Joanna? Can you say thank you for paying me? Is that a request that you'd be able to accommodate?
I didn't pay you.
I know, Joanna did. Can you thank Joanna?
Well, tax-paying American made you look pretty stupid.
I still don't know who that is, but can you thank Joanna?
Here, wait.
So there's one person in the queue right now that I know is a Trump supporter.
1 second.
But I don't know bring them up.
Can you thank Joanna, please?
We're looking for somebody that's not tax-paying American, and if we can find anybody else, we'll go ahead and bring them up. Have you ever
So it just sounds like he's probably some annoying Trump supporter I've debated before. Makes sense. Yeah, but could you thank Joanna for the $100?
It just proves me right saying that you're paid.
What?
I told you that you were paid to do this. You were paid to lie, and I don't know who Joanna is connected to.
You don't know, so you think Joanna could be connected to people to funnel me money? Wait, I have another question. Jenna just sent $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Jenna. Let's get 500 Jenna W's down below. Thank you so much. Does Jenna have connections too?
I just know that whether
William, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. William actually shares his connections. William says George Soros /DNC payment. So William's connected to the Soros and the DNC. David, thank you so much for the $6 on PayPal. I wonder who David is connected to. Then Karina, thank you so much for the $25 as well, who says, I've been watching your streams for the last 2 years. I'm a silent viewer, but now I can finally show my appreciation for all the things you do to make a true difference. If you ever run for anything, just know that you have my vote. Just remember to always take care of yourself. stuff. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Corinna. That is so very kind of you. Show some love to Corinna down below in that comment section. And then Desiree, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying donation. Thank you for taking those morons down a peg. Well, I wonder who you are connected to. Bernice, that is Bernice. Show some love to Bernice down below for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Bernice, who are your connections? Who is she connected to? God damn it. I require immediate knowledge. Who are you connected to? Thank you for the $30. Same thing to Alexander with the $1 who says, I have a connection to the caller's mom. Thank you for the 67 cents as well, Caitlin. Appreciate you so much. Michael, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Michael. Thank you so much. And then Chelsea, thank you for the $10 as well. He says this quote unquote super MAGA guy was on Parker's live last night. He's seriously insufferable. I don't even think he's too dumb to be insufferable, if that makes any sense. I appreciate you for the $10, Chelsea. Right. You know, like, I feel like the insufferability comes when like they're not smart, but like not super dumb. Or it's like when they're like really dumb, like dumb as this guy, but like also like really aggressive. You either have to be like really dumb and like really aggressive, or like just a little bit dumb, or like you can't just be like really dumb and not aggressive. Like I don't really find that insufferable. It's just, you know, like, okay, you know, what bullshit are we going to hear next? But then Thumb, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for that love, Thumb. Let's get 200 Thumb W's, who says, when are you coming to New York City? Show us some love. I actually really want to go out to New York City to see one of my friends soon. Should I do a trip out to NYC? I think I should. Hey, Brian, Abby, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Kate, thank you for the 5. Jody, thank you for the 5. Susan, thank you so much for the $10. And then Gabriella, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then, yeah, I think that's all for now. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Thank you so much for paying me. Oh, shit, we actually have a lot coming through right now. Just give me a moment. I got to thank them all. Josh, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. It says from Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and the DNC Deep State. Dude, the Deep State is paying us today. Haley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the DNC's favorite grifter. Jessica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says come to Minneapolis, please. I've really been considering it. And then Josh, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. Then Joanna, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal, who says Bigfoot and the ghosts of all liberals past are my connections. I'm paid by Bigfoot. I'm paid by Bigfoot, folks. Thank you for the love. Same thing to you, Big Honey Princess Girl. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Oh my God. Big Honey Princess Girl with a 50 says, I'm connected to the source, Dean and Parker for President VP. The source is paid me. Thank you for the $50. Trash with the $10 from the Gay Agenda Coalition. The LGBTs are paying me. The LGBTs are paying me, folks. Thank you so much for that love. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Same thing to you, Ryan. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Over on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for the love, Ryan. I appreciate you. Then Emily, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much. She says Biden told me it's your payday. Let's fucking go, Biden. Patsy, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 30 W's for Patsy. Seriously, Patsy, it's good to see you. And then Shannon, thank you for the $5. Sorry, Renee, thank you for the $5. All right, you can come back now.
I just think it's funny because that proves that you lied.
What, the fact that I'm funded by the LGBT?
No, it's the fact that that Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and the DNC also sent money.
Yes, that's what I mean, and I want to thank Spain America.
Fucking nailed it. Fucking nailed it.
Well, I didn't hear that.
What happened? Sorry, I was looking at a graph because I finally got the graph.
Did you get the graph that you wanted? He was locked in on the fact that Biden, Hillary Clinton, and the DNC sent you money.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm funded by the LGBT. The LGBT funds me. I like that. I love the LGBT. All right. Dude, you can't even.
Fucking ridiculous.
Can you see it at the bottom? Can you see it?
No, it's just a white screen and a black screen.
No, you can see it at the bottom. You can. I swear, you could actually see it at the bottom.
Oh, wait, I see it down at the...
Yeah, we're going to zoom in.
What the fuck?
We're going to zoom in here.
This is ridiculous.
Look at that.
This is so unserious.
Okay. I want you to answer this question, please. All right. So the bar that you see to the left of the graph represents a 1% change. Actually, the bar that you see on the right hand of the graph represents a 1% change to the bar that you see on the left hand side of the graph. Now, I will just make it known that the reason why the bar on the left is so much smaller than the bar on the right is because the unit increase is 0.001. All right, per every unit. It only increases by 0.001, and it increased from 80.2 to 81.8. Would you say that this graph is misleading, to represent a 1% change?
It depends on the context. What is this referring
You are fucking lying.
He's gotta be trolling.
Why can't you guys just admit anything? Like, wow.
He's gotta be trolling. That has to be a troll.
I just caught you lying, and I believe that the immigration, that's
Why is
my
he?
number
Wait.
one
Can you
reason.
respond to the question? Also, by the way, I said that I give a shout out. Huge shout out to Jericho. I think it's Jericho. If I'm mispronouncing your name, I'm sorry. That is Jericho for making that graph and then posting it over on Discord. I appreciate you. But go ahead.
So, I would just say Jericho is just as unserious as you for making that graph. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I mean, proving him wrong.
Santana, I don't really know you, but I think I've seen things, and I think that I at least know I've seen videos. You and your crew, they're very racist.
You don't know what race or racism is, Bub. I don't want to do it. It's Black History Month. Find someone else to do it.
But I've seen things that you're very racist, and I think it's funny you think that Donald Trump. You call people cracker.
You don't know what race. I've never called anyone cracker. Anyway, you don't know what race or racism is. Find someone else to do it. I don't. It's Black History Month. I'm not.
Never call a white person cracker, Santana. I couldn't be friends with you anymore. I'm not friends with racists. Okay.
Oh,
I'm not
my
friends with
God.
racists. You know, this
Yeah.
is reverse racism. You want to
not the
you want to
reverse racism.
oppress me, Santana.
Oh my
You're
God.
thinking about calling me cracker. I could read your mind. You would oppress me so badly. Is that really is this guy real?
He can't be. He's an NPC. There's no fucking way he's real.
I'm gonna go. Peace. Santana, the mic and the floor are yours. Feel free to talk to me about whatever. I'll be right back.
Your friend
Hey,
Erica.
I
too.
want to. You remember you were talking about Donald Trump and the fact that he, show you the proof. Well, hey, there's a great NPR article that was written about the decade-old housing discrimination case that plagues Donald Trump, and not only does it talk about the actual 1973 lawsuit that was filed against Donald Trump, Fred Trump, and Trump management by the Justice Department. But did you know that Donald Trump actually tried to countersue them 2 years later? Tried to countersue the Justice Department for $100 million for quote unquote making false statements, and it got dismissed. Literally got dismissed because he's racist. Because they said, nah, you did that shit. So again, I'm a little confused as far as how you're sitting here trying to champion Donald Trump not being an absolute racist, where he has a persistent and consistent record of being a racist POS.
Well, my response to that is there was no admission of guilt in that case, and
They literally put a whole article out in the newspaper saying that they wouldn't do it again.
Well, here's the thing. Donald Trump was the president, but it wasn't him that was racist, Santana.
Donald Trump, Fred Trump, and Trump management were all held liable for the racist acts.
But you guys keep saying that Donald Trump is racist because of it when it's not him.
No, that's just one example of him being racist. He has many examples. That's why I said he's been consistent and persistent with his racism.
Well, Joe Biden's racist too.
But what about Biden? Yes, you can go back to Biden. Again, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is the fact that Joe Biden has openly admitted to him engaging in racism and has actively tried to be better in multiple ways. So it doesn't equate. Name one time Donald Trump has ever apologized for any of the racist shit that he's done.
I don't think that he was racist for that scenario specifically. Again, it was just Fred Trump.
Oh, okay. Well, we do know Fred Trump was actually arrested at a KKK rally, so we know that he has even more ties to racism. But again, Donald Trump is actively engaged in racism in multiple
Right.
ways. So
Wait. I guess what I want to ask you, okay, so do you think that Fred Trump was racist for not renting to black people?
Possibly, yes.
Can I get a little bit more of a definite answer than a possibly, please?
Yes, it wasn't Donald Trump.
Okay, so you do think that Fred Trump was racist for that?
Yes.
So if I could prove to you that Donald Trump was involved with his father, then you would agree that Donald Trump would be racist for it, right?
Can you please repeat what you were asking?
So you just said that Fred Trump was racist for not renting to black people. If I could prove to you that Donald Trump was right there on the side of his father doing the same shit with him, okay, would you accept that Donald Trump is racist too?
I mean, if Donald Trump was the president, he wasn't the racist one.
I'm saying if I could prove to you that Donald Trump was doing the same thing Fred Trump was doing, okay, would he be racist too? Because you said if Fred Trump did it, Fred Trump would be racist. If Donald Trump did it, would Donald Trump be racist?
I don't think he would be.
Wait, so why would it make Fred Trump racist, but it wouldn't make Donald Trump racist? What?
It's gotta be the first name. That's the only difference.
Yeah, the only difference is the first name.
Fred versus Donald.
Can you explain that? This guy is crazy.
Donald Trump is the racist.
No pivot. Answer the question. You said if Fred Trump did this, then Fred Trump would be racist. But if Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump would not be racist. So why would doing this thing make Fred racist, but doing this thing would not make Donald racist?
Because Donald Trump is his own person.
But it's its own person engaging in the same action. You said if Fred Trump engaged in this action, then this action would make him racist. So if Donald Trump engaged in this action, why wouldn't this action make him racist too? It's the same thing. Like if they did the same exact thing. You said doing the same thing would make Fred Trump racist. Oh, you're not answering the question. No. Answer the question. You said that if Fred Trump did this, then Fred Trump would be racist. And Fred Trump is racist because you accepted that Fred Trump did it. Okay? So why would it not make Donald racist if Donald did it?
But, Donald Trump didn't do it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying hypothetically, if Donald Trump did it, then would Donald Trump be racist? Hypothetical, buddy. You got it.
Sure, if you want to do your little hypotheticals, sure, he would be racist. But here's the thing, Dean. Let's say I give it to you, even if he's a changed man.
Perfect. One moment. Next step. The evidence that Donald Trump was doing this with his father is that at that time, Donald Trump was actually president of the company that was doing it. And the lawsuit was against Fred Trump and Donald Trump. Like the people named in the suit. It was the New York State Justice Department against Fred and Donald Trump.
And Trump management.
Yes.
All three are listed.
Right? And then I'm just going to take it one step further. Okay? Because I feel like that's not going to be enough evidence for you. After they settled, Trump then turned around himself and launched a counter lawsuit against the New York State Justice Department for defamation, not against his father, but against him. Of course, that failed pretty quickly. All right. So now that you know,
$100 million.
Yeah. So now that you know that they named Donald Trump in the lawsuit as one of the two people and one of the three entities they were suing, and then after it concluded, Donald Trump then personally turned around and personally tried to sue the Justice Department for personally libeling him. Do you concede that Donald Trump is racist?
There was no admission of guilt. I was just telling Santana this.
Wait, but you said Fred Trump did this even though Fred Trump didn't admit guilt.
The only reason Donald Trump's name was in it is because he was the president of the company. But you guys are trying to say
Then why did Donald Trump? Then why did Donald Trump launch a counter lawsuit against the Justice Department for libeling him?
A failed counter lawsuit.
Answer that question.
Just a failed argument because it's trying to take down his company.
No, not his company. Not for libeling his company. For libeling him.
Because it wasn't him. That's why.
Oh, so then you agree that the New York State Justice Department said it was him?
They did not correctly.
So you agree that they said it was him, right?
I just want to talk about why I support Donald Trump. Enough.
He's cornered. You're cornered. Oh my God, he's cornered, folks. Just give it up, bro. Roll over.
You're cornered like
roll over.
Real TPA did
roll
to
over.
you.
Roll over. Give it up. Admit it. You're cornered. You're cooked. Because in order for you to say that Donald Trump's lawsuit at any grounds would be, if it were to be true that the New York State Justice Department said this about him.
Again, like, I stand by he was the president of the company. It wasn't him.
Okay, then why did he sue them for defaming him, in fact?
Because of what I just said.
Well, what you just said is it was against the company. No, he sued them for libel against him, not his company. Wouldn't that necessitate that they made those claims against him?
Maybe because he was the president of the company.
Or no, maybe but he did a little bit of the racism.
It was claims. Do you agree that this would mean that the New York State Justice Department necessarily also made claims against him?
Well, you know all about racism, guys, like especially Santana and Emily girl.
Answer? Also, by the way, when you sue a company and and there wasn't any like personal involvement of the president, then you just sue the legal entity of the business. You don't also sue the president. So like when a Justice Department like that of New York sues the company and that company's president, it's because the company's president is personally involved. And they're not only going after the legal entity of the company, but they're also personally going after him for his own involvement. Okay? You can't sue the president of a company if the company breaks the law. You could only sue that legal entity. All right? But you can sue the president of a company and that company if it's not just the company that breaks the law, but it's also that person that breaks the law.
May I ask you if any of these cases that you are mentioning were before he became the president of the company?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. You said of the company. Sorry, I thought president.
There's my point.
Answer,
yes,
the answer to the question is
no. I thought I was thinking you said president.
Give me the proof. Give me the proof, Dean. Because you just like to spit all this stuff and lie by omission. It's not even funny.
So New York, New York, what are they called?
Love to lie.
Newspapers actually celebrated Trump when he became the president of the company in 1970, and then the lawsuit is dated 1977.
Yes, but most of them, what I was reading was before he was the president of the company.
No, this was one lawsuit in 1997. He became the president according to New York newspapers in 1970.
So I read specifically that there were lawsuits before he became president of the company, but like,
okay, so there's multiple.
The specific there were lawsuits that were impacting the actual company prior to Donald Trump, but there's also lawsuits that was impacting the company during his tenure. He started, actually to be specific, he started his role in 1971. And that lawsuit actually was filed in 1973, 2 years after he had already been president and actually in charge. And the investigation started after he was already president. So you're wrong.
I mean, respectfully, I disagree. And
you disagree with time?
You're racist.
You
and
disagree with
with how time works?
All you guys do is lie. You're
Oh,
not. You
he's
can,
crashing
you can say
out.
whatever you want.
He's crashing. Oh, he's crashing.
You can.
No, you're
you can,
just being a
you
little
can go
boy,
find
Dean.
this, Bubba.
Crashing. It's okay.
It's like
all right.
we didn't make these dates up.
Yeah, we didn't make the dates up.
Well,
dude.
you're not putting any proof up, and you lie just like you lie to tax-paying American and all these
It's all
other
right. Hey,
people.
buddy,
and-
buddy, it's all right. It's okay.
Can I talk to you about a topic that's very sensitive to me?
So you want to move on? You just kind of want to move
Also,
on?
let me just say this real quick before we do this. Donald Trump has on his White House history, whitehousehistory.org, his bio, Donald J. Trump, and one of the first things that's mentioned in his actual fucking bio on whitehouse.org is that he took over his father's business in 1971. Even Donald Trump put it out on his current White House bio for him being reelected to office. You are a fucking idiot.
55 years ago, racist Santana. This is just crazy.
Holy
Give me a
shit.
reason. Give me
Wait,
something.
so are you
was racist
finally
now while he's
wait? Are you
president.
finally accepting the conclusion that at the bare minimum, Trump was racist?
I'll just give it to you because Joe Biden was racist when he was the president. But
Wait,
I
wait,
want a
I don't
reason
want,
why
I don't
he
want
was
you to
racist.
give it, but you accept, like you think it's true. He was racist.
It's funny. I'm just trying to debate you on why I support Trump, but you
I just want to be
know-
clear. Are you accepting that he was racist?
You're just crashing out. You just want to win. You don't care.
I'm not
about
crashing out, dude.
But everyone should
Listen,
know, and everybody
this
should
is
look at the
goofy.
real
This
TPA's
is goofy
YouTube,
shit.
and he proves you all wrong. All
So are-
14,
are you
5,000 of you.
Are you accepting that he was racist?
If you let me go on to my reason why I support Donald Trump, then yes.
No, I don't want you to tell me that you're accepting it, not conditional on the fact that it's true, but rather conditional on moving on. I want to know if you accept it on the conditional that it's true.
If you can give me a fact now that he is racist, then yes. While he's president right now.
Oh, no, it's not the question. He is racist. The question is, do you accept that he was racist? At the bare minimum.
Give me something that was within the last 8 years, not 55 years ago, Dean.
Well, the question is, was he racist 55 years ago?
He is a changed man if he is.
Okay, but was he?
Again, it's a stupid question.
It's a stupid question that I want you to answer. And it's not even hypothetical. Hypothetical would be like testing something which is metaphysically possible, but isn't necessarily true or happening in the world around us. But this is like literally just a question about history. Okay, asking the question, was Hitler a bad person? That's not a hypothetical question. That is a descriptive question asking you to describe something that did or did not occur in the past. Okay, so now answer the question: was he racist 55 years ago?
Wait, you're saying hypothetically?
And it's not a hypothetical. It is a descriptive question about history. Descriptive questions about history are not hypotheticals. So answer the
And
question.
no, he's
was
not
he
racist.
Was he racist 55 years ago?
No, you don't have any proof.
Okay, well, the proof was the lawsuit. That we've
There was
just
no
talked about.
admission of guilt. There was no admission of guilt.
Yeah, the proof wouldn't be an admission of guilt. The proof would be the testers that they sent into the property, as well as the testimony of the property manager.
Wait, also there was an admission of guilt because him, his father, and Trump management took out a full-page article saying that they would not engage in those racist activities anymore, rejecting people of color from being able to rent properties for them. That's literally the admission of guilt. That was literally a part of the settlement. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, cherry on
You
top, I
sound
guess.
so stupid because if there really was guilt, it would be he would have been sued by the CRA. So like it doesn't make any sense. You're just giving this story. There was no admission of guilt, and I've seen that specifically in a link, and you could look it up on your little
In what
keyboard.
link? In what link? Give us your source.
Here, give me 1 second.
Sure.
I have a couple people to thank here real quick. The DNC is still funding me. Let's see here. Tom, thank you for the $5. Who says, again, Trump shared fake stat blaming black people for 82% of white homicides in freaking 2015. Tom, could you share a link to that with me, please? Jasper, thank you for the $5 who says, I like your shirt and fuck Trump, fuck ICE, and fuck public executions. Everything that you just said, Jasper, is so fucking true. Amanda, thank you for the $5 who says, this guest was fake crying on Parker's live yesterday. Wait, what? Like actually like tears? Like fake tears?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, he was like fake crying every time Parker started talking.
Wait.
And the entire time he was just like crying. It was the weirdest shit.
This is why like Parker's better than me. Okay, because I think I've been able to drill the shit out of this guest. But I wish I could get him to cry. How did Parker get him to cry?
It was just him. He was just being weird.
He's always, oh my God. Parker's always one up. He's better than me. He is, admittedly. He's better. He's always one up in me.
Well, Parker got like the crash out guide that you had yesterday, and he couldn't figure out how to make him crash out, even though you got him like completely losing his shit. So
I guess we go back and forth. Okay. Mason, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I think you sent this on YouTube Super Chat. Mason says, I just got my friend hooked on you, Parker, Erica, and Santana. You were the fucking GOAT, bro. Well, I appreciate you too, Mason. Man, you've been watching the streams for a while now. Huge shout out to you, dude. And if your friend happens to be watching right now, Mason is cool as shit. Sistina, thank you for the $6. I appreciate you so much. Courtney, thank you for the $5. She says, I'm paid by Trump Daddy himself. I guess Trump is paying me. Funded by Trump. Theron, thank you for the $5. Georgia, thank you for the $5. This is the DNC bonus. Ryan, thank you for the $15. Who says you're paid by me. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for funding my lifestyle. Jesse, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Who says, from the Rothschilds and the Freemasons. Oh, yes, I'm so paid. So paid. By the way, Jesse, I hope that you're doing all right. Jesse is single-handedly the longest time viewer of what we do here. He's been watching me since nearly my first stream ever. He is definitely one of my first 100 followers ever. One of the first 100. So Jesse, it's been a couple years since we've caught up. Like I literally just used to talk to this guy, every so often. He'd join in the live. I did really small lives. He'd join it. So, Jesse, I hope that you're doing all right, man. Haley, thank you so much for the $10 who says today was my birthday. I love your streams and they give me hope. Well, happy birthday, Haley. I hope that you're doing all right. I hope that you had a good day. Craig, thank you so much for the $25 as well, who says, I really wish that you'd come to Green Bay. There are so many Trump Republicans here who are so brainwashed. Also, this is from the DNC. Oh, I'd love to come down there. And thank you so much for the DNC money. Emily, thank you for the $15 who says, Biden said it's your payday. Let's go, Emily. And let's go, Joe. Thank you, Joe. We did it, Joe. We did it. Thank you. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Yes, I could see what I could do, Daniel. And then Zanny, thank you so much for the $75 PayPal donation. Jesus Christ, that is ZANI. Show some love to Zanny down below in that comment section for the massive donation, the $75. Who says, out of spite, because I've drank a bottle of Bushmills whiskey and I was more coherent and more logical than this caller. Please let him know. Zanny, I fucking love you. Show some love to Zanny down below in that comment section for the $75 donation. Same thing to you, Jordan. Thank you for the $20. Says, I'm not sure you have the patience for these people. God bless you. From me, my connections. Yes, the connections are coming in handy. Honestly, I don't know how I do either, but I do. I do have the patience for these people. I do. Admittedly, I do. Ellen, thank you for the $25. She says, I love your videos. I watch every night and I see, and I love to see the effort you put in. Oh, thank you so much, Ellen. And yeah, you are in here a lot. Let's see here. Jacob, thank you so much for the $17 donation, who says, a 2-time Trumper here, but not a 3rd time. My wife, and you taught me to read and research for truth. Thank you, bro, Jacob. I'm so proud of you, man. Good job. Genuinely, good job, dude. And shout out to your wife, too. I bet she's a very special woman. And then Roseo, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate all of y'all so much for the love. Did this guest find the source he was looking for or anything?
I'm not sure. I have like a bunch of people to say thank you to. I'm going to hold off on that. I want to say 3 thank yous, but I have something way more better than whatever the fuck is he had. Listen, I am so glad that you made this decision to send us down this rabbit hole, because I started to do my Googles, and you know what I actually found? A couple of different things. Number one, the Civil Rights Litigation Clearinghouse, right? This is a repository of all the actual lawsuits, the civil rights lawsuits that have been filed against Donald Trump Fred Trump and the Trump administration going all the way back to 1968 and going all the way up until January 23rd, 2016. All the lawsuits are here. It's 7 pages. It has the docket information. It has the plaintiffs. It has the courts. It has all of it. Holy fuck, all of his racist documentation is listed, but specifically, it has this one right here where Donald Trump on 73C 1529 was listed. Fred Trump, Donald Trump, and Trump management were listed. And the actual contingent point was refusing to rent dwellings and negotiating for rentals of dwellings with persons because of race and color in violation of Section 804A of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, 42 USC 3604A. Literally, you sent me down this rabbit hole and gave me more ammunition of Donald Trump's racist history. What the fuck? You are... This is well documented legal racist history of Donald Trump going all the way back to 1968, all the way up until 2016 with multiple lawsuits. What the fuck? Nothing? Nothing?
No, I just was waiting for you to finish.
I'm done. Go ahead, Bobo.
Anyways, yeah, okay, racist boy.
So okay.
Number one, and Dean, I can't believe Santana. I just want to let you know I've never even been on here with you before, and you're saying that I was out crying all the time every time Parker spoke. No, I had a conversation.
Hey, are you gonna respond to anything that I said?
I just need to clarify myself because I got emotional about all of the illegal immigrants that caused harm to all the American citizens, and I could read all of their names. It's just so sad.
Oh God, he's gonna do it again.
It's just so sad.
Did you cry when Alex Preddy was murdered?
This is the whole conversation because ICE is just doing their job, and
was Alex Preddy murdered?
No, Alex Preddy was causing harm. He impeded on the investigation, and he had a firearm, and he impeded when they were doing their job to save the American people. And Donald Trump, the 80 million Americans that voted to put him in office, they want him to do his job. And why don't you talk about the 15-year-old Luis Anez who was shot and killed while just trying to protect her mother from an attempt of rape? And can you please not? It's so bad.
Cry me a river.
Listen, we condemn rape, but I'm about to do this not because you're crying at rape. I don't think that you're crying about rape, because you're just you're like crying when you're talking about how Alex Preddy was impeding. Go ahead, just keep crying there for a moment.
I'm just talking about the list of all of these U.S. citizens who were murdered or raped, and their life was taken, and Donald Trump is trying to save the American people. And I could read all of these names: Maria Politez, 11-year-old daughter Daniara, Santiago Morales, Mendoza Gonzalez.
You know what sound we need is the in the arms of an angel.
No, like
you
listen,
are such a piece
the one
of
we
shit,
need.
you dog.
We're gonna be clear here, right? Like, we obviously also feel sympathy for every victim of rape, every victim of murder. Okay, even when they are raped or murdered at the hand of an undocumented immigrant. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I want to turn around and play like this laughing track of a newborn, not a laughing track, this sound of a newborn baby crying, isn't because I believe that's where the tears are coming from. Because I asked you if you cried for Alex Preddy, then you just said no, he was the bad guy. So it's like, cry me a fucking river, okay? Like, if your tears are going to be selective, okay, for people murdered by undocumented immigrants, but not for those murdered by ICE agents. And in fact, when they are murdered by ICE agents, you turn around and say that the murdered is a bad guy. Cry me a fucking river. Okay? You can't be an advocate against rape unless you're an advocate against all rapists, including Trump, the president you support. And you can't be an advocate against murder unless you're an advocate against all murderers, including the 2 ICE agents who unloaded their fucking clips in Alex's back while he was down on all 4 unarmed. So yeah, cry me a fucking river. That's you! Yeah, you! Owned! Pushed! Cry! Cry more! Cry! Now!
I think what Dean is trying to say is we don't believe you. You need more people.
You are making fun of all these 11-year-old children who were raped and murdered and taken
We're
from
making
this
fun
country.
we're making fun of your hypocrisy. That's it. You're a hypocrite.
You cry when Charlie Kirk was murdered?
Actually, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and then you doubled back.
Notoriously
you son
so.
Of a...
Notoriously so. I very notoriously did cry. Yes. Right. Not necessarily because I cried because I was scared, dude. Oh my God, I was so scared of something like that happening to myself. And just the graphic nature of the footage and Parker being there. Oh my God, man. Yeah, dude, think about it in retrospect, folks. Like, I still get a lot of shit on the internet from people for that. I don't think that anybody, like, really understands, you know? I think that there's a lot of people out there that just, like, run their mouth about that when they like, don't understand, and they don't try to understand either. Like, they can't, like, possibly see how it's, like, I was legitimately so scared thinking about how that could happen to myself. Or even though I disagreed with Charlie Kirk, I thought he was a very terrible person, it's, like, still someone I knew. So I humanized him in a way that, like, everyone watching probably didn't, because I personally interacted with him. And then seeing the clip of his jugular get ripped open, oh my God, almost made me vomit, you know? It's like already bad as it is, like watching a human's neck get ripped. But imagine it's like a human that you know, and like the friend was like 20 feet away. Rough, okay? I don't really think anyone gets it. Still get shit about that. Anyways, he got a flag for like harassment and bullying or some shit. He's gone.
Again, I think the biggest point that I have the issue with is just the hypocrisy when it comes to the selective outrage, how they want us to feel bad in one instance, but yet they're walking around justifying violence and harm in other instances. It's either you're going to condemn it all or you're not, but like, stop being a hypocrite. It can't be things are so bad when it's things happening to people on the right, but then it's all justified when it's people that are getting hurt on the left. It's none of it is okay, and you should be calling out and condemning all of it. Like the selective outrage, miss me with it.
Yeah. Also, wait, I just want to roll the clip back. Well, give me one moment. I'm looking for something very specific here.
Administration going all the way.
All these 11-year-old children who were raped and murdered and taken
we're
from
making
this
fun
country.
we're making fun of your hypocrisy.
Okay,
that's
crying.
it. You're a hypocrite.
You cry when Charlie Kirk was murdered?
Actually, yeah. Yes. Wait, why did he just stop crying when he stopped talking?
Oh, because he was faking it the whole time.
Right. Yeah. The tears just like went away the moment he was done saying "murdered." Yeah, what a weirdo. Yeah. What a weirdo. Well, I've actually been live for nearly 5 hours. Went on a little bit longer than usual today. And honestly, I still feel like I have more in me. But my girlfriend's probably downstairs saying, when the hell is Dean going to get off? Because I haven't seen her all day, dude. She worked the morning shift at her job. And then she got off at like 2. I didn't get home until like 4, though, because I was out doing shit all day. And then I like gave her a kiss, sat down with her for a minute, cuddled, and then walked upstairs. And now all of a sudden it's 10 p.m. So I got to go spend some time with my girlfriend.
Yeah. Hey, can I say like 3 quick thank yous? There's a ton of people.
Dude,
I've been sending everyone. Guys, for anyone else, I'm trying to reply to you directly and tell you all thank you.
Oh, feel
because
free
I
to
won't
thank
be able
him.
to
Feel free
say
to
it out
thank
to
him,
everyone.
dude. Feel free if you want.
Joanna, thank you so much for the $50 donation. You are so fucking awesome, Santana. You should to be paid by Bigfoot and the LGBTQ plus the DNC. So thank you for that. Josh, thank you so much for the 25. Amy, thank you so much for the 5. Roxy, thank you for the 1. Sophie, thank you for the 350. Josh, thank you for the 10. Alexander, thank you so much for the 5. Sierra, thank you so much for the 5. Dylan, thank you for the 2. Susan, holy fuck. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Keep cooking these bubs as always. Thank you so much, Susan. Tabitha, thank you so much for the 10. Jillian, thank you so much for the 10. They always care about Biden. Chase, thank you so much for the 2. Oh, I have to check that. Thank you, Chase. Garrett, thank you so much for the 5. Christina, holy fuck, thank you so much for the $50 donation, and happy Black History Month to you as well. Brody, thank you so much for the 5. Dean, apparently they're saying, can you look at Kimberly and Brody's donation? It's something that they share about ICE with you.
Oh, sure.
So there. But that's it. Thank you all. I really appreciate all the love, support, and kindness from everyone. And Dean, I appreciate you letting me hang out for a while.
Yeah, dude. Appreciate you for coming up, Santana. Always love to have you up.
All right. Have a good night, bro.
All right, have a good rest of your evening. Just a handful of people I don't think, too, before we kind of go over, stream in points. Renegade, thank you for the $20, who says, my MAGA neighbors just blew an air horn at me for laughing at these crocodile tears. I laugh at them louder. I drink MAGA tears. I don't know who the hell that is. I love them. You know what? You keep on doing you, Renegade. You're going to save this goddamn country, okay? Alexandra, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. You're asking me not to read it out loud. I wish you the very best of luck. The very fucking best of luck, okay? Catherine, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo as well. It's good to see you, Catherine. Show some love to Catherine. Catherine says, this is the fakest fucking crime I've ever heard. Fuck this guy, fuck ICE. We stand with immigrants and victims. Absolutely. Amy, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Amy. Amy says, I used to be a Trump supporter, but I've been watching you for 2 years now, and that has absolutely changed me. I recommend you to everyone who's willing to have an open mind. You are incredibly well-spoken and intelligent. You stand up for humanity, which is no small feat. Thank you. Are you the same Amy I'm thinking about? I think I am. Amy, you have been watching forever. Thank you for the kind words and the $20 donation. I think it's really cool that we were able to change your mind. Mallory, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mallory, and I hope that you're doing all right. Kelsey, thank you for the 5. Miriam, thank you so much for the $10. Jojo, thank you so much for the 10. And Tom, appreciate you for that link. We're all caught up over there. Let's catch up on PayPal real quick. On PayPal, thank you so much, Starla, for the $20. Who says, continue to cook them, Dean. Much love to you. Well, much love to you as well, Starla. Thank you for the support. And, we do this 4 hours a day every day, so we're going to be cooking them more tomorrow. Nora, thank you for the 5. Joseph, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, this dude pisses me off. Netanyahu, ban this guy. I appreciate you for the $5, Joseph. Netanyahu's going to get him, Joseph. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And I think that we're all caught up. All right. I'm going to go to an end for the night. Folks, I know that there's a lot of people in that chat spamming one more. Well, you will see me do about 1 billion more tomorrow. I'm going to try to do an earlier live, which I typically fail at, okay? I'm going to be honest. Fun fact about me, I am a pretty lazy person. And I have to work through the laziness to, get a bunch of work done. And I do get a bunch of work done. I'd say my work ethic is terrible, though. And I just, push it. I push myself really hard. Fun fact about me. So I'm always waking up at 9. It takes me 30 minutes to get out of bed. An hour to get to the gym. The next thing I know, it's 3 p.m. and I'm live so late. But anyways, folks, love and appreciate you all. See you tomorrow. On your way out on TikTok, hit that follow button. I do these streams every day. Same thing on YouTube. Hit that subscription button. And if you still want to watch something interesting tonight, tune into Jimmy Kimmel. Don Lemon's going on. I think I'm going to be watching. Peace and love, folks. See you tomorrow.